Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. It's wonderful to have you here. Today we are going to talk about Stella. Stella is a Kringle, which means she is Santa's daughter, which means she has magical abilities. And I'm going to let her tell you about them in the book. But one thing I want to talk about Stella. So Stella is the Kringle who flirts with the naughty list. And I say flirt because she is a flirt. And she spends her time helping all of her sisters find their love matches, and she's unable to find her own. But she has a guy in mind. He's just not the type of guy anybody would normally put her with. So I thought it would be fun to match the naughty list Kringle girl up with a preacher. And so they actually happen to be a really good complement for each other. Not because he's good and she's bad, but because they both have really good hearts. As with all the other Kringle books, there are children involved in this one, and the magic of Christmas comes through in such wonderful ways. So I look forward to hearing what you have to say about this novel on the end of it. So without further ado, here is Stella Kringle and her romance.
Stella. A Marrying Miss Kringle Christmas Romance Book. Written by Lucy McConnell. Prologue. Christmas Eve. 1 year ago. The hospital chapel emptied out, leaving Stella alone with Pastor Kristopher Willis, a handsome man who had no business taking up so many of her thoughts during the ceremony. Her sister's wedding was supposed to be her top priority, and all she'd done was drool over the man who looked too good in a navy suit. "Isn't it funny how we keep ending up together on Christmas Eve?" she mused. Chris tucked his note cards inside his suit and gave her a half-smile. "It does seem to be a pattern we've fallen into." He checked his pockets as if looking for car keys, glanced around, and then nodded to himself. His absent-mindedness was kind of adorable in a puppy-like way. She wasn't fooled by it, though. His attention to the ceremony, including the thoughts he shared about love and commitment and trust, was deep and impressive. There was more to Chris Willis than a handsome face and broad shoulders. Though he had both of those. Stella stood and allowed the Christmas red satin train of her dress to flow behind her as she sashayed down the aisle toward the exit. Sitting there, admiring him, wasn't getting them anywhere. And it was Christmas Eve. She had a sled to load and a sister to send off around the world. A Kringle's job was never done. "You Kringles know how to throw a wedding." Chris scratched behind his ear as he hurried to catch up to her. "I think Ginger's was my favorite, though. Outdoors. Not one of us was cold that whole time." Which I found interesting, considering it was December in Alaska. That's part of our charm. She'd like to charm him a lot more. His hand brushed hers, and she about collapsed. If this guy didn't smarten up and realize she was totally into him, she might have to take matters into her own hands. It was just, getting a guy's attention wasn't usually this hard for her. Which only made him that much more interesting. Chris had performed the ceremonies for all four of her sisters. Some of them happening in different states and necessitating travel by sleigh. He was no stranger to the magic that flowed through Kringle veins, and he'd become familiar with the famous Christmas family. More familiar than anyone except the reindeer wranglers and Tan and Cebu, who'd corresponded with Frost his whole life long before finally marrying her. Their romance was like You've Got Mail, only with real letters and complete honesty. Even if Tannen hadn't believed Frost was Santa's daughter until he was in a Christmas parade with a jolly old man. Stella stopped in front of Chris, directly under the mistletoe. Sneaky? Perhaps. But a girl had to take advantage of Christmas traditions when she could. "Is that what you want? An outdoor wedding?" His neck turned the color of her dress, and he stumbled over his words. I hadn't given my own wedding much thought. Something wasn't right. He acted like getting married was a case of chicken pox. She laughed to lighten the mood that had suddenly gone opening the wrong present awkward. "Don't worry, preacher. I'm not going to drag you to the altar." He paused for a second and then ticked off a grin. "Technically, you dragged me today." Caught off guard at his teasing tone, she laughed. Both Ginger and Lux had been married at the church in Clearview, Alaska, where Pastor Willis officiated. But Frost's wedding had been in Oregon and Robin's in California. She had dragged him here. Quite literally. Swinging by his place in the frozen Alaska wonderland shouldn't have been a big deal. Still, her heart had hummed a Merry Christmas tune as she flew his direction. They had chemistry. That she couldn't deny. Not that they'd acted on it. Only one Kringle could marry per year, and she had a feeling that once she kissed Pastor Chris Willis, she'd be done for. There wouldn't be any more fun nights on the town flirting with the guys, because who needed an entourage of men when she'd be so in love she'd see stars? If only it was that simple. He hadn't hopped in the sleigh, put his arm around her middle, or suggested they pull over in Washington for a hot cocoa and some quality time under the mistletoe. That was what he should have done. But he hadn't. This time, he'd refused to get in the sleigh. If he'd ever exhibited signs of a fear of flying, she might have understood. However, the last time he'd sat on the green velvet seat, he'd hooped. Hooped? Chris, she glanced at her phone. We're in a bit of a time crunch here. Can you put your stubbornness on hold until after my sister is happily wedded? He'd hesitated. Which had ticked her off. What was the big deal? Most people would give their stocking to get a ride in Santa's sleigh. She'd looked it over. It was a perfectly safe sleigh. Blitz turned in his harness, silently asking her what was taking so long. The reindeer didn't do well standing still. She'd stomped her black-booted foot and threatened, "If you don't get in this sleigh, I'm going to strike your name from the good list for eternity." He'd rocked back on his heels. Good. He'd understood the severity of the situation. That was another point in his favor. She'd threatened men with that before, and they'd laughed at her. Granted, her leather skirts and fur coats didn't scream elf lover and best friend, but that didn't mean she wasn't a Kringle down to her core. You wouldn't, he'd tested her. Wouldn't I? She'd lifted the reins, ready to take off without him. Technically, she didn't have the power to follow through with the list. But she had a sister who did. And Ginger had her back. Her mind had raced. If he didn't get in, she'd need to find another person who could perform the marriage. And fast. He'd scratched his temple like he had to think hard about this. Let me grab my navy suit. He'd ducked back in the house. She'd planted a hand on her hip and glowered after him. Sheesh. The things a girl had to do to get a date to a wedding. Not a date. A date would have been more enthusiastic about coming. Although, once he'd gotten here and shook hands with Dad, he'd lightened up. She brushed off the weirdness of their coming together and decided to focus on the moment now that she had his undivided attention. Well, you don't have to worry. I won't show up on your doorstep next Christmas Eve. As you can see, I'm out of sisters, so you're officially off duty. She gathered her skirt in her hand to keep from tripping and flipped around, loving the drama of an excellent dress as she walked up the aisle. Chris tripped over himself to catch up with her. What do you mean? Aren't you getting married? She stopped and looked over her shoulder, lifting one eyebrow in question. He licked his lips. I kind of wondered if it would be you this year. Her cheeks flamed knowing he'd been thinking of her. Odd, because she never blushed, nor did she change temperature. Hot or cold, Kringles were impervious. Oh, I'm getting married, all right. No pressure from the magic that would tell her if she so much as stretched the truth. Kringles couldn't lie. Which was a curse in her mind, but what was she to do about it? Since her throat didn't close off and her chest wasn't tight, she figured she was actually going to get married this year. She gave Chris a once-over. He'd do quite nicely as a husband. Tall, thick in the chest and shoulders, probably from chopping wood all summer. The man had a nice-looking wood pile. She'd give him that one. He tucked his hands in his pockets and ducked his head. Who's the lucky guy? Anyone I know? No. She thought the word and fully intended to throw it out there to keep him guessing. She formed her mouth into the shape, but it didn't come out. Mentally shaking her fists at Christmas magic, she silently yelled, "Haven't you ever heard of playing hard to get?" "Maybe," she finally whispered. "I can't tell you his name. We're not at that stage in our relationship." "Oh." He hit the button for the elevator. "Well, he's a lucky guy." Was that regret dusting his words? She kept her eyes on the counting numbers as the elevator got closer to their floor. Above the door was a sprig of mistletoe that hadn't been there when they'd come down the elevator from the roof. Perhaps her sisters were playing matchmaker. She checked her grin. If they'd gone to all that trouble, she couldn't let their work go to waste, now could she? Maybe the magic was right. Maybe she needed to be up front with Chris. No games. Just declare her intentions to whack him over the head with a giant candy cane and haul him off to her ice cave. As if it were that easy. Chris touched her arm, sending pops and fizzes shooting up her skin. She stared down at where their flesh touched, enamored with the sensations he created inside of her. She'd always known they mixed well, like cookies and milk, but this was a whole new feeling. "In case I don't see you again," he began, bringing her gaze up to meet his. Instantly, she was trapped in the swirling gray and silver colors, which brought to mind silver bells dancing in the moonlight. "Yes. Thank you for sharing the magic with me. I'm honored and humbled and in awe of what you and your family do. I'm just amazed that Santa is real. It's a childhood dream come true." Stella felt bolder than she had in ages. After all, Christmas depended on her taking the leap into true love and marriage. She had to get brave or risk losing it all. So why was it so scary to put her heart out there? If she rested her heart on one end of a teeter-totter and the happiness of children the world over on the other, there was no question which would weigh more in the grand scheme of things. But this wasn't some unknown heart. It was hers. And she was pretty attached to it. Not getting crushed like a candy cane would be wonderful. Unbeknownst to him, Chris held a proverbial rolling pin in his hands. Stella stepped into his space, where the scent of wood smoke, aftershave, and a hint of mint filled her senses. The sensation of cogs turning, bringing them together, took over her movements. She couldn't stay away from him any more than a Hot Wheels car could reject a paint job. His eyes grew warm and heavy, like he was being pulled under by the same force that drew her near. His hand went to her bare arm, warm and exciting all at the same time. With a small movement, he tugged her to him. "Stella," he whispered as if trying to convince himself she was real. Oh, she was real, all right. As real as the heart pounding away in her chest in anticipation. Not even walking into the family room to a pile of gifts on Christmas morning compared to the thrill she experienced when his arms wrapped around her. She laid her hands on his chest, ready to slide them up his lapels and around his neck to draw him closer. If he was a shy kisser, he'd have to get over that. His eyes dipped to her lips, and he leaned down. The elevator doors clanked open, and a doctor bumped into the two of them. "Sorry, mate," he threw over his shoulder as he scurried away. Chris shook himself and looked down at her as if he didn't know how they'd ended up breathing the same air. She gathered herself quicker than he did and brushed his jacket as if it were covered in lint. "You had something. Right there," she said by way of explanation. Yeah, it was her hand, but she didn't need to bring attention to the fact that she'd been plastered against him. Especially since he was emotionally backpedaling faster than Blitz on a clear winter's night. "Are you coming?" She threw in a bit of her usual snark in hopes that he wouldn't think anything of what had transpired. Or at least believe that she wasn't thinking of it. How she'd ever forget, she didn't know. Her hand poised over the button for the top floor. Running away was a viable option at the moment. But she couldn't leave him stranded in California on Christmas. That wasn't Kringle-ish. Yeah. He glanced around and then stepped inside, keeping as much room between them as possible without making it look like he was trying to stay away from her. She lifted her chin. So that was how it was going to be, huh? The doors closed, and they were off toward the roof. Stella, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. He ran his hand through his hair. I feel like I need to be honest. She turned slightly, but didn't give him her full attention. I'm not the guy for you. It wasn't often that Stella was surprised by something. Usually, she was the one to drop a verbal bomb in a conversation, but this one got her right in the chest. Not that she'd let him know. What makes you think I want you? He cupped the back of his neck. I kind of thought we had a moment there. Darn tootin', they'd had a moment. A completely heated, wonderful moment that could have led to more moments full of exponentially wonderful things. But she wasn't about to tell him that. Not while he stood there looking like he'd rather walk home than kiss her. Maybe you had a moment. She folded her arms and faced forward, doing her best to ignore him while he broke her candy cane heart. His arm dropped in what looked like defeat. That couldn't be right, because he was the one sending her off. And for what? Why in the name of fruitcake did he think they weren't meant to be together? I did have a moment, he admitted. And because of it, I felt like honesty is the best policy and all that junk. I don't want to lead you on. The man needed to stop talking. She gritted her teeth. Lead her on? Lead her on? The hazards of being a preacher, she threw out flippantly as she pushed the top floor button, willing the elevator to go faster. Yeah. I mean, because you're. Well, you, and I'm a small-town preacher who. She'd heard enough. Stella might flirt with the naughty list, but she hadn't actually had so much as her initials written in light pencil on the scroll. Well, these days, it was a digital scroll. Still. Her record was clean. Releasing her tight hold on her skirt, she allowed it to swoosh to the floor. Focused, she put her hand on Chris's chest and pushed him against the back wall. He moved where she directed him, his eyes wide with alarm. Good. He should be nervous. Let me tell you something, preacher. I may be the last Kringle sister to get married, but that doesn't mean that I'm the bottom of the reindeer heap. And I may not be a saint, but that doesn't mean that I'm not good enough for the likes of you. The doors opened, and she stomped out into the open air, grumbling Christmas curses. Her sleigh was the last one to leave. All the better. She didn't need an audience to the most humiliating aftermath to an almost kiss she'd ever have. That's not what I meant, he called after her as he leaned into the wind and made his way to the sleigh. She stopped near the front to scratch between Blitz's eyes. The reindeer nudged his nose against her stomach, sensing her mood and offering comfort. Thanks. He's not worth the tears. Even as she said the words, she had to swallow back the emotions clogging her throat. There was something about Chris that had captured her attention years ago. No amount of dating, flirting, and yes, even kissing other guys had wiped out the beacon that called her to him. She'd finally allowed herself to be vulnerable, and he'd turned her away. She refused to let him have the last word on the matter. He stepped into the sleigh and took a seat on the velvet cushion, pressing himself in the corner. Let's have a fun flight, shall we? She winked at Blitz. He should remember this night, don't you think? She would remember it for the rest of her life. Not even Christmas magic could erase this memory from her heart. Blitz's eyes twinkled with mischief. He was the fastest and most reckless reindeer in the stables, and she adored his wild flight pattern. Moving back to the sleigh, she took up the reins. Stella, Chris began what would likely be a long and drawn-out speech about it not being her but him. She stopped him with a flick of the reins. You'd better hold on, preacher, it's going to be a bumpy ride. On Blitz. The animal leapt into the air, did a tight circle like a dog chasing its tail, and then bolted westward. Oh yee! Stella screamed into the wind, kicking off her shoes and sliding her bare foot against the brace. Her dress pressed against her frame and her arms strained to maintain control. Chris leaned back and threw his arm over the seat, seemingly unperturbed. The man must have a stomach of steel. Lux would have puked by now. No matter, they'd get him yet. Jingle those bells, Blitz. She tugged on the reins, directing Blitz to one of their favorite playgrounds. Hey, preacher, have you ever seen the Grand Canyon? He shook his head, his face draining of color as they dove into the north rim. The wind pulled at her hair. She used one hand to remove the pins and let it fly. Drawing a deep breath, she settled into the ride, focusing on doing her part so Blitz could play his reindeer games, weaving in and out and diving up before climbing high once again. Stella? Chris called behind her, his voice high and tight. Hang in there, preach. We'll have you back to Alaska in no time. Just as soon as we have a little fun. They hit an air pocket, and Blitz stumbled, making Chris call out. Stella grinned. Sometimes it was so nice to be naughty. Chapter 1. December 1st. The formal dining room was no place to eat. Not when there were laptops and computer screens set up in stations, papers with names crossed out strewn over the wood, and more papers thrown at the fireplace in disgust or frustration, landing where they may. No, the formal dining room of Santa's ice castle was where Stella Kringle planned to find her future husband. As the last remaining single Kringle. Gag. Had she ever thought that name entertaining? She had 23 days until Christmas Eve to land the man of her dreams, settle down, double gag, and save Christmas. Simple dimple holiday brickle. There was just one problem. Where have all the good men gone, and where are all th? Stella yanked the candy dish away from her oldest sister, Robin, before she could grab another milk chocolate-dipped vanilla. If you sing that song one more time, I'm going to sew your stocking shut. Robin pushed out her bottom lip. It's apropos. She waved her arm, indicating the 6 laptops open and on just as many different dating sites. Lux streamed them onto one giant screen so Stella could talk to a dozen men at once. Stella had given up trying to keep the conversation straight a week ago and shoved Frost into the chair. With her speed reading skills, honed through years of reading letters to Santa, her youngest sister was more than capable of flirting with 4 times as many men online. Stella leaned over Frost's shoulder, supervising. Something she excelled at, just ask the elves who worked for her in toy making. It's too bad you always had a thing for tannin. We could have had so much fun as single sisters. Frost hunched her shoulders forward. If you so much as whisper to my husband that I did this, I'll fill your closet with Amish clothing. Frost was the only Kringle who could tell a lie. She'd been doing it ever since she was a child and answered a letter to Santa. Which was strictly forbidden. Which was another reason she was the perfect person to flirt on Stella's behalf. None of the other sisters would be able to keep it from their husbands. Not that Frost was in the habit of lying to Tannen. Desperate times and all that. Stella laughed. No doubt Frost could change out her wardrobe to fit in with the Mennonites. Within hours. I could totally rock it. The Amish. Lux sat up in her seat, where she'd crouched over her keyboard counting megabytes like Scrooge counted his money. The 3 of them stopped talking and stared at her in question. She hadn't said a word for hours, and then she popped out with the Amish like she'd struck gold in the Yukon. Lux shoved her glasses up her nose. What? Don't you see? Besides the rainforest, it's the only place on Earth we haven't looked for a man for you. Thanks ever so much for that observation. Desperation was not Stella Kringle's best look, and she did her best to hide it behind a laissez-faire attitude and extra thick eyeliner. Stella glanced at the notes they'd hung around the room, her eyes falling to the countdown sheet. The advent calendar didn't lie. Christmas would come on December 25th, just like every year. Yet she wasn't any closer to getting married than she'd been 4 years ago when the North Pole started to fall apart. Life had been good back then, before Christmas magic decided to stir up trouble with an unexpected and irrational demand that one Kringle sister find true love and marry by Christmas every year or else. Stella wasn't single by choice. Each year, she found a husband prospect who turned out to be worth less than a lump of coal. And each year, one of her sisters had saved the day. And Christmas for children all over the world. By getting married. The scary thing about this year? She was flying the sleigh without a safety harness. There wasn't another Kringle to jump in and say I do. She was it. Christmas's last hope. The woman who could prevent the elves turning into a puff of dust, the reindeer crashing, and their family home melting into the ocean. It wasn't fair. Her personal life, or lack thereof, shouldn't stand between Santa and delivering gifts. But unlike the reindeer, Christmas magic didn't play games. It was fall in love or bust. Talk about pressure. The kitchen door flew open, the scent of ginger snaps filling the air like an ominous westerly wind. Ginger Kringle stood in the doorway, wearing a red velvet coat with a high, white fur collar and black leggings. I'm issuing an executive Santa order. All online dating stops now. Family meeting. Don't dither. Stella blinked. Okay, Cruella. Ginger glared around the room. A reindeer hoof stomp later, she giggled. I didn't know how fun it could be to be bad. Maybe you've been onto something all these years. She clipped Stella's shoulder, spun on her heel, and sauntered out of the room with her lips pushed out like a supermodel's. That was weird. Stella pointed after Ginger. Tell me that wasn't strange to you. Robin nodded slowly. That was weird. Lux closed her laptop, making all the screens go dark. Wah. Frost reached for the keyboard. I wasn't done reading. She'd been so engrossed in words that she'd missed most of what had gone on around her. It was the same thing when she discovered billionaire romances. They hadn't seen her for a whole week as she'd binge-read as many as she could get on her Kindle. Robin pushed to her feet, tugging the candy plate with her. Santa's orders. Family meeting in the living room. Lux checked her watch. Shoot, I'm supposed to read with Oliver. I'll see you in there. She hurried out of the room, tugging her hair out of the messy bun as she walked. How about you? Frost asked Stella, her violet eyes suspicious. Do you have any idea what the meeting is about? Stella settled into a chair, throwing her leg over the armrest and twirling her hair. Oh, I'm sure it has something to do with our impending doom and my inability to snag a husband. Frost and Robin exchanged worried looks. Stella hopped up, swinging her hips as she walked. Don't get your cookies in a crumble, sis. I'm all sugar and no spice tonight. She pushed through the swinging door to the kitchen as if her only care was how much candy she would consume at their next girls' night. Inside, she was a turbulent mess of Legos without an instruction book. Toy production was her area of specialty, and the closer they got to Christmas, the more she had to produce. The only trouble was that she couldn't be here, taking care of the machines and overseeing all things toys and date. Hence the massive amounts of online dating. Mere mortals weren't allowed at the North Pole, so she had to travel to weed out the prospects for a future Mr. Kringle. She hated weeding. In the hallway, she found Oliver staring up at a picture of Augustus Kringle. The 11th Santa had a stern brow and dark hair with a silver stripe up the middle that always made her think of Dracula. He wasn't the loving, kind Santa of today, but a taskmaster in a fur cape. Still, history showed that he'd been able to deliver toys in countries that hadn't been open to Santa before. Perhaps his grim determination was the reason he'd been so successful. Stella believed she held some of that determination inside of her. She'd just covered it in chocolate and slathered it with goodwill. She slowed and then stopped beside the 8-year-old. Lux's stepson had joined them a couple Christmases ago when his mom was in a car wreck and he didn't have anywhere to go. Lux had instantly loved him. Which wasn't strange for a Kringle. But she'd expounded that on top of the regular love they all had for children, there was a sense of mine when it came to Oliver. What do you think of Great-Grandpa? She asked. I think he was stressed out. Stella laughed. That's for sure. He had to do this all on his own. Oliver nodded. His hands were clenched into fists. Stella squatted down to his level and loosened one. What gives, tough guy? You stressed about something? My grandpa was not nice to my mom at Thanksgiving. Stella grabbed him in a hug and lifted him off the ground, swinging his legs back and forth. Oliver's mom got Oliver for holidays and such, but sometimes he came back fighting demons no child should have to battle. Want me to put him on the naughty list? Can you do that? All it takes is an email. She squatted to set him down and pulled out her phone, thumbing an explanation to Ginger, who would update the list. There. Done. She looked down at his crestfallen face and rounded shoulders. Hey, just because your grandpa's on the list doesn't mean you are too. Your other grandpa is Santa, so I think you're safe. He threw his skinny arms around her neck. Thanks, Auntie. You're the best. She drew in his Hershey's Kiss scent. I know. He giggled. She pushed him toward the kitchens. Go get yourself a sugar cookie, kid. He trotted off, looking like things were right in his world again. Ah, to be a child in a magical ice castle, raised by Christmas's most famous family of gift givers. She was almost to the family room when she heard a disturbance that sounded oddly like an argument. Veering off course, she headed toward letters, where the mail was sorted and Frost read children's missives to Santa. The door was halfway open, and Stella paused outside to listen. What do you think you're doing? Yelled Tilly, Frost's helper. That candy is for all of us. Cellora stared her down while dumping Frost's candy bowl into a bag. It's mine. You'll have to forage the garbage cave for your share. Tilly stomped her foot. Cellora was not dissuaded by this tantrum. Careful, or you'll end up cleaning stalls. She hugged the heavy bag close. Incensed for two reasons, Stella shoved the door open and marched over. The first reason her dander was up was that elves weren't supposed to argue. They were jolly by nature. The second reason was that they were supposed to be giving to a fault. The whole "if a man asks for your cloak, give him your coat too" was written in their DNA. If they argued over candy, it was over who got to give the last piece away. Not take it. Cellora, what's going on? You never act selfishly. Ever. You give your dinner carrots to the reindeer. She sputtered to come up with an explanation as to why the normally congenial elf was behaving like a spoiled child. That's all I do is give, give, give. For once I want to get my share. She headed for the door, dragging the pillowcase behind her. Stella stared after the determined and disturbingly angry elf, practically at a loss for words. I've never. She's in a mood, Tilly offered. Are elves allowed bad moods? Stella asked. No, Tilly tugged at her pointy ear. I must say, it's a mite bit concerning. You can say that again. Ho ho ho. Dad's voice crackled through her phone. Why am I the only person in the family room? Stella threw an apologetic look to Tilly. I gotta go. Tilly waved, and Stella scooted to the meeting, still wondering over what she'd just witnessed. How could she explain the moment to anyone? They wouldn't believe her. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. She opened the door to the family room just to see Roxy throw a cup of cider in Robin's face. Roxy! Robin screamed, more in shock and horror than in anger. The cider dripped off her new lash extensions and soiled the carpet. Dad stepped between them. Both of you, go to your rooms. Stella snickered. Been a while since you had to pull that one out of the OL bag. She reached into her magic purse, which she'd left on the couch the night before, and handed Robin a towel. But, Robin stuttered. She held her arms out to the side, as if they would permanently stick to her clothing if she let them down. She splashed me. Frost, Lux, Ginger and all the husbands came piling in through the door for the meeting, stopping short at the crazy scene they entered. Roxy ran to Frost, who wrapped her in a hug as she sobbed, "I didn't mean to do it. I don't know what came over me." Frost rubbed her back. "It's okay. We'll sort this out." She turned accusing eyes on Robin. Stella jerked back in surprise. Frost never glared. Squinted at a third grader's handwriting, maybe. But glare? No way. What? I didn't do anything. Robin lifted her palms higher. Dad stroked his snowy white beard. "It's as I feared." "What, honey?" Mom placed a hand on his arm. Dad sighed heavily. "Christmas cheer. It's waning." Lux and Quick exchanged frowns. "Excuse me?" Ginger pushed to the front of the group, doing a great impersonation of Cruella with her hand on her impossibly thin hip. "Christmas cheer doesn't wane. Not when I'm Santa." Roxy nodded in agreement. Lux lifted her hand. Well, that's not exactly true." Heads whipped in her direction faster than jump ropes turned circles. "Go on. You might as well tell us." Stella studied her nails as if she didn't care. Inside, her heart beat as if the little drummer boy had a hankering for a drum solo. Every year, something went wrong with Christmas magic. The closer they got to Christmas Eve without a wedding, the worse it got. It sounded like she was about to find out what fresh batch of reindeer poop they were all in. We each have different parts of Christmas magic inside of us. Robin can see needs and fill them. Ginger can tell a naughty or nice child at a glance. Frost can speed read letters. Lux pointed at Stella. "What's your Christmas gift?" "Pfft," Stella scoffed. "Organization, engineering, management, and I make Christmas look good." She touched her eyebrow and winked. Tannen snapped his fingers and pointed at her. "She's charming," came out of his mouth like the winning answer on Jeopardy. Ding. 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 Lux pointed to her nose and to Tannen. "Although I don't think it's as much charm as it is cheer." Stella scowled. "Is this a joke? I'm the least cheerful of us." Lux narrowed her eyes as if x-raying Stella's soul. "That's not true. Not only do you handle stress better than all of us combined. Hello, you have to make enough toys for the whole world in 364 days. You're the one who championed us through the last 4 years of rocky romance." Quick put his hand on Lux's shoulder. Tannen kissed Frost's hair. Gabe hugged Robin to his side, oblivious to the cider stains he gathered. Joseph grabbed Ginger's hand. Their show of strength and support for her sisters was touching. And a big reminder that Stella had unfinished business. She kept her face impassive. "Yeah, well, it was easier to be positive when I wasn't the last woman standing." Ginger reached for her shoulder. "Stella, you know what you have to do. That's the whole reason we're here. This is an intervention." Stella gasped. "For my love life? Oh, that's insulting." Something stung Stella's eyes, and she blinked rapidly. Guilt was as bad as a clogged paint sprayer. Stella could do without either for the rest of her life. She hated failing in front of the people who loved her. Mom flattened her apron. "It's not that we want to do this, but you've searched the whole world over and no one fits. We think," she amended while motioning for Dad to join her, "you need to go back to Alaska." Dad cocked his head. "She does?" Mom shushed him. Stella threw up her hands. There was no way she was going down that disaster road again. "No. Nope. I can't." Robin hooked a thumb over her shoulder. "Gabe and I will ready the sleigh." "I'm not going," Stella called after them. Mom tucked a piece of hair behind her ear. "I'll pack you some food. The lake house isn't stocked yet." She headed for the kitchens. "Don't bother. I'm not going to need it." Stella folded her arms. Frost clapped her hands. I have a few new outfits I've been holding on to. I'll pack them and meet you in the stables. Roxy followed her out the door, looking much happier at the prospect of clothing and matching outfits than she did sitting in on the family meeting. Tannen went too, his excitement over textiles much less evident. It's not worth your time, Stella warned her. Lux rubbed her palms together. I have new tech. It's so good, I almost put the Stark logo on it. You did? Quick followed her out. How come I didn't know about that? I thought you were a Captain America fan. Their voices faded away before Stella could tell them not to bother. She planted her feet and glared at Ginger. As reigning Santa, Ginger could stop this mess from happening. You're going to have to banish me to get me out of here. Ginger linked her arm through Stella's. Look. We both know there's only one man you're going to fall in love with. She tugged Stella toward the door. Who? Asked Dad from behind them. We don't know any such thing. I haven't spent much time in Italy, and I'm partial to a Roman nose, Stella countered. Ginger sighed. Will you please stop fighting it? Cree. Stella cut Ginger off with a hand over her mouth. We do not speak his name. Whose name? Dad asked again. Ginger growled and shut Stella's hand away. Fine. I won't say his name. But you will talk to him. You have a lot to talk about. The sternness in her voice brokered no arguments. Not that Ginger was in charge of her. Stella would do what Stella wanted to do. But she'd avoided this errand for 310 days. Perhaps it's time to set things right. For the sake of closure. Let him know you were interested and he hurt you. Who knows? Maybe he changed his mind. That's so romantic. Sarcasm dripped from her tone like caramel sauce. I used to think you were wrong for me, but I've had a year to think on it, and maybe we can make a go of it. For the sake of the children, that is. Every woman's dream come true. They arrived at the stables to find it bustling with energy from every occupant. Except the one hitched to the sleigh. Stella screwed up her lips at the sight of Dunder in a harness. Dad came through the door, practically on top of Stella and Ginger. Ladies, would someone please tell me? Dunder? Stella pointed a red-painted fingernail at the gray reindeer. No offense, but I don't want to travel with a grandpa. Where's Blitz? You'll take the reindeer I tell you to take. Selora did up the last buckle. Her hands dropped. Sorry, Miss Kringle. I'm under the weather, I think. Her hand went to her stomach. Did you eat all the candy? Asked Stella. Mom came through the door, grocery boxes in her arms. Dad rushed to take them from her and stowed them in the sleigh. Only the suckers, Roxy offered. Stella snickered. That was a dumb move. Stella, Mom warned her. What? That much sugar should make her a jolly rancher out here in the stables. Dad coughed to cover his chuckle. Stella's confidence was boosted. Her sisters and brothers-in-law poured through the door in a symphony of purposeful chaos. In less time than it took to print a twister mat, Stella stood in the sleigh, her foot against the brace. Not that she'd need it. Dunder was the slowest of the reindeers still in the stable. Do you think he can make it? She asked Lux, who was busy installing apps on Stella's new phone. He'll make it, won't you, boy? Lux scratched behind his ear. Go easy on him, though, okay? Dunder huffed as if Lux had insulted him. What? Lux held up a palm. She leaned over and whispered in his ear, just loud enough that Stella could hear it too. It's her I'm worried about. She's crazy. Dunder chortled. Oh, great. A reindeer with a sense of humor. That's all I need. As liftoff approached, Stella's stomach fluttered with nerves. She hadn't been back to Clearfield since she'd kidnapped the man who shall not be named for Robin's wedding. She hadn't mentioned it at the time of the heist, but she'd hoped he'd stick around and be her plus one. For as long as they both should live. Optimistic? Yes. Heartbreaking? That too. Because he'd turned her down flat and stated in no uncertain terms that she wasn't good enough for him. 6 months later, she'd learned through some online research that he was dating a woman named Cindy. Blonde, beautiful, and Alaska tough, the woman was a thorn in Stella's holly. Looks like you're all set. Ginger hugged Stella. Be nice to he who can't be named. I'm not making any promises. Stella stepped away and laced the leather reins through her fingers. It all depends on if he's still dating Cindy Lou Schmoo. If he is, I can't be held responsible for knocking over her Christmas tree. Ginger gasped. You wouldn't. Stella looked up at the ceiling as if gathering strength from a higher power. You underestimate me, my dear sister. Dad stepped forward. Leave Christmas out of this. He drew in a deep breath and glanced at the group. And would someone please tell me where my daughter is flying off to tonight? Mom's cheeks lifted in a Cheshire grin. Clearview, Alaska, dear. Dad scratched his snowy white head. The preacher? The preacher. Robin folded her arms. Tell him thank you for the lovely wedding last Christmas. He did a wonderful job. Stella rolled her eyes. I'll jump right into weddings. Because that's not obvious at all. She flicked the reins. Dunder looked over his shoulder at her, lifting an eyebrow. How does he do that? Reindeer don't have eyebrows, Stella asked in awe. She hadn't spent much time with Dunder over the years, preferring the young ones who had spunk over the Lincoln model. Lux shrugged. He's magical. Well, if he doesn't get a move on, I'm not giving him carrots when we land. Dunder stomped one back foot, shaking the ice cave. Stella grabbed onto the sleigh to keep from falling back into the velvet seat. Sprockets and springs, Dunder. I didn't know you had it in you. He cocked his head and then bolted from the cave with a mighty whoosh. Stella whooped. On, Dunder, she called into the night as the sleigh rose into the inky sky full of stars. She turned to look at her family gathered in the cave opening, watching their only hope fly away. Her throat closed off with emotion. Going alone was the only option. Sure, she'd been a wingman for her sisters, but she couldn't bear for them to see her fall on her face romantically. They looked up to her. She was the one who had it all together, the confident sister that stood up to bullies and jumped into the crowd as if they'd all love her. For the most part. They did. So why didn't Chris? Yes, she could think his name. It was hearing it that set her heart off like an electric fire truck. Shoot. She needed to update the orders for those. She pulled out her phone and tapped the Toys app Lux had just downloaded, changing the numbers as she kept one eye on the sky. Dunder flew smoothly and made life easy for her. When that was done and her mind blanked, she groaned. Work was usually her distraction from thinking about Chris. What was she going to do if he turned her away? Again? Christmas cheer wasn't the only thing on the line. If she didn't fall in love and get married by Christmas Eve, Christmas magic would disappear, and there would be no more presents under the trees, no more candy canes and stockings, and no more Santa. And who would she be then? A nobody. Because without the magic, she wasn't anything special. Her biggest fear? That Chris already knew that. Dunder pitched forward, taking them downward as a sprinkling of lights came into view. She tightened her grip on the leather. The flight there might have been like riding in a Cadillac, but she was no stranger to the fact that the road through romance was all turbulence.
Chapter 2. Pastor Kristopher Willis bolted to the window. He heard sleigh bells, he knew it. Scanning the night for the telltale dark shape that blocked out the Milky Way as it sailed across the wide-open sky above Clearfield, he held his breath. Sure, it was only December 1st, but that didn't mean Santa. Or his daughters. Weren't out there. He'd performed the ceremonies for 4 of the 5 magical ladies. While he was happy to unite those who were truly, madly, deeply in love, there was only one sleigh-flying woman he would jump to the window for. Stella. He'd last seen her flying north on Christmas Eve after a sleigh ride that had left him shaken. That darn Blitz. If he ever got his hands on that crazy reindeer, he ran his hand down his face. It would never happen. Stella had made her feelings for him quite clear as she'd done her best to dump him out of the sleigh over the Grand Canyon. He'd botched the whole situation in a bad way. Still, a guy could hope, couldn't he? Especially when sleigh bells sounded outside his window. He listened hard, squinting and straining to see something. Anything. But the only sound was the popping of wood in the fireplace and the crackle of heat. Clearview, Alaska, was neck-deep in snow. He'd found a purpose here of sorts. One that made him feel important in their tiny corner of the world. Sometimes that meant pulling someone out of a snowbank, and other times it meant giving candy to a child. He served where he could, and he prayed when he couldn't. It wasn't a big life in the grand scheme of things, but people looked at him like he was someone. Which was a big change from the life he'd left behind, where the town, and especially his parents, thought he was no one. The sky was as beautiful as ever, bright with light only seen in this corner of God's kingdom. After 5 minutes of searching, he was about to give up when he caught the outline of a large reindeer blocking out Ursa Major. His heart spiked and he dropped the curtain in surprise. Clambering to get it open again, he didn't see which direction the animal headed. He'd been on a downward trajectory, so it was possible he'd landed outside Clearview. Darn it. He pounded his hand against the sturdy window frame and then grinned. She's back. He rubbed his slick palms down his jeans. She could be married. Maybe on her honeymoon. Oh, dear Father, please don't let her be on her honeymoon. That would be worse than Blitz playing chicken with a 747. The other worst-case scenario was that he would be asked to marry her to another man. Now that would be a horrible turn of events. He hurried to the bathroom to give his beard a trim and put himself at his best. He'd head out first thing in the morning, make the rounds down Main Street, and make himself easy to bump into. He'd waited all year, hoping Stella would come back and he could make things right. Though he was at a loss as to how to go about doing that when he was already a screw-up in the relationship department. According to Cindy, the last woman he'd dated, he was emotionally unavailable. That wasn't true. He just didn't want to get attached to her. She had a laugh that could scare wolves away and a snort that rivaled a moose's. And that wasn't the worst of it. The worst was that she was just like his mother. Condescending and judgmental, she could take the smallest action and turn it into a hurricane of a fight. They'd lasted 2 months. In that time, he'd learned that he wasn't the marrying type of man. And there was his conundrum. He wanted Stella, but he couldn't have her. He just wanted to see her once more. He was in the middle of cleaning the shaving cream remnants out of his sink when there was a knock at the door. A glance at the clock told him it was late for visitors. No matter. This was a house of the Lord and open to all at all hours. For a brief moment, he wondered if it was Stella. His hand slipped on the knob, and he shook his head. Acting like a teenager with a crush, he mumbled to himself as he tried again. He managed to get the door open and smiled with as much welcome as he felt burning in his heart. Instead of Stella's wide smile, plump lips, and long lashes greeting him, Kazu with his silver hair tied back in a leather strap and his grizzled face stared back. You'd better come down to Trudy's. He turned and left without another word. Chris might have been offended by someone else, but that was Kazu. He might not have a lot of words, but he was steady. When the church floor had rotted up 2 years ago, Kazu had been on the radio, getting supplies up here on the next plane. It meant a lot to Chris and to the people of this town. If they knew how much Kazu cared about them and their spiritual welfare, they'd be surprised. Chris shut the door behind Kazu. No sense in letting the warm air out. He pulled his snow pants and coat off the hooks by the door and suited up. Boots, hat, scarf, and gloves were next. Whatever was going on at the cafe, no one expected him to rush out in the cold without protection. When he was adequately layered, he headed into the night. The church was situated at the top of Main Street, so he had a downhill walk. Which wasn't so bad, But sometimes he wished the first preacher in the area had thought to put the church at the bottom of Main Street to let gravity help bring people through the doors. The cafe was lit up, and the big window in the front allowed him to see the gathering taking place. There was lots of plaid. A large tree sat in the center of the room, decorated with paper ornaments local children made when they came to dine. He pushed through the doors, and all talking ceased. "What's going on?" he started, unwrapping himself. The wood stove in the corner glowed with heat, and a trickle of sweat ran down his back. Trudy came forward, her hands outstretched and her hair falling out of the top knot she kept it in. "It's horrible." She spoke low, so only the 4 people around Chris could hear. "Thank goodness you're here." She grabbed his hand and pulled him deeper into the crowd. Hank was there, so whatever was going on would be broadcast to the community on his nightly show. Trevor sat at a table, nursing a coffee, his face pinched. Uncomfortable that they all looked to him when he had no idea what was going on or what to do about it, Chris stuffed his gloves into his coat. "I'll do whatever I can." "What's the trouble?" he asked, hoping it was something he could solve with a memorized scripture or quote. He was often complimented on his humility at the pulpit. What people thought was modesty was truly a knowledge that he was making this all up as he went. "This." Trudy stepped aside, revealing 2 small girls with big eyes full of fear. Their hair was a mess, their faces smudged, and they clung to one another as if the earth itself would reach out and rip them apart. He smiled, trying to reassure them that he was there to help. "I don't understand." Trevor got up from the table and swaggered over. "I found these 2 in the middle of a field today. Thought they were dead at first, but they was just laying down to take a nap." "Where's their parents?" Chris asked, trying not to talk about them in front of them, but having no other option. "That's just it," Trudy answered. "They don't have any." "I'm sorry, what?" Chris touched his ear to encourage her to repeat herself. This was quickly becoming a non-scriptural issue. "I asked the older one. She said her grandma went for wood and..." Trudy looked down at her hands. Chris's heart sank. No matter how the story ended, it wasn't pretty. He took in the girl's appearance again. Where were they going? To family? The oldest shook her head. "We don't have family. We don't even have a grandma anymore." 2 giant tears built on her lashes before trailing slowly down her cheeks. "Hey." Chris moved around the table and squatted in front of them. "Hey now. It's..." He stopped himself from saying it's all right. It wasn't. And he couldn't make it okay. "We're here to take care of you." He turned to look at the people standing behind him just as several peeled off from the crowd and tucked their hats on to leave. The rest of them stared at the floor or the wall, not making eye contact. These folks prepared for winter all summer long. They stockpiled enough for themselves and their family, sometimes barely making it through without having to ration. Asking any of them to take on 2 additional mouths to feed was asking too much. He closed his eyes for a moment, realizing the care for 2 orphans fell to him. Not that he was more prepared than the other people watching the latest town drama unfold. He had savings, though. They could eat through it in a month. He could always call his parents. They'd wonder what he'd gotten himself into this time. He was such a sucker for a hard luck case, which had cost him half his college fund at one point. How was he supposed to know the woman was a con artist? In retrospect, the signs had been there, he just hadn't wanted to see them. Believing the best about people had served him well, and he'd met many people in Alaska who rose to those expectations. He turned to face them. The children deserved someone to look them in the eye, which he did as he reached for one of each of their hands. They let him take them, their fingers like ice even though they hadn't let go of each other since he'd walked in. "I'll take care of you. You won't freeze or starve. Okay? We'll figure this out." Children needed much more than what he offered, but for right now, that was all he could promise. It seemed to do a bit of good, as they relaxed their hold on one another. Their matching brown eyes bored into him, begging him for what? He didn't know. Just begging. He nodded once and stood. "Trudy, I'd like 3 plates of your special tonight." Trudy's face cracked as a smile spread across her wide, wrinkled face. "You got it. And the pumpkin pie is on the house." Extra whipped cream. He touched her shoulder. Thank you. She nodded and pushed her way through the swinging kitchen door. Chris pulled a chair out across from the girls and hung his coat over the back. Kazu patted his shoulder and headed out. Several other men came by, mumbling, "Good on ya, preacher," or "Jesus loves." They gave silent support. He shifted, uncomfortable under the praise. He had no idea what to do with two little girls and was way in over his head. Stella would know what to do. She had 4 sisters. He shook off the thought. He couldn't chase her down at the lake house with children in tow. He'd have to figure out if they had family. If not, he wasn't sure what he was going to do.
Chapter 3. December 2nd. Stella stepped off of Main Street and into the Clearview post office, breathing in the smell of paper and stamps as if that would soothe her anxious mind. This was the closest she could get to the letters department, and it smelled strangely like frost, which sent a wave of homesickness over her. She'd spent last night at the lake house, decorating it with hot pink and turquoise, peacock feathers and pine cones. While most of her family trended toward the traditional red and green holiday colors, she liked to mix things up. If she was going to be here for a while, she might as well be comfortable. Dunder ate more oats than a circus elephant could put away. He curled up in a stall and dozed. She'd worried, because Blitz rarely slept after a flight, but this morning he was up and shaking his antlers in anticipation of another trip. He didn't seem to mind keeping their runners on the ground as long as she steered clear of water. The post office was orderly and efficient. There were rolls of stickers, but they weren't trailing across the counter. A pad of sticky notes was accompanied by 2 pens. The computer screen was dust-free, and the P.O. boxes were shiny. In the corner was a box with Santa printed across the front. She grinned. Ginger's handiwork if ever she'd seen it. On closer inspection, the paint was worn and the bow wilted. The deteriorated state didn't match the rest of the place and caused her to frown. "Can I help you?" asked a man behind the counter. He wore a blue vest, and his name tag said Walter. "Do you ever put this in storage?" "It's quite worn out." She leaned down to inspect the bent leg. "We don't have a place for it, miss. But the children love the box, they say it's magic. So we leave it out all year." "That's because it is magic." They'd had an uptick in letters from Clearview. Perhaps this box had something to do with it. She straightened and took a step forward. "I'm after information, and I'm pretty sure you're the man with the knowledge." Who better to know what was going on in town than the postmaster? Perhaps Trudy over at the diner, but getting her alone would be a trick, and this place was as deserted as Rockefeller Center on December 26th. Walter puffed up his otherwise sunken chest but regarded her with suspicion. "I know a few things." "Great." She turned on her 1,000-watt smile and leaned against the counter. "Can you tell me if the preacher has a special lady in his life?" Walter guffawed. "He's entertaining 2 little ladies at the moment." She crinkled her nose. "2? He didn't seem like the type. I heard about it on the radio last night." Trudy called in to give her 2 bits on the situation. This could be a problem. Not just a problem, but a major issue. Is he serious about either of them?" "Quite." He looked over the top of his glasses. She silently fumed. 2 women? He just couldn't get enough of the single lifestyle, could he? And he thought she wasn't good enough for him. Ha! She might be a serial dater, but she'd never dated 2 men at the same time. She rapped her knuckles on the counter. "I guess that's that." She reached in her purse and pulled out an official mail carrier's fur-lined beaver hat. "Thanks for the info, Walter. Merry Christmas." Walter's eyes lit up. "I've always wanted one of those." "Thank you." He put the hat on and grinned. "You deserve it. And you saved me from making a fool of myself." "What do you mean?" She fidgeted with her purse strap. I'd hoped, she trailed off. There was no sense bearing her soul to Walter. He didn't need the burden. Pulling the hat off, Walter held it over his heart. You know, he's a really great guy. I was joking around a little about what's going on up at the church. What I should have said was. Stella interrupted him. No need to explain. I think I should, though. Lifting her chin, she winked. Don't worry about it. I'm a big, tough girl. I can handle this guy. She took several steps backward. You look marvelous in the hat, by the way. He perked up. Merry Christmas. She made her way onto the wooden deck out front and turned her face toward the church. A heavy snow, full of groups of flakes that fell in beautiful silence, had started while she was inside. Not that it mattered to her. She could stand there in her skivvies and not notice the cold, thanks to her Kringle jeans. She leaned against the railing and looked down Main Street, purposefully avoiding the church situated at the top of the street. What was she supposed to do now? Her family had packed her up and sent her on this trip to find a man. Staying in a town where the ratio of men to women was 5-to-1 wasn't a bad idea. This place had rallied around Ginger when she'd been looking for a husband. Running into Chris would be awkward at best. She wilted. She couldn't stay here and watch him play the field. That was asking too much of her heart. It was already in a pile of tissues and tears. Silent, because she would not break down on Main Street. Breakdowns were for closets and ladies' rooms. She couldn't go home a failure, either. Facing the disappointed looks on her family's faces would be worse than marrying the wrong man. Maybe. It felt that way, anyway. She'd just have to find her true love. The problem with having a world of men to pick from was that she had so many options, and she was running out of time. She turned to cast one more longing look at the church and seal her heart off from the man who could have been her forever. That was so much easier to say than it was to do, but she would give it her best shot. What in the peanut brittle? Rubbing her eyes, she did a double take. Chris was building a snowman. He had the bottom already in place and was rolling a mid-sized ball. That's unexpected. She narrowed her eyes, watching to see if he had company. No one was around. Even in all his layers, he looked thick and muscly. She scolded herself for noticing. Hadn't she just decided to seal off her heart to this man? Then he showed up and she was all twitters and heart poundings. It wasn't fair. Why did he have to be such a jerk and also so likable? Her feet stomped his direction. She hadn't planned on them moving that way, but there they went. Angry that he had an effect on her, and angry at herself for letting him, she needed to let off some steam. And get closure. Yes, that would be good. Close the chapter and start fresh. She might have come up here for a kiss and, well, for him to beg her forgiveness for what happened last year. But this was good too. Healthy, even, to clear the air. If there wasn't a wedding in their future, there would at least be a goodbye. One way or another, her trip to Clearview would be worth the agonizingly slow flight. The snow muffled her footsteps. It was soft and fluffy. Just right for making snowballs and snowmen. She marched right up to Chris and tapped him on the shoulder. Preach. He whipped around. Stella? Her name was a whisper, the kind made in church where miracles happened. The sound ran over her, lifting goosebumps on her skin. She rubbed her arms. I'm surprised you remembered my name. I hear you're pretty popular with the ladies. His face turned red. I broke up with Cindy. Oh. She cocked her hip. Moving on to greener pastures, huh? Huh. He tugged at his beard. It was shorter than the last time she'd seen him. Sculpted, even. It looked good. She shook herself. Noticing his good points would not help her cause. His eyes locked onto her and held her in place. Listen. I really want to talk to you, but things are a little, Complicated? Complicated? Complicated. Of course they were. He was dating 2 women, and she'd shown up as if he'd be waiting for her. How stupid. Sometimes, being the most charming Kringle went to her head. Mom said a lot of her charm was that she assumed everyone would love her, and so she acted like they did, and then they followed suit. Maybe she'd assumed too much with Chris. It was just. When he looked at her, she felt like he saw her and all the faults she hid from the rest of the world, and he still wanted her. Even if he said otherwise. Could she have projected that on him too? The idea was humiliating. Let me uncomplicate them. I'm out of here. She spun around and stopped in her tracks as 2 sets of dark brown eyes stared at her. The little girls were as cute as teddy bears right out of the stuffing machine. They had long black hair and wore a mixture of outdoor clothing. "Who are you?" she asked. They exchanged a look. The smaller of the 2, the one who had the most love for Christmas in her little heart and longed for the trimmings and trappings of the holiday, answered, "I'm Sophia." "That's Emma." Chris grunted in surprise. Emma's hand went around Sophia's shoulders in a protective move. Stella ignored the man behind her, as she planned to do until the end of time. "Sisters, huh?" They nodded, their lips pressed tight. Sophia's eyes sparkled, though, like she knew there was something special about Stella. Could feel the magic that coursed through her veins and hung from her jeans like ornaments from a tree. "What's the matter? Grinch got your tongue?" she pressed. "Stella." Chris said her name as a warning, telling her to back off. He could kiss a reindeer. She hugged herself. Sisters are the best. They watch movies with you, help you do your hair, go shopping, and... She leaned closer. They help write letters to Santa. She stood up again. "I'd do anything for my sisters." "You?" She lifted an eyebrow in challenge. Emma glanced down at Sophia. "Yes." Chris came to stand just to her left. She could feel him there like a big ball of warm and wonderful things to snuggle with in front of a fire. Not that she wanted to snuggle with him ever. He was a rotter. "Right. You have a sister, and it looks like you all are building a snowman. It's a beautiful winter day." She held her hand out and caught a flake, blowing it off her palm like dandelion fluff. "So why the sad faces?" Sophia's lip trembled. Stella's heart crumbled like a cookie the day after Christmas. She dropped to her knees in the snow. "What is it, sugars?" Chris squatted next to her and spoke softly to the girls. "Did Trudy have a carrot?" They shook their heads in unison. Suddenly, something clicked in Stella's brain. 2 little ladies. She wanted to throw a snowball at Walter. These were the girls she'd been so upset about only moments before? Emma swiped at her cheek. She said they were all canned and too limp to be a nose. Stella glanced over her shoulder at the half-formed snowman and suddenly understood why they were so upset about a carrot. She reached into her purse and made a wish. "Well, that's no reason to cry." "Stella," Chris said out of the corner of his mouth. She glared at him. "Stop saying my name like that when I'm saving your butt." His eyebrows disappeared beneath his stocking cap, which was the wrong shade of blue for his eyes. He needed something brighter. She shook off the image of him in a light blue Henley and matching cap, his chest and shoulders filling the shirt out in Christmas catalog perfection. "It just so happens that I have a carrot that would make a delightful snowman's nose." She pulled out her hand and showed them the perfectly straight vegetable. "Here. You can have it." Emma eyed it warily. "You carry carrots around in your purse." Stella rolled her eyes. "Doesn't everyone?" The girl swallowed as if talking were difficult for her. Or maybe it was asserting herself that was hard. Whichever it was, she needed to work on that. Stella waited, letting the silence stretch. "No," she finally answered. Stella grinned. There was gumption in Emma yet. You're absolutely right. But I happen to have a reindeer who loves fresh carrots, so I bring them along to keep him happy. You have a reindeer? Asked Sophia. Would you like to see him? Stella asked before thinking. She just couldn't help herself. These girls were so pulled inside of themselves, their happiness was buried, and she wanted to uncover it and let them rejoice. She was, after all, made of holiday cheer. Sophia nodded eagerly. Stella waved the carrot. Still in her hand. Then you'd better finish the snowman. We can't leave him half done. Sophia took the carrot, holding it close to her chest as if it were a treasure. Which was Stella's undoing. There was nothing like the true joy on a child's face to melt a Kringle into a puddle of giving. She reached back into her purse, making wishes as fast as she could think them. I have a scarf, a hat, kohl for eyes and a nose, and buttons for the front too. She turned the purse upside down and shook so the contents fell on the snow. The girls giggled as they gathered up the items. One side of Chris's mouth lifted in a soft smile as he watched the scene unfold. If Stella were the Grinch, she could have measured how big that grin made her heart grow. She dropped down to pick up the pieces, her hand brushing Chris's glove as he did the same. Heat overwhelmed her, and the snow beneath her boots crunched. The girls scampered off. Chris, called Sophia, her voice ringing with all the bossiness a 6-year-old could muster. Stella liked her all the more for it. Come put the head on. I'm coming. He held Stella's gaze for a moment. They haven't said a word since they got here. I didn't even know their names. He kicked at the snow. Thank you. Her head skipped around the information, trying to make sense of it. Wait. What do you mean? Chris. Sophia put her mitten on her hip. Later? He asked, even as he moved toward the giant snowball. Stella tapped her lips. There shouldn't be a later. She should waltz out of here and never look back. But Chris had done the one thing she couldn't walk away from. He'd strummed her curiosity. What was going on here? How could he build a snowman with children and not know their names? Where were their parents? Chris laughed as he dropped the head in place, and snow fell on the girls' upturned faces. The picture was all normal Rockwell. Warm and fuzzy. She couldn't leave now. She'd promised the girls they could meet Dunder, and a Kringle never broke a promise to a child. Stella threw her arms up and huffed at herself. Looked like she was sticking around. But only until she figured out what was going on. Then she was off to Italy to find a man with a beautiful Roman nose and a sultry accent who would call her beautiful in Italian.
Chapter 4. Chris steadied Stella out of the corner of his eye as they made their way down to the trading post, where Stella had parked the sleigh in the lot behind the store. The snowman turned out much better than if he had to dress him, and the girls had finally opened up. All it took was a dash of Stella. He wouldn't mind a dash of Stella right now. Tearing his eyes away from her, he continued his story about how the girls had come to be his. For the time being, anyway. So they're with me. Until I can find a relative. He finished wrapping up the last 24 hours and glanced over to see her reaction. Maybe she'd want to take them with her. She'd make a fantastic mother. He'd been all soft and easygoing with them, and they'd clammed up. Stella was sarcastic and upfront, and they blossomed in only minutes with her. Maybe 2 little lost girls were too much drama for her, or too much responsibility. Stella was a free spirit. She breezed in and out of town on a whim. Or on a wedding, as the case might be. I thought Emma told Trudy they didn't have family. Stella spoke quietly enough that the girls, walking several yards ahead, couldn't hear. She did, but I've been unable to confirm anything with them. Maybe they'll be willing to talk about things now that you're here. I'm not planning on sticking around. Oh. His shoulders fell, and his boots grew heavy. I thought you might be here for Christmas. She kept her face straight ahead. Man, he'd messed things up with her big time. Not that he had much to give her. He was a screw-up when it came to relationships, holding a job, and being a contributor to society. Just like his dad. Robin's husband was raised in foster care, Stella said, as if he hadn't just thrown out a huge hint that he wanted her around. His negative interest was kind of pathetic. He should have just come out and said what he was thinking, that she was stunning and amazing and he didn't deserve her, but he'd sure like to try. But what if she didn't feel the same way about him? A rejection from her could break him beyond repair. There was a part of him that felt redeemable. Maybe it was all the preaching over the last few years that had him believing that. You should talk to him. He might know how to go about looking for their family. The giant weight of his lack of knowledge over the situation lessened. That would be great. I'll call them in a bit and see if we can set up a meeting. She gritted her teeth as if offering the help was an effort for her. After the way he'd nearly kissed her and backed off, helping him probably was a hard thing to do. He put his hand on her arm, feeling the shape of her shoulder through her impossibly thin coat. The moment he touched her, he was as warm and comfortable as if he were standing in his own house. He sighed, letting the muscles relax after they had bunched as he'd hunched his shoulders against the cold. There's something I want to say. No need. She smiled too big and too wide as she increased her footsteps to catch up to the girls. Pushing her way between them, she held out her hands, and they each took one. Who's ready to meet a reindeer? He shook his head. It was so easy for her. Emma and Sophia barely looked at him all morning, but with Stella, their walls tumbled down. He chuckled. He'd always thought Stella was a force of nature. Now he had proof. They went through the alley and emerged to find a reindeer and a green sleigh. The runners were a brilliant silver that glinted even in the weak Alaska sunlight. The Christmas green paint, because there was no other way to describe the shade, shone with a fresh coat of lacquer. Maybe Joseph had something to do with that. He'd like to ask the grouchy carpenter a few questions. But it wasn't like Santa or his family gave out their cell phone numbers. The bench seat was lined with expensive velvet. He knew from experience that inside the sleigh, it was a balmy 78 degrees no matter what the temperature was outside. He also knew that it could fly upside down without losing passengers or cargo, though why Santa would need that feature was beyond him. Stella needed it to keep her alive. The girls approached the reindeer with outstretched hands. He lowered his head a fraction in invitation. What's his name? Asked Sophia. She'd already proven the braver of the two girls. Maybe not braver, but less jaded. Being younger meant she was probably shielded from things by her older sister. Dunder. Dunder? Emma wrinkled her nose. She put her hand out and rubbed her glove along his gray hair. What kind of name is Dunder? Dunder is the Dutch word for thunder. Stella pulled 2 carrots out of her bag and handed them to the girls, motioning for them to feed the animal. This guy, well, he has a powerful takeoff. The first time he flew, he stumped so hard he shook the ground, making the sound of thunder. Dunder nodded his head as if he agreed with Stella's telling of his accomplishments. Emma held out the carrot, and he reached for it with his lips, making the girls giggle. How old is he? Asked Emma as she stroked the tufts of white around his ears. Her movements were slow and kind. Out of the 2 girls, she thought things through more. Probably because she was older. In reindeer years or human years? Stella asked, smirking at Dunder, who gave her the evil eye. Emma turned her face up to Stella. She was so open and full of curiosity that it transformed her into a child instead of the half-adult with 100 worries Chris had seen since he'd picked them up. Both. In reindeer years, he's 25. In human years, he's over 70. Dunder stomped his back leg just hard enough to make them all pause. I think he's trying to tell us he's still got it. Chris inserted himself into the conversation. He thinks he does, teased Stella. Chris grinned. He liked seeing her like this, teasing a reindeer and drawing the girls out of their shells, helping them be children. Dunder bumped Stella with his antlers, and she stumbled a step. He then turned to Sophia and winked as if they were in on a joke. Sophia covered her mouth to hide her laughter. Chris blinked. I swear he just winked. Stella righted herself and shoved Dunder's rack out of the way. The animal didn't so much as shuffle a foot. Hoof? I'm sure he did. A sense of wonder and fun overcame him, like he was standing at the top of the biggest hill with a sled in his hand and his best friends ready for a race. I didn't know reindeer could wink. Yep. She looked down and then took a step away from him as if needing the space. He ached for that step. He needed to explain things. Why he backed off in California. If she'd only give him the chance. I can give you all a ride up to the church if you'd like. The girls squealed, but Chris knew what Stella's offer meant. Packing them up and dropping them off at his doorstep was her way of getting rid of him. Emma suddenly threw her arms around Dunder's neck. I love him. She buried her face in his hide. Stella's shoulders fell, and something in her melted. Chris saw it as clearly as he saw her bright pink coat. Stella glanced up, her posture put upon. Well, I can't very well send you home without a reindeer picnic, then, can I? The girls looked blankly at her and then glanced at Chris. He lifted both his hands. I have no idea what she's talking about. Of course you don't, she groused. Get in. She moved her arms as if herding chickens into the sleigh. The girls jumped to it. Chris, on the other hand, eyed the sleigh. I'm not sure it's safe. After all, you're driving. Stella rose to her full height, which was about 2 inches shorter than him. Perfect kissing height. Man, he needed to get himself some mistletoe and apologize for being a jerk. She poked him in the chest. I'm the best flyer in the family. He scoffed. She might not be happy with him at the moment, but at least she was talking to him. That felt like a win, even if he had to egg her on to keep it going. That's not what my stomach said last year. He rubbed his belly for emphasis. That's because you're as weak as discount wrapping paper. She stepped onto the sleigh, picking up the reins. But you don't have anything to worry about. I'm keeping the runners on the snow today. Oh. He was kind of disappointed. Flying was a unique experience. One he hoped he never forgot. Stepping up to Dunder, he leaned over and said, Take it easy on the girls, okay? Dunder gave him a what do you take me for look. Chris patted his neck. I had to check. It's precious cargo. Dunder stomped a foot, telling him to get in or get out of the way. He chuckled as he took a seat next to Emma. I almost feel like he's talking to me. Emma patted his knee. He is. You just have to believe what he's saying. Oh? What did he tell you? She smiled, revealing a missing front tooth. That he wants another carrot. Chris threw his head back and laughed. The sleigh started forward, moving smoothly and effortlessly over the freshly fallen snow. He threw his arm over the back of the seat, and Emma leaned into him. Christmas magic was real, that much was certain. But the real magic was that this little girl trusted him. He wasn't great with kids. Not at all like Stella, who created a space for them to act like children. That was her special gift. But he was the one tasked with taking care of them, at least until he could find their family. And Emma's trust meant the world to him. If only he could get Stella to see in him what Emma did. Then he might get a second chance with the girl who'd gotten away. Now that was a big Christmas wish.
Chapter 5. What am I doing? Stella chastised herself for extending her time with Chris. Once she'd realized who the little ladies were, she wasn't as mad at him. And he'd said he'd broken up with that Cindy woman, so that was something. He still hadn't apologized for leading her into a kiss and then dropping her flat on her lips. For that, she should have flown away. It was just, these girls were so cute. They grabbed at her heart and held on with their laughter and smiles. They were the kind of grins that were as beautiful as they were rare, and she wanted to gather them all up like picking shells along the beach. A beach. Maybe after this, she'd head to Mexico and spend some time with her grandparents, flirting with men on the beach. Right. Like that would find her true love. She'd combed the beach before and left with a few good stories, a kiss or two, and tan lines, but no true love. She glanced over her shoulder to see the girl's eyes drooping. Chris wasn't far behind them. For the love of all the who's in Whoville, he looked good when he slept. Worry lines melted away. Since when had he gotten those? probably since the girls showed up. He was so tense. It was like he'd never hung out with children before. Maybe he hadn't. He was the youngest in his family of 5. His niece and nephew were barely old enough to cut teeth. And it wasn't like he lived close enough to be the doting uncle anyway. Still, a preacher should have some kid-charming skills, shouldn't he? With her cargo snoozing away, and Clearview far behind them, she slapped the reins. On, Dunder. Let's find a picnic spot. He didn't need any more encouragement than that. They were airborne without a jolt. She shook her head. All right, you've still got it, old boy. He snorted back at her. She looked around from their lofty perch and pointed him toward the mountains in the west. They found a plateau no person could reach and landed. The view was spectacular, the air thin and crisp, and the snow far below them. The sky was clear, and she took a moment to breathe in the sunshine, needing some clarity. She was here for the girls. Not for Chris. Children were her Achilles heel. Surely, Christmas magic would understand the need she felt to provide a happy Christmas for these two, and then she'd be on her way to finding love. Perhaps the magic would even give her a boost. She hopped out. Let's see what we have to work with, Dunder. She opened the sleigh's trunk and rooted around. A plaid blanket. She set that aside. A jack-in-the-box. She shoved it out of the way, only to find empty space behind it. That was it. Well, that was disappointing. She grabbed the blanket and headed for her magic purse. What would I ever do without you? She asked the bag. In a Kringle snap, she had the blanket spread out with an old sleigh on top, covered in an assortment of sandwiches since she didn't know what the girls would want to eat. She added chips, a veggie tray, bowls of nuts and dried fruit, and, of course, candy. Cider and hot cocoa were next, followed by a silver platter of carrots for the reindeer. A few hoops for reindeer games later, and she brushed her palms together, ready to make a magical memory for her new friends. She shook the girls awake. Come on, pretties. We're here. They gasped in unison. We're so high up. Emma lifted her arms in the air. The sleigh sat between the girls and the edge of the mountain for safety, but the sight of the little girl within 10 feet of the edge filled Stella with a strange anxiety. Come on over. We'll eat first. She waved them along. Sophia nudged Chris with her boot. He blinked and stretched. How was your long winter's nap? Stella asked as evenly as she could muster. He grinned. I haven't slept that good in ages. He sighed and stared at her, his eyes full of admiration. She turned her back, afraid she'd get pulled into his gray-colored eyes. Like storm clouds. That was what they reminded her of, the kind she and Blitz loved to push through. The girls ran circles around the blanket. Where did it all come from? Asked Emma. Stella dropped her purse in the sleigh. I had it with me. She unhooked Dunder. Is that a good idea? Chris asked, eyeing the reindeer. She flapped her hand. He's here for the picnic. Aren't you, boy? She rubbed behind his ear. He moved toward the platter of carrots. Will he get a stomachache from eating so many? Chris plopped next to Emma. If anyone knows what's good for a reindeer, it's a Kringle, she scolded him. The instant the tart tone left her mouth, she regretted it. Sarcasm was one thing, but she wasn't nasty. Amending her voice, she added, or a wrangler. She nodded for Emma and Sophia to start eating. It's buffet style, fingers only, and if your face gets dirty, all the better. They grinned and dug in while she poured hot chocolate. What's a wrangler? Chris asked, curious. Her eyebrows lifted slightly, she brought her head around to his train of thought. Oh, reindeer wranglers? They care for the herd we get our reindeer from. She didn't expound. It just wouldn't do to give away all of Santa's secrets. Her phone beeped, and she took it out to check messages. Being away from the North Pole this close to Christmas was as bad as wearing itchy tights. Robbie, Agus took my clipboard. Stella stared at the screen. Agus did not. This is my clipboard. Robbie is not. The elves had spats every now and again. It happened when you lived together for hundreds of years. She just couldn't remember them ever tattling on one another. Christmas cheer continued to eke out of the world. And it was her fault. Stella to Robin, SOS elf situation in production. Robin, I'm on it. Where are you? Stella, reindeer picnic. Robin, what? Her phone rang a second after she read the text. She smiled sweetly at the girls and Chris. Will you excuse me? I have to take this. She got up and walked several feet away before answering. Robin spoke before Stella could even get out of Merry Christmas. Are you even trying to get married? Stella huffed. Duh. She turned her back to Chris. Because we're up here, working our jingle bells off, and you're off having picnics. Stella gritted her teeth. I'm with Chris, she hissed. Oh. Oh. So you two mended fences? Not exactly. Have you kissed him? No, Stella scowled. It's complicated. Well, figure it out. Robin sighed. Sorry. I think the stress is getting to me. I was up all night with one of your machines. Worry pierced Stella. Which one? The toy machines should be running 24/7 at this point. Even a few hours out of commission could cost children around the world dearly. The popcorn mower machine. Stella groaned. That was one of their most popular items. Did you fix it? No. But Quick managed to get it going again this morning. Stella let out the breath she'd been holding. Next time, call me. I can fix any machine there in under 15 minutes. You just worry about falling in love. We'll handle the rest. They signed off, and she went back to the blanket, her body heavy from the weight of her task. She set the phone aside, staring at it as if it would sprout antlers and fly away. She shouldn't be here. She should have left Chris behind in Clearview and flown away post-haste. Robin was right, though she didn't know how right she was. Stella didn't have time to picnic. She needed every second to find a man. Emma got up and came over to Stella. She cupped her hand and whispered in her ear, I think I'm dreaming. Her soft voice, filled with a mixture of wonder and belief, made Stella tingle all over with Christmas magic. It's not a dream, Stella whispered back, her worries temporarily forgotten. This. Children, Emma, Sophia, wonder, hope, faith, believing. This was what Stella slaved for. This was what she lived for. Emma giggled and threw her arms around Stella's neck. Stella hugged her tight. When she let go, Emma ran back to her seat and snatched a brownie bite, her eyes dancing with joy. Stella turned to find Chris watching her, a confused look on his face. Stella lifted her chin and pulled her shoulders back, glancing away as if she hadn't just showed her soft side in front of him. So what? It wasn't like she was sticking around after today. Chris sipped from his mug. He brightened. It smells like you. Stella adopted an affronted air. No woman likes to be told she smells. Chris's cheeks turned rosy. It's a compliment, he mumbled. I like it. It was Stella's turn to grow warm all over. She shifted and glanced down, not quite comfortable with the changes in body temperature. Kringle's had an internal thermostat that stayed level no matter what weather they ventured into. It came in handy when flying at high altitudes, running on the beach, or traipsing around in Alaska looking for a husband. The girls sniffed their cups. It does. Sophia grinned. You must drink a lot of cocoa. Stella tapped Sophia's nose affectionately. Not nearly enough. Every Kringle smelled like Christmas. Ginger smelled like ginger snaps. Robin's scent was vanilla bean. The kind that grew wild and made the best cakes. Lux was chocolate mint, and Frost was cinnamon sugar. Stella was chocolate with a twist of lemon. Trying to make amends for her snappy comment, she turned to Chris. To be honest, I've always been bothered by my scent. I'm a little sensitive about it. Why? It's delicious. Chris held her gaze as he took an appreciative sip from his mug. The meaning behind his words and his gaze caused Stella's pulse to quicken. Because it's not a true Christmas scent. She toyed with a plaid napkin. I've wondered for years if Christmas was trying to tell me I didn't quite belong. I mean, who puts lemons out for Christmas? My grandma. He set his cup down. Really? She tipped her head in disbelief. Yes, really, he teased. She makes lemon snowball cookies every Christmas Eve. We dip them in a chocolate fountain. He leaned closer and sniffed deeply. You smell like every beautiful childhood memory I have. Chris, she whispered. She hadn't meant to sound moved, but she was. Drawing in her lordly leaping heart, she met his gaze. If I wasn't so angry with you, I'd be touched. His brows drew together. But you are angry, and that's my fault. That's usually how this works. She pushed to her feet before he could say more sweet things to soften her up. It's time for reindeer games. The girl's eyes widened in wonder. Stella grabbed the rings from the edge of the blanket. What do you think, Dunder? Can you still catch 10? She tossed a ring into the air and caught it. The reindeer's eyes flashed with challenge. Like a puppy with a ball, reindeer were compelled to catch rings. Young ones especially. Dunder probably hadn't played in years, though, so she'd have to take it easy on him. Emma tugged at Stella's coat. How do you play? Well, Stella twirled a ring around her finger as she adopted the air of one who knew simply everything about reindeer games. In truth, she'd invented many of them when she was a child. Reindeer weren't as easy to charm as the elves, and she'd liked the challenge. You toss the ring in the air, and Dunder has to catch it on his antlers. She casually threw the ring over her shoulder, adding enough oomph that it plunged off the side of the mountain. Emma's face fell. You lost the ring. Did I? Stella wiggled her shoulders. She knew the exact moment Dunder plunged over the cliff. Sophia screamed and Emma gasped, her hands flying to cover her eyes. Stella kept her back to the cliff, lifting her hand in the air expectantly. Dunder bounded back, his eyes full of that hungry look a reindeer got when he was playing ring toss. He made it to solid ground and trotted over to Stella, shaking the ring on his antler into her outstretched hand. Both girls stared at her with open mouths. She laughed inside. Seeing a reindeer fly for the first time was something of a shock for anyone. At least she had their attention. Who's a good boy? She rubbed his nose. Any other time, he wouldn't let her get away with such a patronizing tone, but his eyes hadn't left the ring. He wanted to go again. Stella used the reins to make a line in the snow. Rules. The girls gulped. Stay behind this line. If you cross it, the game is over. If Dunder drops the ring on the other side, tell him to try again. He'll bring it closer. She handed each girl 5 rings. You're not competing with one another, but with Dunder. If he lets a ring go, you get a point. Got it? They nodded, staring at Dunder as if he were the most amazing creature on the planet. She cocked her head, he might be. Well, not necessarily this grandpa specimen, but flying reindeer in general. She settled back on the blanket to watch them play. Their first throws were tentative, easily caught. By their third ring, they got more daring, more trusting that Dunder would come back. They giggled. They laughed. They cheered one another on. And it warmed Stella from her nose to her toes. "This is a nice thing you've done, Miss Kringle." Chris nodded to the kids. "They've forgotten their troubles." She lifted a shoulder. "I just reminded them of what it's like to be a kid." Chris shifted so his shoulder touched hers. So help her. Stella wanted to move away. She wasn't some weak girl controlled by her hormones or the tingling sensations his touch created. But, was it so bad to want to feel those feelings at least once in her life? Dunder let out a bark laugh, making Stella smile. "I'm not sure who's having more fun, the girls or Dunder. Is this what you do all day? Have winter picnics and play reindeer games?" She shook her head. "No. Not even close." Pausing, she contemplated how much to tell him. Chris believed in Christmas magic. As much as anyone who lived at the North Pole. Being able to talk about her life in the ice castle was freeing. For most of her life, she'd had to keep secrets. Not lie, exactly. Kringles couldn't lie. Well, except for Frost. How she'd ended up with that ability was beyond Stella. And what a waste it was of a good superpower. The thing Stella could have gotten away with if she could stretch the truth like taffy. As it was, she was stuck with the truth and all its consequences. "I oversee toy development and production." A lazy grin spread across his face. "Like an elf." She rolled her eyes. "I work with elves, but they don't like the stress of management." He shook his head. "Sometimes I can't believe you're real." He pinched her arm. "Ouch." She smacked his arm in return. "Just checking." "Check yourself, preacher." She scowled. He laughed and then sobered. "What's next for you, then? Are you flying home?" She considered his question. "If they need me." She glanced at her phone, but there weren't any new messages. "I have a bigger project this year. One that takes precedence over, well, everything. What could be bigger than making toys for all the children in the whole wide world?" He bumped her. She didn't answer right away. She just couldn't. Guilt had already pushed her today, telling her she wasted time here when she could be saving Christmas. She traced the lip of the cup. "That's Santa's whole gig," he pressed. She looked at him sadly, not sure how he, of all people, could have missed the true meaning behind everything Santa did. Maybe he wasn't the one for her. Maybe all her feelings for him were misplaced. She had a history of picking the wrong guy. Chris could be one of them. "Christmas has never been about the gifts, not to me." He wrapped both her hands and the mug in his. She closed her eyes, memorizing the feel of him, the roughness to his hands that contrasted with the gentleness he used to hold her. "You're a giver, Stella. Your whole family is. They've dedicated themselves to a cause that's far bigger than any one of them alone. I admire that about you." Admiration. How unromantic. She dropped her cup in his hands and burst to her feet. "Last round. Dunder needs his rest," she called to the girls. They groaned but readied their next throw. She took advantage of them being distracted to shove picnic supplies back into her purse, not caring if Chris saw. He knew enough by now that one more bit of magic wasn't going to throw him off. Besides, he admired her. By the time Dunder stood in front of the sleigh to be harnessed, the animal had a nice sheen of sweat and a dopey tongue hanging out the side of his mouth. "Eat some snow." She pointed to the ground. He complied, licking his way along as if the mountain were a giant popsicle. She managed to avoid eye contact with Chris, which wasn't hard. He'd drawn into himself, thinking harder than was good for any person. Once everyone piled in the sleigh, she harnessed Dunder and they were off, skimming the treetops on their way back to town. Part of her didn't want the afternoon to end. Like Emma said, it had felt like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. But the sky was getting dark, and the girls needed sleep. They probably needed a lot of things. She'd have to see what she could do about those needs that Chris was probably unaware of, considering he'd never cared for a child before. She pulled the sleigh to a stop in front of the church at the private residence entrance. Dunder panted heavily. Reindeer games might have been too much for him. Snow. Stella pointed to the ground. Dunder walked a step and buried his face in a snowbank. Chris chuckled. Too bad they're asleep again. They would have loved that. He nodded to the reindeer chomping lazily away at the clean white fluff. Stella smiled fondly at Dunder. The old guy was growing on her. Chris managed to lift both girls, one in each arm, to get them out of the sleigh and into the house. Stella hurried ahead to open the door for him. Just as he passed by her, he stopped. There wasn't much room in the doorway with the four of them standing there, and it was hard to breathe with Chris looking at her so intently. Stella? Yes. She dropped her eyes, overcome by his intensity. You're perfect and whole and enough. Don't let anyone tell you differently. And if a man tells you different, or makes you feel less. She lifted her gaze to meet his piercing gray one, wondering where he was going with this. She knew she was enough, but Christmas magic seemed to think she needed another half to complete things. While she wanted love, a part of her resented being forced to find it. Had he picked up on that? Or was this something else? In the few sermons she'd heard from Chris over the years, he often preached that God loved us as we were, we didn't have to buy his love or earn it. Maybe this was an extension of that. Yeah. Run over him with the sleigh. A laugh burst out of her, and she slapped her hands over her mouth to keep from waking the children. I will. I don't doubt it. He winked and then went inside. She shut the door behind him, still smiling over his last comment. She'd half expected him to say something macho like, "Come tell me, and I'll beat the stuffing out of him." His answer was better. Her phone beeped. Lux, popcorn vacuum machine is down again. Quick is Christmas swearing up a blizzard. Help? She gave herself a shake and climbed into the sleigh. Sorry, old man, we need to fly home. He heaved a sigh of resignation. They made their way out of town before they took off. Even though it was dark, she didn't want to risk taking off on Main Street. That was a little much, even for her. It wasn't long before Robbie fussed over Dunder and Stella was inside the broken machine. The injectors clogged, she called out to Robbie. He handed her a tool bag, and she set to work. The trouble with this kind of task was that she could do it in her sleep. Which meant her mind was left to wander back to a small church in Alaska where a preacher watched over two small girls. A part of her longed to be there, to tuck them in and kiss their heads, to read bedtime stories and be a part of a family in one tick of the clock. She hadn't known it until today, but she wanted to be a mother. Talk about putting the sleigh before the reindeer. One step at a time, she mumbled to herself. One giant leap into marriage, and then you can think about kids. The trouble was, she couldn't get Emma and Sophia out of her mind.
Chapter 6. Chris got up to check on the girls. It was strange, but their sleeping soundly did nothing to ease his worries over them. He kept wondering if they were breathing, if someone had snuck in and kidnapped them, or if they'd wandered off into the night. It was ridiculous and exhausting. Was this what parents went through all the time? He needed help and perspective. Unfortunately, there was only one woman he could call. No matter how much he wanted to avoid talking to her, he didn't have a choice. He grabbed his phone in the early morning hours. With the time change, Mom would be up and running. Good morning, honey. At the sound of her voice, so many memories flooded his brain it was like going under a big wave. When he'd walk into the kitchen before school, Mom would be dressed in slacks and a button-up shirt, ready to tackle whatever charity project was more important than her children. If he dared make an issue out of it, he'd get a lecture on how good he had it and how selfish he was for wanting all her time. He never wanted all of it. He just wanted to know he was a priority in her life. Morning, Mom. How are things back home? Good. I'm off to do some Christmas shopping, and your dad's headed into the office. Is there something I can help you with? That was Mom, never one to shoot the bull. She was always moving, always doing. Sometimes, growing up, he wished she'd just sit down and look at him. I had a question about kids. His statement was met with silence, so he plowed on. Is it normal to stress over them, constantly? Oh dear, what have you gotten yourself into now? Her tone implied that he'd done something wrong. That he'd taken on more than he could handle. Nothing. He sounded like an annoyed teenager. I had a couple children dropped on my doorstep. I think they're orphans. I'm worried about them, that's all. Well, I'd call the authorities. There are people trained to handle these situations. Yes, but... He curled in on the phone, trying to keep the girls from hearing the conversation. What will happen to them? That's not your concern. Honestly, Kristopher, you aren't the person to take on their troubles. He rolled his eyes. No, but I can do something for these girls right here, right now. What? Are you going to adopt them? Become a single father? She scoffed as if the idea were as ridiculous as swim shorts in December. You're not ready for the responsibility. He pinched the bridge of his nose. No matter how far he ran from home, he was still a child. Is anyone ever ready? He didn't know why he argued the point. He wasn't planning on adopting the girls. But after hearing their laughter and seeing their eyes light up, he couldn't bring himself to be the reason they went blank inside again. I don't know. I like the sound of family life. I'm inclined to marry someday. There's a woman that's more than caught my interest. Mom snorted. Well, get uninterested. You need to find yourself first. He glanced around. He'd been working as a preacher for just over 4 years. It might not be the life his parents had in mind, but he liked who he was here. The freedom to plan his own day and stop what he was doing to help someone in need was refreshing after years of being run ragged by the family calendar and his parents' objectives. Does anyone really know who they are? I mean, aren't we always evolving? I knew what I wanted in life before I had your sister. Your father did too. We were settled. We had a home. We had a plan. We were established. You're living in a free apartment because you work for that wazoo man. It's kazoo, Mom. Only years of scripture study and prayer allowed him to hold back his growl. She huffed. Well, I keep telling the Lord to bring you back home. But he's not listening. Chris grinned. He and God were on the same page there. Yes, because God loves to be bossed around by his children. Oh, you! She scolded him lightly. There is nothing wrong with a mother wanting her children home for Christmas. He repented of his earlier angst. You're right. You're right. Now, as for the children, if you care about them, you'll get them to the folks who can do the best by them. People who are educated in childhood psychology and can manage their trauma. You playing daddy won't do them any good. I can see your point, he begrudgingly consented. He didn't have the education or life experience to make a difference in their lives. Adopting or even fostering them would be selfish. I'll start making phone calls just as soon as we hang up. Merry Christmas. He told her Merry Christmas in turn and hung up the phone. A few minutes later, he was staring at the screen, trying to find the number of a caseworker in Anchorage, when tiny footsteps sounded down the hallway. Emma peeked around the corner, her eyes wide. He motioned for her to come over to the table. Are you hungry? He set his phone aside. She nodded. Taking a page from Stella's handbook, he teased, What? Do you only talk at picnics? She giggled. No. He smiled, grateful that the magic of yesterday seemed to carry over to today. How about some oatmeal? She nodded while looking around. Where's Stella? Huh? He put a pan under the sink and turned on the water. How was he supposed to answer that one? Stella had to run home for a Santa emergency. No. She had to go home. Are you gonna marry her? Chris nearly dropped the pan. What? No. Why do you ask? Emma laid her chin on her folded hands. Because she's pretty. Children and their understatements of the century. She is pretty. And I like her. He paused, considering his response. I like her too. So why hadn't he told Stella that? Probably because he'd screwed up. Again. He'd fallen into a pattern with her of holding back. Making sure he played it safe. Although playing it safe was starting to look a lot like self-sabotage. Still, he needed to make sure the girls understood that she wasn't going to be a part of their lives. He might not be, but at least he wouldn't fly out of the country. He'd make sure they were in safe hands before stepping back and letting them move forward. She can't stay here with us. She has an important job to do. Emma's face fell, and his heart went out to her. He crouched down next to her chair. I'm here, though. I don't have a reindeer or anything, but I can make a picnic in the living room and we can watch a movie. She smiled without showing her teeth, a sure sign that his offer wasn't 10% as good as what Stella had to give. Okay, why don't you wake up your sister and I'll get things set up? She scrambled down from the wooden seat and plodded back the way she'd come. The slant to her shoulders made him frown. Stella would know what to do to bring back the girls' happiness. But Stella wasn't here. Which made him feel like moping around the house too. He missed her, missed the way she teased him and could make an ordinary afternoon into an adventure. He didn't need picnics on mountaintops. Just seeing her had lifted his spirits exponentially. He added oats to the now boiling water and then dropped to his knees right there in the kitchen. Dear Lord, if I could just see her again, maybe I could. He cut off. Could what? Fix all the mistakes he'd made since the moment he'd laid eyes on her? It wasn't like he could go back in time to last Christmas, grab her by the shoulders, and kiss the Christmas lights out of her. That was what he wanted to do. But what was the best path? He continued his prayer. Okay, if it's your will that we're together in some way, even if it's just friends, then please bring Stella back here. If she doesn't want me, or you don't think we'd be a good fit, even as friends, then I'll accept that. He closed his supplication and wiped his hand down his beard. Friends? With the most dynamic woman in the world? Yeah, that was going to happen. He was giving the Lord an out. Yeah, like he needed one. Maybe he was giving himself an out. Like an addict who would just take one more sip. If only he was different. Not such a screw-up in life. He should have finished college and taken that job at his dad's firm. Then he'd have something to show for himself. What could he ever give Stella that she couldn't get herself? She had a flying sleigh, reindeer, an ice castle for a home, a magic purse that granted wishes. And what did he have? A rundown church apartment he didn't own. 2 little girls to take care of. And a sizable stack of firewood. Not that Stella needed heat. Because she was impervious to the cold. He shook his head and clambered to his feet. His mom was right. He was in no place to take on caring for another human being. Not even a wife who was the most independent woman he'd ever met. No matter how much he wanted to. Well, it didn't matter what he wanted, did it? What mattered was making sure the kids were safe and happy and healthy and that Stella was happy in her castle up north. He only wished that in the mixture of holiday joy he wanted for everyone else, he could have some too. For as little time as they'd spent there, the girls livened up his home. And for the brief moments he and Stella had shared alone together, he could take an eternity more. Without either of them, life would be pretty quiet. He was so tired of a quiet life.
Chapter 7. December 5th. 2 days after arriving home, Stella tinkered under a doll machine and solved elf squabbles. What did you tell him? Stella asked Roxy as they lay under the stuffing mechanism, tightening bolts. I told him that if he thought I liked pinwheel mint sandwiches, then he didn't know me at all. Roxy and Robbie had been together for over 500 years. They were one of the elf power couples, and the other elves looked to them for relationship advice quite often. To have them at odds was like sitting on a rocker with a short leg in the back. Stella felt like she could tip over at any moment. I mean, really, Stella said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. To fight over sandwiches. If she had a man, she'd never fight over something so little. Well, maybe she would if it meant making up. Right? It's not like I ever made them for us. It was him. Always him. Roxy wiped her greasy hands on her polka-dotted skirt. I only ate them because, she drifted off. I'm not even sure why I ate them. Because you're a nice elf. Stella scratched her cheek and realized she put more grease on her face than she took off. Oh well, it wasn't like she was going anywhere fancy. She had online dates scheduled for later that day, but there was no rush to get ready. Roxy scowled. Well, I'm not a nice elf anymore. Stella rolled over on her stomach so she could look Roxy in the eye. You don't mean that. You're upset because Christmas cheer is evaporating. Give it until after Christmas before you make any decisions about him, okay? Only for you, Miss Kringle. Stella, Mom called into the machine, her voice echoing through the pipes and in the chambers. Mom, Stella called back in the same tone. Stella? Mom yelled into the room, her voice rising. Mom? Stella echoed her. Mom's toe tapped. Stella Thea Kringle. Her tone said she was done with their game. So much for hiding from her life. Stella sighed heavily and rolled out from under the machine, putting her at her mother's feet. You thundered, Mother? Mom narrowed her eyes and folded her arms. What are you doing here? Checking the connections and tightening bolts. She did a backward somersault and rolled up with a grin on her face. What are you doing here? I'm kicking you out of the castle. And I thought the elves were in bad spirits. Stella moved to the rolling tool case and placed her tools in the appropriate and assigned spots. Roxy scuttled back under the machine, intent on staying out of Mrs. Kringle's way. Smart elf. Mom drew in a breath as if she could pull calm out of the air. We are 19 days away from Christmas, and you're tinkering. Stella's hands stilled for only a moment. Someone has to keep things running around here. That's exactly my point. Robin and Gabe walked in, followed by Nick, Gabe's brother, who held a stack of gifts. Stella fake fawned over the presents. Aw, you shouldn't have, guys. We didn't. Robin wore a travel coat with a pair of leather gloves sticking out of the pocket. Gabe had on a parka, and Nick looked ready to hit the ski slopes. Stella grew wary. Whatever they had in mind meant cold temps in front of people who would notice what they wore, and that meant leaving the North Pole. She'd come home in a hurry, claiming a sleigh load of stress over the machines breaking down, and holed up in toy production ever since. Hoping to slide under the radar until she had a good lead on a new leading man in her life. That wasn't happening. Every man she winked at, swiped right on, or sent a flirt to reminded her of Chris in some way. How could she forget him when he was everywhere? We're taking these to Sophia and Emma. Robin gestured over her shoulder to the brightly wrapped packages. It's not much, but from what you told me, they can use clothes and shoes. And some games and books, added Nick, pleased enough with himself that it was likely his idea. Stella's heart lurched southward. The girls. She'd missed them the moment Dunder had taken to the sky. And Chris. Well, it was better not to think about him, wasn't it? Though his comment about finding a man who treated her right was sweet, it would have been sweeter if he'd offered to be that guy. But he hadn't. Have fun. Stella wiggled her fingers at the group of do-gooders in goodbye. You're going with them. Mom nudged her toward the door. What? No. Stella spun out of reach. No. 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 I'm not going back there. Stop running away from him. Mom grabbed for her and only caught air. Stella shuffled around the machine, out of sight of Robin and Gabe, who were smirking at one another. Let them smirk. I'm not running away from him. You're right. You're running away from your responsibilities as a member of this family, said Mom as she tried again to grab Stella and missed. And Chris. but mostly Chris. Stella jogged out of reach, going deeper into the factory. I don't need a husband to do my job. She gasped and covered her mouth, her feet gluing to the floor. Had she really just blurted that out? Mom stopped too. Is that what you think this is about? Her mouth hung open. You think Christmas magic thinks you're inept? Stella nodded, her hands firmly in place. Honey. Mom dropped her arms, and her face softened. It's not about the work. It's about love. I thought you understood that. She put a hand on her hip. Lux has been very clear on the matter. Stella rolled her eyes. The first year, when Ginger had gone looking for a husband, Lux had pieced together the fact that Christmas magic was fueled by the love between Mr. and Mrs. Kringle. Since Ginger had tied the knot, they'd thought they were out of the woods, until the magic had begun acting crazy again and Lux had run the numbers. Turned out, all 5 daughters had to contribute to the magic. Find true love or watch Christmas melt away. I know what Lux says. Stella copied her mother's posture, adding a hip hop for attitude. But it still smarts that I'm being forced into this. She lifted her fists and shook them at the ice ceiling. Do you hear that, magic? Stop telling me what to do already. Mom shook her head. Why do you have to fight it? Your sisters are all happily wed. With children they adore. They gave me grandchildren, Stella. And my heart is bigger than ever. You can have that joy. But you have to start with a husband. Yeah. Well, I'm not like the rest of them. No, Mom's voice was soft. You're stronger-willed than all of them put together. She stepped forward, brushing Stella's hair off her face. Which is why I can't understand why this is so hard for you. I've never been able to stop you from doing what you want. Remember the Barbie car? Stella snorted. When she was 10, she'd wanted a Barbie car, the kind you could sit in and drive around. But she'd been reckless on an ice climb, and Mom had told her she wasn't ready for a vehicle. So, she'd gone into toys and built her own. And then she'd driven it to dinner that night. Stella stuck out her lip. I still think my paint job was better than the ones in stores. Mom laughed. Racing stripes, she said quietly, shaking her head. Why Chris? Stella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Why does it have to be him? You tell me. Mom lifted her eyebrows in question. Stella clamped her lips shut. The answer was there, but she was not going to, nor would she ever, put it into words. Nope. No way. This isn't going to work unless you give yourself over to the magic. You have to believe in it, Stella. Not fight it. Stella rolled her shoulder. That sounds icky. Mom tensed, and Stella felt the fight building inside of her. Mom was an independent woman, someone who took sledgehammers to glass ceilings. How did you do it? How did you give up the single life to be only half of a whole? Mom reached out and touched her arm. I was more than enough as just me. I knew it. I knew your dad knew it. Did I have to compromise? Yes. I moved to an ice castle, for heaven's sake. But it didn't weaken me. With your dad, I became more, stronger, not because I was with him or half of a whole, but because as I learned to love deeper, I grew as a person. She hugged Stella. Please try. I don't want you to change, but you will, in good ways. If you pick the right spouse, then you'll be better for loving them. What she said made sense. Darn it. I'll try. Because Chris was the only man who had ever made her blush. And she liked it. He's just not romantic. He said he admired me. She made gagging noises. Good. He should. It proves he's not an idiot. Stella thought that through. I guess when you look at it that way. Admiration is not the opposite of love. It's a step toward it. Mom smiled with an evil glint in her eye, and then her smile faded into a glare. "Now get out." Stella dropped her head back and moaned. "Do I have to?" she whined. Mom was not gentle when she shoved Stella toward the door. "Yes. And don't come back without a husband." "Oh, that's nice, Mom. Real nice." Mom wiggled her fingers at her in goodbye. People wondered where Stella got her attitude. Well, it was obviously not her father. As Stella rounded the machine, she ripped off the slick black grease apron meant to protect her clothes, threw it on the floor, and grabbed her purse from the hanger by the door. "Let's get this over with." Robin broke into a smile. "If you insist." Stella lifted her chin and made her way to the stables, ignoring the swirls in her stomach. They were worse than pinwheel mints. The other three trailed behind her, whispering among themselves. She kept her shoulders up around her ears to ward off any conversation. Talking about going down there would be almost as bad as showing up at Chris's front door after he'd basically told her to have a nice life. He was so confusing. When he looked at her, his eyes were all warm and made her feel like a stick of butter in the microwave. But then, he'd date some other woman or give her advice about finding another man, and she'd be left wondering if he even wanted more than a friendly hello when they passed on the street. At least part of him had to feel what she did when they touched. So what gives? Blitz kicked his stall door as she passed, making it rattle on the hinges. Dust fell on her head and made her sneeze. "Sorry, kid." She stopped to rub his forehead. "I've got to take Dunder, the girls know and trust him. Besides, I'm trying to be nice to Chris." "Mother's orders." Blitz shook his antlers. "I know, he doesn't deserve it. But Mom's breathing down my neck about this. Do you want to tell her I can't go?" Blitz scooted back in his stall, like he could hide in the small space. "That's what I thought." She pointed at him. "You know chickens can't fly, right?" He lunged forward and nipped the air in front of her nose. She blinked once, but didn't back down. He would never actually hurt her. He just liked to think he had the upper hand. She blew him a kiss and headed for the sleigh, where Dunder waited. His head hung low, and he looked like he'd just woken up. She tickled under his chin. "Sophia and Emma are waiting for you, Grandpa." He perked up a bit at the names. Next to her green sleigh with the silver runners was the small red one with gold runners. The big sleigh only came out on Christmas Eve and was tucked in the back corner of the stables, where two elves were busy putting on a new coat of wax. Nick held the reins of the red sleigh, his hands shaking. Vixen looked over her shoulder at him, her big doe eyes full of compassion. She was a good reindeer for him to learn to fly. Shy, and not one to join in reindeer games with the others, she had a sensitive soul. One small tug on the reins, and she'd follow where he led. The only trouble with that was that she was so sensitive, a twitch could have them in Thailand. "Want a race?" Stella laced the leather between her fingers and wiggled her eyebrows at the kid she considered a nephew. Vixen shook her head no, and Nick turned a shade whiter. The quiet reindeer glanced at Dunder like one would look at a mean principal. Robin and Gabe sat on the leather seat behind Nick. Gabe pointed at Stella. "Don't even think about it. This is Nick's first long flight." Stella grinned. "Try to keep up at least." She leaned forward slightly. "On, Dunder." He slammed his powerful back foot down, making snow fall from the rafters, and then they were off. She looked over her shoulder to see how Nick fared getting out of the stables. Takeoff could be tricky. You had to go for it. Full throttle. "On, Vixen," yelled Nick a breath later. The animal surged forward, and he yanked back on the reins, pulling her front feet up before her back feet had a chance to leap. "Ah!" Robin screamed as they skidded into the wall on their way out. "Give her rein," Stella called, circling back. Nick's whole face was drawn down in concentration. If he thought any harder, he'd bite right through his lip. Gabe hung onto the side of the sleigh, turning slightly green. The whole lot of them tumbled out of the stable, Vixen struggling against Nick's tight hold. Stella pulled up next to him. "Loosen your hold. She needs room to move." She mimed, putting her hands lower, closer to the driving bar. He nodded, focusing on doing as she did. Vixen gasped as she galloped upward. Dunder easily followed, keeping the two of them neck and neck. He made eye contact with Vixen, and something passed between them, calming the younger reindeer and helping her to fly smoother. Stella pointed at Nick. "You're in charge." "That's what I'm afraid of." Nick yelled back. "I can't even drive a car yet." She laughed, throwing her head back and letting the wind tug at the ends of her hair. "You know what you need?" she yelled. "What?" Robin and Gabe exchanged worried looks. "Music." Stella grabbed her phone and broadcast Chuck Berry's Run Rudolph Run to all three of their phones. The guitar blasted through their speakers, making Robin jump. "Stella, this is not helpful." Stella motioned for Nick to follow her. "Listen to the beat, and remember this is supposed to be fun." He nodded, and she and Dunder pulled ahead, weaving in and out of clouds in wide arcs to get him used to the movement. Her runners left lines in the moisture for him to follow. She checked over her shoulder a couple times. When Nick was able to stay within the pattern, she started making smaller waves. And then she added a loop-de-loop. Not an upside-down one, but one that made their tracks cross over one another. Nick hooped as she flew over his head. She grinned as they went in for a landing. The lake outside of Clearview was empty as she sat down and pulled up, waiting to see how Nick fared. Dunder pranced on the ice, not liking her choice of landing spots. Vixen stumbled, making Stella suck in air in order to hold in the scream that threatened to tear loose. Nothing held her heart like her nieces and nephews, and seeing one of them in danger was enough to strip her bravado. The reindeer managed to right herself, and they stopped 10 feet ahead of Stella. She flicked the reins, and they came alongside her nephew. "Not bad, kid." She offered him a fist bump. He bobbed his head as he knocked his knuckles against hers. "Thanks." She laughed. "You'd better watch out for this heartbreaker, Robin. He'll get all the ladies with this sick ride." Robin's lips thinned. "He'd better not." Stella laughed as she urged Dunder toward Clearview. The sound died on her lips, filtering away with the wind as a strange sensation took over. Her palms were warm and moist, and her heart was in her throat. It was almost like she was nervous. That couldn't be right. She was going to take Chris by surprise. He was the one who should be nervous. Never knowing when she would show up. The upper hand was all hers. Or was it? Her mind jumped back a year ago to the moment when she'd thought he was going to kiss her. He wasn't any more predictable than she was. That was terrifying and endearing in an annoying way that got her tinsel all in a knot.
Chapter 8. December 5th, continued. Chris rubbed his temples as the cartoon started over. The girls had watched the same show 3 times already. That day. Was there an end to this madness? He thought about telling them to turn it off, but he didn't have anything else for them to do. Besides, having them entertained while he talked on the phone to a caseworker about their future was for the best. Turned out, she was a Clearview native. After he'd left a message on her voicemail, she'd called her parents to find out what was going on. They'd vouched for his character, and she'd called him back with this transitory plan. "So what are you saying?" he asked. The woman, Jenny, gave him a textbook insufferable sigh. "We don't have a place to put them. Our foster homes are full. At least through the holidays. Is there any way you can?" He swallowed. "Just until January 2nd. 23rd. A giant knot grew on the left side of his neck. That was only 6 weeks, but so much would happen in that time, including their first Christmas without their grandma. He was no expert, but even he knew holidays were hard for people when they lost someone they loved. What could he possibly do to make what was sure to be an awful reminder that they were alone even a smidge better? Then what? Call back. We'll reevaluate and see what we can do to help. I'm really sorry, Pastor Willis. We're understaffed as it is, but with Christmas. I understand. He jumped right in on top of her apology. Really, the woman was a walking angel doing the job she did, and he couldn't bring himself to add to her already overflowing plate of troubles. I've got this. At least until then. They said goodbye, and he set the phone on the table. With a sigh, he turned to look at the little girls. He should figure out how to get them some school while they were here. Most of the local kids did online/homeschool. He blew out a breath. He was even less qualified to be a teacher than he was to be a parent. He'd need books for them to read. They could learn card games too. He'd need cards. Sophie sniffed and wiped her nose on her arm. He needed to find them a change of clothes. The sheer weight of the task ahead of him, caring for the lives and needs of 2 children, pressed his head down to the table. He let it rest there, the cool with a respite for his headache. His mom was right. He was so incapable of being a grown-up. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. He lifted his head. There was only one person on the planet who knocked jingle bells. His chest tightened and his breath caught. There was no reason for Stella to be here unless the Lord was answering his prayer. That would be amazing. He looked up and mouthed thank you. His mouth went dry as he stared at the door. Glancing up again, he silently asked, "What am I supposed to do now?" No one had taught him how to act around women. His father should have given him some advice along the way, but had forgotten to have that talk with his son. I'll get it. Sophia ran pell-mell to the door, her arms spinning like windmills. He really needed to find a way to get the girls outside for a while. However, there were only so many snowmen they could build. Suddenly overcome with a fit of nerves, Chris jumped to his feet, causing his chair to fly backward against the wall. His leg tangled with the chair's leg, and he stumbled forward just as Sophia pulled the door open. "Stella," he said, trying to be cool but looking like a fool. She was as beautiful as the night was long. Her hair was pulled over one shoulder in a partial braid that ended in a mass of dark curls. Her eyes sparkled with laughter. Probably at him for tangling with the chair, half standing, half falling. She had on a light coat and a pair of pants that showed off her curves like a billboard in Times Square. He licked his lips. "What are you doing here?" Stella rolled her eyes at his question. "It's Christmas. I specialize in it." Her eyes dropped to Sophia, who stared up at her with wide-eyed wonder. "Hey, girl." She offered a fist, and Sophia gave her a fist bump. "Do you want a present, or what?" Sophia nodded. Stella shooed her out of the way. "Then let us in, would ya?" "Us?" Chris's head, still swirling the words she came over and over again, had a hard time keeping up. Stella marched in like she owned the building and turned to face the door. "Get in here, y'all." Robin peeked in. "Maybe we should ask if he minds," she admonished her younger sister. Stella blew a raspberry. "Whatever. He doesn't know how bad he needs me. Us." Her cheeks dusted a deep red. It was the strangest thing. Whenever Chris's face flushed, color covered him from neck to roots. But Stella? She had 2 spots appear on her creamy skin. That was it. Like she'd put too much makeup on or something. To him, it was perfect. Wah. He started to ask what her inspiration for showing up was, curious how the Lord had worked this one out, when a pack of Kringles filed through his doorway. "Nick, please put the tree over there." Stella ignored Chris's completely flabbergasted sputterings and pointed to the corner on the opposite side of the room from the wood fireplace. A teenager waltzed in, carrying a tree that was tall and skinny. It fit just right in the small space allotted for it. Almost as if Stella had planned it to be that way. She probably had. Robin and her husband followed, a bag full of presents thrown over Gabe's shoulder. Emma's and Sophia's eyes bugged out. "Wait." Chris held up a hand, and everyone stopped in their tracks. "Can I talk to you outside?" He gave Stella a pointed look. He had so many questions, so many desires pulsing through him. The biggest one was to make nice with Stella before she hopped on a sleigh and disappeared again. She rolled her eyes. Fine. Turning to the girls, she said, "Don't even think about putting the star on the tree. That's my job." They giggled at her bossy tone. Robin pulled a tree stand out of her purse, and Gabe helped the teenager put the tree in place. There was enough of a resemblance between the two that he guessed they were brothers. Come to think of it, Nick had been Gabe's best man at the wedding last year. Definitely brothers. Chris held the door, and Stella went out first. Taking a deep breath against the biting cold, he stepped onto the porch and took her elbow. She glanced down at where he made contact. "To keep me from freezing my toes off," he explained as he pointed down to his stocking feet. He did have another motive. He wanted to make sure she heard him out before running away. Because it was highly likely that he'd say the wrong thing again, and he wasn't going to take any chances. She sighed heavily. "If you must, you must. Since it's 3 below out here." "I must," he insisted. "Fine," she snapped, and then she mumbled something under her breath that sounded like "all I'm good for." He wasn't sure what she meant by that, but he let it slide. "Stella," he purposefully softened his tone. "What's going on?" She folded her arms. "The girls obviously need things. I couldn't let them go without. Not when I could help." "Is that the only reason you're here?" He searched her eyes for more, for a sense that he meant more to her. That he hadn't messed up this wonderful thing between them before it had a chance to take root. She swallowed heavily, worked her tongue around in her mouth, and then pushed out a no. He laughed at her overall sense of uncomfortableness. Like a muddy cat looking at a bathtub full of water. He could laugh because he felt the same way. Saying the things in his heart were difficult, probably because he'd been encouraged to stuff it all deep inside of him as he'd grown up. Changing his programming would take some time. Stella smacked his arm. "You would do well to remember, preach, that I have access to the naughty list and I'm not afraid to use it." "Access? I thought you were the naughty list." She grinned in a deliciously knowing and naughty way. "Wouldn't you like to know?" "I think I would." They stared at one another for a moment, the world falling away and shrinking to just the two of them. There, he'd done it. He'd told her he wanted to get to know her better. Was it all yet inside? No. But it was a start. Depending on how well that went over, he might try sharing more. The door flew open, and Nick looked back and forth between them as if he were working out a puzzle. "What do you want us to do with the gingerbread house?" "The what now?" Chris released Stella's arm, and his headache came back full force. He hadn't noticed its departure was a side effect of being close to Stella. Stumbling through the door, he gasped. In the few minutes he'd been flirting on the porch, the indoor group had decked his halls. Baubles and lights filled the tree. Boughs of holly draped from the ceiling, and Christmas knickknacks covered every surface. Beyond the holiday overload, there was a fresh stack of DVDs on the entertainment center, a shelf full of children's books in the corner, and a stack of board games and cards on the coffee table. The girls came running out of the back room, wearing new jeans and sweaters. Emma's was red, and Sophia's green. They had matching braids running down their backs, tied with beautiful bows. Robin followed them out, a hairbrush in one hand and a squirt bottle in the other. "There's a pair of pajamas on their beds and some new sheets. I hope you don't mind." He consciously shut his mouth, which had been hanging open. "I don't mind at all. It seems you all are better at this than I am." "At what?" Stella asked, shutting the door behind her. "Christmas? I think that's a given." "No, caring for children." He took them all in, a sense of gratitude for their thoughtfulness filling him up. Stella whacked him in the back. "That's a given too, numbskull." He coughed. "Why's that?" She cocked her head to the side. "Because we're Kringles. We specialize in making children happy." She didn't pause to let her words sink in. Which would have been a good thing for Chris, because he felt like something important had flown by and he'd missed grabbing onto it. Stella snapped her fingers to get the room's attention. "Hey, anyone who wants pie better get their coats on. Pronto. The sleigh leaves in 1 minute." The girls raced for their winter things. Chris did a double take as he realized they had new coats, scarves, and hats hanging on the hooks. Humbled by the big effort Stella and her family made, he turned to the three adults. Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Gabe patted his arm. We have a little while before we have to get back. Did you want to talk through some options? He darted his eyes at the girls and then back to Chris. Yes. Did their generosity know no end? He needed advice as much as the girls needed clothing. Emma was done zipping up first, and she ran over and wrapped her arms around his middle. She only held on a moment, but her hug was fierce. Chris patted her back, words clogging in the emotion in his throat. Stella and Nick took the girls out amidst a chorus of goodbyes. See you in a jiffy's, and we're not saving you any pies. The last bit was Stella. Chris shook his head, loving her sense of humor. She certainly livens things up, doesn't she? That's an understatement. Robin pressed her lips together and pulled out a mixing bowl. His only mixing bowl. I need to bake while we talk. Chris took that as his cue to get down to business. The Kringles were busy this time of year, and he didn't want to waste any of their time. Let me tell you where we're at. He quickly went through his conversation with Jenny the caseworker. They listened intently, Gabe nodding and humming G every now and again. So that's where we stand. I was making a list of things we need when you guys showed up. He smiled ruefully. Sort of making a list. Perfect timing, I'd say. That's Stella. Robin smiled as she poured dark batter into a 9x 13-inch pan. It was thick, and Chris had the feeling brownies were in his future. He could really use one about now. They'll be done in 25 minutes or so, Robin assured him, as if she heard his thoughts. He glanced at Gabe, who chuckled. You get used to it. I can't think about a soda before. The sound of the top popping on a soda can fill the pause, and Robin said it in front of Gabe, who looked up at her adoringly. See? She gets me. Robin ran her hand over his shoulder before turning to the sink and plunging her hands into the soapy water. Chris was struck dumb with awe at the sight of such wedded bliss. His parents were high-functioning as a couple, but not exactly thoughtful of one another. They scheduled time for dinner dates, but he couldn't remember the last time either had gone out of their way for the other. He felt like he was looking in a window, glimpsing what life could be like. It was a beautiful way to live. Too bad he wasn't like Gabe and capable of sustaining such a relationship. He turned his attention back to the kids. What should I do? Gabe ran his hand through his hair. Is there any way? I mean, the girls need stability, but they also need a home. You've got a nice place here, and I can tell you care about them. He stopped talking as if he'd said too much already. Chris cringed. I'm not really the dad type. What does that mean? Asked Robin, whipping something sugary and creamy in the same mixing bowl. I'm a bachelor who lives by his own schedule. I don't even have pets because I forget to feed them. I can't manage money. I give most of it away. And I don't go to bed on time or get up at a regular hour. And I have no idea how to entertain a child for an hour, let alone a whole day. Robin nodded. You're still a child. That's what you're saying. Chris laughed at her bluntness. And he thought Stella was the one with the sharp tongue. Yes, that's what I'm saying. She tapped the wooden spoon forcefully on the side of the bowl. Then grow up. He blinked, no longer thinking her bluntness was funny. Hey. Robin? Gabe turned in his seat. Hi. Whatever she was going to say was cut off by Nick slamming through the door. Guys. Dunder's hurt. Robin dropped the spoon in the bowl. Gabe reached for her hand, and they ran out after Nick. Chris followed as fast as he could shove his feet into his boots. The cold hit him like a slap in the face, but it didn't feel half as strong as Robin's command to grow up. How exactly did one go about doing that?
Chapter 9. December 5th, continued. Come on, old man, get up. Stella held Dunder's face between her hands and lifted. She didn't get far. His antlers weighed a ton. What did this guy eat for breakfast? Calcium-fortified oats? Dunder's lids were heavy and his eyes glassy. Stella moaned, dropping her forehead to his. If you get up, I promise not to call you Grandpa anymore. He let out a grumbly sound. She grinned. There's fight in you yet. She put her hands on her hips, still kneeling in the snow. The question is there flight left in you? If he couldn't get off the ground, he might never get back to the North Pole. He huffed, his breath puffing up in a disgruntled cloud. A whimper behind her had her whipping around to take in Emma's and Sophia's worried faces. Worried? That was an understatement. They were downright terrified. She scolded herself for showing so much concern for the reindeer. It made things look dire. While they very well were calamitous, it didn't mean she had to act like it. Come here. She motioned for them to come to her, grabbing them both in her arms and settling them on her lap in front of the reindeer. Do you know what makes a reindeer fly? They shook their heads. What? I thought you guys knew. She tickled their sides. I guess we'll never understand the mysterious ways of the reindeer. The girls relaxed into her, snuggling close. Her chest filled with a wonderful sense of warmth and belonging. As in, these girls belonged to her. Her eyes misted over with tears, and she pressed a kiss to each of their stocking caps. I know you're not mine, she whispered, hoping they didn't hear her words but could at least feel her love, but I wish you were. Robin, Gabe, and Nick raced around the corner of the trading post, tore through the alley, and careened to a stop next to Dunder. Gabe bumped into Robin and grabbed her arms to keep her from falling on the downed reindeer. Nick ran into the back of him and bounced off. Stella stared up at them. Been running long? Her sarcasm was not appreciated by anyone but Nick, who winked. Robin crouched over Dunder, gently stroking his head. She tucked her thumb inside of his ear and announced, "He's not running a fever." She continued to check him over, looking for broken bones. Gabe inspected his feet for cuts, bruises, or any sort of damage. How came you? Pant. Tell? Asked Chris as he joined them. He put his hands on his knees and gulped air. His face was bright red, though it had to be from the cold air. It was technically freezing outside. For the love of sprockets. Stella pushed up, keeping a hand on the girls so they stayed warm. Here. She handed them off to Nick, who put one arm around each of them as she grabbed Chris by the arm. Breathe. That's it. Breathe. The ice particles in the air could cause major lung damage. He gulped and gave her a thankful look. Just stay close, and stay out of my way while we figure this out, okay? He adjusted so he was holding her arm and followed her as she made a circle around Dunder. You know, if you could talk, this would be a lot easier, she gently teased the downed reindeer. He harumphed, and she rubbed his belly in support. Do you have a vet in town? Robin asked Chris. No. Sorry. There's a doctor, he gave Stella a reassuring squeeze. She returned the gesture, grateful he was there holding her hand, even if it meant dealing with the tingles he seemed to carry in his pocket. Is he going to die? Asked Sophia, her eyes red and tears streaming down her cheeks. Stella took one look at her and knew she'd do whatever she had to in order to make those tears stop. With a fierceness she'd never experienced before, her mind sharpened and came up with a plan. No, she responded sharply. Not because she was mad, but because her mouth was suddenly moving too slow for her thoughts. That happened when she was working on a broken machine or developing a new one. Instead of being able to explain to the elf what needed to be done, she jumped in and did it. Sophia was shocked enough by her tone that she stopped crying. Stella reached down and rubbed the girl's cheek as she barked orders at the adults around her. Nick, your one and only job is to watch those girls. Get them in the sleigh and make them comfortable, and for the love of candy canes, hold on to them. She was not going to let anything happen to the darlings. A protectiveness had roared to life inside of her, and she was in no mood to tame it. Nick nodded solemnly and then broke into a wide smile for the children's sake. Come on, we're going for a sleigh ride. Emma, in her older sister Ness, replied, We've already been on one. Really? Robin pinned Stella with a look that said, "We'll talk about that later." Stella brushed her bossy sister's concerns aside with a swish of her hair. "Robin, you're flying." "Gabe?" "Yes." He stepped forward like a private in the army awaiting his assignment. "Your job is to watch Dunder. At the first sign of trouble, signal me and we'll get him out of the sky." She whirled on Chris. "You." He cut her off with a hug, his arms strong and warm and all things male and wonderful. "Is to make sure you don't fall apart, got it?" She melted into him for half a second before pushing off. "That's not what I was going to say. But it's what you need. And I'm here, baby." She rolled her eyes and muttered baby as she unhitched Dunder from the sleigh. Chris kept one hand on her, and she couldn't help but notice that it was large enough to cover her entire lower back. If she was going to fall, this would be the guy she'd want catching her. But that wasn't her. She wasn't a woman who fell apart. When other Kringles lost it, Stella found it. This constant contact was messing with her mind. Chris watched her hurried movements. "It looks like you're shortening the reins." "I am." She double-checked her knots and then cut the rest of the harness loose with a knife from her purse. With Dunder lying down, it was easier to adjust the current harness than get him into a new one. "Celeora is going to kill her," Gabe told Robin. Robin nodded. "Better her than Dunder." "Thank you both so much," Stella called over to them with a grin to temper her sarcasm. "You'd be lost without me, and you know it." Robin clasped her hands in front of her. "That's what has me so worried about this plan of yours." "What plan?" asked Chris, his face going white. No doubt visions of his ride last Christmas Eve danced through his head. "You're so cute when you squirm. You know that, right?" She tapped her finger on his nose, feeling all sorts of sassy. Facing what lay ahead of her scared her more than she would let on. Which meant she got bold and brassy to make up for it. "Are we going north or east?" Robin asked as she threaded leather between her fingers. "East," Stella confirmed. "East?" Chris's head whipped back and forth between the two of them. "What's east? I thought your home was at the North Pole." "It is, silly." Stella reached into her purse and pulled out a hair tie and 2 pairs of goggles. "You might want to slip these on." He took them and tried to put them on using his free hand. They slid all over his head but not into place. Stella sighed and helped. "There. Ready?" "No. Not at all. I have no idea where we're going or how we're supposed to get there. And I'm not sure taking the girls is a good idea." He did his best to look stern, which only tightened his jawline and made it dangerously attractive. Seriously, he needed to stop touching her. Physical distance was her friend, though she hadn't realized it until it was gone. With his hands all over different parts of her as she worked, her brain went all blinking lights display. Stella quirked an eyebrow. "We're going to North Dakota to Reindeer Ranch. Dunder needs the reindeer wranglers, they'll know how to help him." As for getting there, she moved around to talk to Dunder face to face. "If this dinosaur can get his ancient, furry backside off the snow, we're going to ride a reindeer." Dunder's eyes widened and then turned into slits. With a mighty chomp of his teeth, he pushed up on his front feet first and then gathered his powerful back legs underneath him. Stella hugged her arms around his neck and whispered, "I knew you could do it." Dunder rubbed his nose against her side. "All right, listen up, old man," she continued. He huffed at her term of endearment, and she smiled in return. "There's just a tiny leap between standing and flying. Think you can get us in the air?" His head bobbed slightly. "I'm taking that as a resounding yes." Stella walked to the side and pulled a step stool out of her purse, which she positioned just so next to Dunder. She hopped up with both feet and reached over to take a handful of the fur at the base of Dunder's neck. She threw one leg over, and Chris took the opportunity to shove her behind. "Hey!" She looked over her shoulder at him. Now he really was familiar with more parts of her than the guys she'd dated. What? He lifted his shoulders as if to say, I'm just trying to help. She laughed as she scooted into place, her legs dangling behind Dunder's shoulders. Just remember who's flying this thing, preach. She offered her hand, and he used the stool to get himself behind her, where he proceeded to wrap his arms around her middle and scoot close. Too close. Stella could smell the scents of pine smoke from his wood-burning stove, toothpaste, and soap. I've got you, he whispered, his voice all husky and seductive. It melted her. She shook it off as best she could. She would not let him woo her into throwing her heart into the fire. Yeah, but who's got you? On, Dunder. She kicked Dunder's flanks, and he bellowed like a trumpet. Sorry, she apologized, patting his neck. He shook his antlers, stomped his back right foot, and they were airborne. Stella held onto the harness with all her might, and Kris held onto her. She turned Dunder east. Robin and the sleigh appeared to her left. Robin waved to let her know things looked good and fell behind them. It should only take us 5 minutes to get there. Stella yelled over her shoulder. If you have God's ear, now would be the time to start praying. Dunder stumbled on a cold undercurrent but managed to right himself. Pray harder, she yelled to Kris. I am. Trust me. Heaven help her, she did. And that was scarier than riding a sick reindeer over a deserted mountain range in the dead of winter.
Chapter 10. December 5th, continued. Stella said it would take 5 minutes to get from Alaska to North Dakota, and if it weren't for the sick reindeer, Kris would have wanted their flight time to last much longer. With his arms wrapped around a beautiful woman who smelled like lemon and chocolate, he could say he'd found heaven. Until Dunder tripped over something. Kris made the mistake of looking down at the world flying past in a blur of white and black. From this height, the trees were toothpicks. Really sharp and scary toothpicks that could and would impale him if he slipped. He closed his eyes and buried his face in Stella's neck, not caring if she thought him forward. There were worse things to be, like shish kebabbed. Hang on, Stella warned before Dunder took a nosedive. What do you think I've been doing? Kris didn't have to be told twice. Dunder stumbled several more times on the way down. Aren't reindeer supposed to land like snow on the rooftop? He complained as his backside took a beating akin to trotting on a horse with no saddle. When they're healthy? Yes. Stella's normal joking was set aside as she struggled to keep Dunder upright. His strength is gone. The ground rose up quickly, and Kris braced for impact. At the last second, Stella pulled hard, leaning back, trying to keep Dunder's nose up. His back legs made contact first and slipped right out from underneath him. Kris held onto Stella and pushed off, trying to get out of the animal's way as he fell. Stella must have had the same idea, because she let go of the harness and jumped. The two of them came to a stop in a snowbank, covered in the cold stuff. Kris turned Stella in his arms and looked her over. Are you okay? He was breathing too hard, scared out of his wits that she'd been hurt. His breath hitched at holding her like this. For the first time in perhaps his whole life, he felt like a real man. The kind of man that chopped down trees to keep his woman warm all winter and plowed fields to feed her and fought off wolves that scratched at the door. Stella laughed, her eyes sparkling. We gotta do that again. She was insufferable. He growled at her, rolling on top of her and shoving his beard into the spot between her jaw and her shoulder. She giggled and shoved at him. Stop. That tickles. That's the point, he replied, nuzzling deeper and getting a shriek. Dang it all. He was so happy to be alive. If you two are done making out in my snowbank, I'd like to take a look at your reindeer. Stella froze and then moved her head to peer around Kris. Caleb? Hey. Kris stared down at her, wondering what on earth could make this sassy, overconfident woman stutter. A large hand grabbed the back of his coat and helped haul him to his feet. He brushed off the snow and was smacked in the face with the chill. Shivering, he glanced at the man Stella called Caleb as he pulled Stella out of the snow too. He was around 6 foot, maybe 6'2", with brown hair and a full beard. He wore a heavy canvas coat lined with flannel and cowboy jeans. His boots were well worn and well cared for, and he had on a tan cowboy hat. Caleb and Stella broke into simultaneous goofy grins, and Stella threw her arms around his neck. "It's good to see you again." "You too, Sugar Bee." Caleb wrapped her up snug as a gift on Christmas Eve. Stella's eyes squeezed shut in. What was that? Pleasure? Happiness? Utter and complete joy. Fury unlike any Chris felt before. And purely unfitting of a preacher. Churned through him. He gripped his hands into fists, reciting scriptures about loving your neighbor and your enemy. "You wanted to look at Dunder," he ground out. Stella blinked and came to herself. Shoving off Caleb's broad shoulders, she hurried over to the hurt reindeer. "We can't figure out what's wrong. He barely made it here. I saw the landing from the window." Caleb took off his leather work gloves and palpitated Dunder's belly. "Where did you learn to fly like that?" He tossed a cocky smile over his shoulder at Stella. She hugged herself in that way women did when they were pleased. "You know where." "Yeah, but that was a long time ago." She flipped her hair. "Some of us still got it." "Sure you do." Caleb continued his exam. He tipped his head at Chris. He looked as terrified as a prairie dog in a hayfield on cutting day. "She keep you on your toes?" Chris nodded curtly. "More like throws me on my behind." Caleb tipped his head back and laughed. "That's Stella." He winked at Stella, and she made a kissing noise back at him. The longer they stood there, the more he hated this guy. Obviously, the two had a history, but he couldn't quite make out if it was romantic or just so familiar that winks and kissy faces meant nothing. The sleigh landed, and Chris wanted to yell, "What took you so long?" at Robin. Robin hopped off and came over. Chris's anger toward the cocky cowboy kept him warm enough that he didn't have to hold on to Stella. The girls ran out of the sleigh, one grabbing each of his hands. "Can you help him?" asked Emma. Caleb jumped in to answer. "You bet I can. I'm the best reindeer wrangler around." "He likes to think so," called another male voice. Chris turned toward the barn, where a group of people were coming out to see what all the commotion was about. In the lead was another. "Caleb?" Chris blinked. The man was similarly outfitted for the cold, though his hat was darker brown and his jacket had blue flannel lining instead of red. "Jack!" Stella ran and threw her arms around the carbon copy. Upon closer inspection, this guy had a strawberry blonde beard, whereas Caleb's was pure honey. Twins. That was just great. As if one cowboy wasn't enough competition, there were now two. Jack twirled her around in the snow, both of them laughing. "What have you brought us this time, Princess?" He set her down, and Stella swatted at him. "Princess? I thought I told you never to call me that." "As you wish." "Stop!" Stella hit him again. For the life of him, Chris couldn't figure out why he wanted Stella to swat him so badly, but he'd be a whole lot calmer if she'd come over and give his arm a smack. Robin went to stand by Caleb, asking question after question. "I'm going to call the stables and see if we can get Stella on the line. She'll know more about his eating habits than I do. Guys, come meet my friends." Stella dragged two men who looked like they belonged on horseback, driving a herd of cattle. Behind them all came an older couple, moving slower. "Okay." Stella started pointing. "That's Caleb. You met him." Chris smirked as Caleb lifted a couple fingers in a wave. His attention was 75% on Dunder and 25% on Stella. Chris wanted to wipe the last 25% out of the guy's head with a well-aimed snowball, but he refrained. "This guy," she hugged the twin's arm, "is more handsome than his twin and twice as smart," he supplied for her. Stella laughed. "You wish. This is Jack. They're twins in trouble with a capital T." She moved to the guy on her other side and hugged his arm. "Forrest is probably the only other person on the planet who can drive a sleigh as well as I can." "Just as well?" he teased. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. "I was being generous." He guffawed, but she'd already moved on. "And this is Pax, and that's Drake." Guys, these are my friends Chris, Emma, and Sophia. Chris held his arm out a little from his body so Stella could snuggle up to him. But she didn't. Instead, Forrest grabbed his hand and stated, pumping, "It's great to meet you. We don't see a lot of outsiders here, especially you." He leaned in and whispered behind his hand, "Know about the reindeer." He winked at the girls. Sophia blushed right up to her hairline. Apparently, these guys had an effect on women of all ages. "Boys, get out of the way. I want to meet our visitors." A smaller, older woman with gray hair and a plump figure shoved Forrest aside. He pretended to stumble and fall, sending Emma giggling behind her gloves. "Look at you two," she exclaimed at the girls. "My goodness. You're so beautiful. Call me Grandma Anna. Or if that's too much of a mouthful, you can just call me Granny." She turned a scornful eye on her sons. "If just one of my boys would even think about grandchildren, I'd call it a miracle." They all pretended interest in their boots, the sky, and the barn behind them. "Men!" She threw up her hands. "Is he going to be okay?" Sophia sniffed and pointed to Dunder. Anna's husband came forward and laid his arm across his wife's shoulders. He towered over her 4 feet 2 inches by a good 2 feet. Where she was pleasantly plump, he was thin. Not that he was skinny, just more wiry. Their boys were a mix of the 2 gene sets, tall and thick. "She's going to be just fine, sweetheart. O.L. Dunder here is made of sterner stuff than fluff and giggle." He reached his hand out to Chris. "Abner Nicolas, ranch owner and reindeer wrangler. Pastor Chris Willis." Why he threw in the title, he didn't know. Maybe to let these guys know he had a job, some would even say a respected position, in his community. Basically, he felt like the new kid on the block who had to prove himself. Robin's admonition rang through his skull, "Grow up." Yeah, he was going to have to work on that. "Pastor, eh?" Abner rubbed his chin. "Why don't you bring the young ones inside for some of Granny's cookies?" Chris took in the scene. Dunder was still down, his chest rising and falling heavily. Stella shoved Drake from behind and grinned at him. He blushed 7 shades of Christmas red. She winked and only made it worse. Abner shook his head. "That's Stella. To know her is to love her." He took Chris's measure. Chris ducked his head, praying his emotions weren't written across his face. He wasn't even sure what they all were. Anger and jealousy? There were several helpings of each. Which must mean that he cared about Stella and wanted to claim her for his own. He didn't have quality time to spend with that thought, so he pushed it aside. Anna held her arms out like a mother hen gathering her flock. "I'll take them in, you stay and help." He glanced down at the girls to see if they were okay leaving. They had mirrored looks of resignation. "Hey!" He squatted down. "These guys are really nice. They work with the reindeer. You should ask them if they know Santa." "Know him?" boomed Abner. "I taught her everything she knows about flying a sleigh." "Her?" asked Sophia, her forehead wrinkling in question. Abner took her hand. "Well, sure. You didn't think Stella was Santa's only daughter, did you? Robin?" Emma pointed to her. Robin glanced up from where she was pulling a blanket out of her purse and blew a kiss to Emma. "Nope. Not me." "Now, that's an interesting story." Abner leaned close and spoke low enough that Robin couldn't hear. "We all thought Robin was going to be Santa, but then Ginger came along. He walked as he talked, and the children trailed behind, hanging on his every word like fairy lights strung along a house's eaves." Chris folded his arms, not sure what to do with himself now that the girls were taken away for cookies and stories. He was about to offer his help to Caleb when a snowball hit him in the back of the head. Globs of slush dripped down his coat, making him shimmy. Turning, he found Stella pointing at Pax. The redhead backed away, his palms up. "Dude, you know who that was." He pointed to Stella. "Pax." She stomped her black-booted foot. "You're getting nuttin' for Christmas." He broke into a jog as she gathered another handful, eyeing Chris up. "Put that down, Stella." Chris held up a hand to ward her off. "You don't know what you're starting." She smirked and flapped her hand. Police. I'm immune to cold. Snowballs can't hurt me. He rushed her. She squealed and started to run. He caught her easily and threw her over his shoulder. Spinning around, he looked for a good place to drop her. How about water? He marched to a fence with a water trough on the other side. Steam came up off the water. There was an electrical cord snaking along the fence and into the tank. The heater kept the water from freezing for the animals and made a great place to get even for the cold running down his back. Chris! Stella kicked her feet. You wouldn't dare. You're daring me now? Okay. That's not what I meant. She changed her tactics. Instead of trying to get away, she folded over his shoulder and clung to him, wrapping her legs around his chest in the front and her arms around his midsection from the back. Laughter sounded from all directions. Hold on, I need a picture. Forrest lifted his phone. Chris stopped and posed, lifting his free hand and giving a thumbs up. Forrest's fingers flew across the keyboard. No. Stella tried to climb down Chris, pulling at his pants and hitching her hips higher on his shoulder. All to no avail. Fine. She pushed up with her hands at the small of his back. I want to be thrown in. A nice dip in reindeer slobbered water is exactly what I was hoping for when I got up this morning. I don't believe you, Chris called over his shoulder. 15 more feet, and he'd be able to drop her in. You should. It's great for the skin. Yeah, right. The elixir of life. The fountain of youth. How do you think Santa lived so long? That one made him pause. How old are you? He asked incredulously. Am I carrying around a 40-year-old? Ugh. I look 40? Give or take, called Jack as he emerged from the barn, pulling a large sleigh. It looked like the kind 10 kids would ride down a hill on and have the time of their lives. Drake was at the back, pushing. The shiny silver runners glided along the snow with ease. They headed toward Dunder. Oh no! It looked like the legend may have taken his last flight. Chris's stomach dropped, and all thoughts of fun and flirting faded away in light of the seriousness of the situation. He set Stella on her feet and pointed over his shoulder as he backed away. I'm going to help them move him. See if I can. Stella's eyes filled with sorrow. Go! She pushed him ahead of her, but they got there at the same time. Robin and Nick had the blanket shoved mostly under Dunder, and Jack and Gabe were on the other side, pulling it. Caleb was on his phone. What can I do? Chris asked, wishing he had more skills. I can't get a hold of Dr. Saintsbury. Caleb kicked a pile of snow. I'm going into town to find him. Keep calling, Jack told him. He may have gotten your message and be on the way. Service can be spotty. Like I don't know that, Caleb grumbled as he stormed toward the house. Everybody grab a section of blanket, and let's see if we can get him on the sled. Jack motioned for the 9 of them to spread out. Chris took the spot next to Stella in the middle of Dunder's back. Not you. Jack pointed at Chris's chest. Excuse me? Chris pointed to his chest. No offense, but you're not a Kringle, and you're not a Wrangler. So, let me say again. I mean no offense, but you're the weakest one here. I need you to slide the sleigh under him when we lift. Jack was all business. And while he'd done his best not to be rude, Chris's man cart took a solid punch to the kidneys. He growled low. I bested Stella. He glared at Jack. Jack jerked his head at Chris while looking at Stella, egging her on to fill him in on something he missed. Stella bit her lip. I might have let you. He laughed. Yeah, right. You're half my size. He looked around the group for confirmation, but all he found were grim faces. Look, you two can arm wrestle later, Jack cut in. Let's just do this, okay? Fine, Chris spat. This was Jack's ranch, he'd do as asked. Besides, the important thing was that they took care of Dunder. He positioned himself behind the sleigh, ready to move it into position on the signal. On 3. Jack wrapped the corner of the blanket around his hand and counted to 3. Everyone lifted and strained, and Dunder came up 2 feet off the ground. Dunder threw his head, upset at being jostled. Kris shoved the sleigh, digging his toes into the snow for traction. Once it was in place, they set Dunder down, and he let out a heavy sigh. "Let's get him in the barn." Jack motioned toward the giant red and white structure. "I got it." Kris picked up the rope and strained, only to land on his backside. Dunder huffed what might have been a laugh. Stella walked over and took the rope. "That's 400 pounds of attitude there, big guy." She walked forward, and the sleigh moved with her as if it were a feather. "What in the world?" Kris was full of chagrin. Maybe Kringles really did have superhuman strength, and all this time he'd not noticed. How had he not seen it? The back end of the sleigh came into his peripheral vision, and he saw Forrest, Pax, and Drake pushing. Pax saluted and grinned. Kris shook his head. "You are a bad influence on her." He jogged to catch up with them. Even in the tense situation, they could set up a joke on him. "I think it was the other way around," Jack said as he came even with Kris. The way Jack watched Stella move made Kris wonder if there was a history there as well as with Caleb. How many of the Wranglers had she dated? And if so, was it recent or ancient history?
Chapter 11. How are the girls? Stella asked Kris as he came into the barn carrying 2 thermoses. Night had come, and the barn was quiet. Everyone else had gone inside, but she'd offered to stay out here with Dunder. It just didn't feel right leaving him alone when he didn't feel good and was away from home. Of course, the ranch had been his home when he was born, but he'd flown and taken to the harness so quickly he'd pretty much grown up at the North Pole. She didn't want him to feel lonely on top of being sick. The girls are as happy as Christmas mice. Anna's spoiling them to no end. Kris sat next to her in the stall, his legs in front of him. "And the vet?" Kris frowned. "Bad news. He's had a heart attack." Stella gasped and grabbed onto him. "What happened?" "They're not sure. He's in surgery now. His daughter is with him, and Caleb is staying with her. She's a vet as well. He's hoping she can get an hour or 2 to come out here. There's no one else they trust with a flying reindeer, and from what I gather, Caleb isn't too sure about this daughter." Stella lifted one side of her mouth in a lopsided smile. "I'm not sure who I feel more sorry for, her dad, or her for having Caleb shadow her around." Kris looked like he wanted to probe into that thought a little deeper, but Stella didn't want to take a trip down failed relationship lane. "How long before we can get help?" "He can't fly anymore. Caleb seems to think he'll be able to get her here in the morning." Stella frowned. "Oh, that's good, then." There wasn't much they could do. Her dad would take priority, even though Stella's heart was aching for Dunder. They'd made him as comfortable as possible and offered everything from carrots to oats and even a candy cane, but he didn't eat. He did drink some water, though, which was encouraging. "What are you thinking so hard about?" Kris asked. He shifted so he was a little closer. Their legs brushed, and his shoulder relaxed. He had the habit of tightening them up when he was cold. She liked that he sought her out for heat. "I'm trying to remember if I've met this woman before, but for the life of me, I can't place a face." "When would you have come across her?" Kris turned slightly, and she leaned into him even more. "I came here several summers growing up." She glanced around fondly. "This place was like summer camp for me and my sisters. We could come here, work on the ranch, play with the baby reindeer, and take flying lessons." "And flirt with boys?" He nudged her arm. She nodded. "Mom thought we needed exposure to the males of the species and that the up-and-coming Wranglers were our best shot at not being weird." "How so?" "It's the old homeschool debate over socialization. We live in our own little world up there, and it was dominated by females all growing up. These guys taught us to dance, to flirt, to be ourselves around guys. They demystified them." She whispered the last part. "And they made us see that men had flaws, personalities, and even feelings." She chuckled. The things we put them through. Heaven bless them for letting us come every year. It doesn't seem like they minded much, he said, looking into his mug. We all came out as friends in the end. Just friends? He pressed, lifting his eyes to study her. She nodded. I think that's where Mom's plan backfired. I mean, 5 Santa daughters plus 5 reindeer wrangler sons should equal grandbabies, right? He held his breath, waiting to see what she thought about all this. He didn't want to put his spin on it and find out later that he was wrong. We became too close, more like cousins than romantic interests. So you didn't kiss any of them? She bit her lip. I didn't say that. He dropped his head back against the stall with a thunk. Stella poked his side. Like you haven't kissed anyone. He lifted his head. True. Her whole being screamed at her to ask about Cindy. To find out why in the world he dated another woman when he could have had her. But she bit back the hundreds of accusatory questions until her mouth was bitter and her chest burned. On the other side of their space, Dunder slept. His breathing was calm and deep, and every once in a while, his back foot would twitch. The barn wasn't heated, so her breath and Chris's created clouds in the air that hovered and then disappeared in the rafters. All around them, the reindeer were hushed. Like they knew not to disturb Dunder. I think he dreams of flying, Stella said as the foot twitching started up again. I'm going to dream of flying tonight. Chris leaned closer, and she couldn't help but think of how perfectly they fit together and the way she'd felt as he'd tickled her with his beard earlier that day. That was the most magical moment in my life. And I can't tell a living soul. She smiled softly. The mixed blessings of being a Kringle. That was one of the best parts of coming to the ranch. I didn't have to pretend. A small line appeared between Chris's eyebrows, and she wondered what she'd said that made him think so hard. She eyed the thermoses. Please tell me one of those is chocolate. One of them is chocolate, he deadpanned. Really? Her face lifted with hope. It had better be, or I'm going to feel like a real jerk. He lifted one and unscrewed the lid. I actually don't know what's in here. Anna handed them to me on my way out. He sniffed. Chicken soup. She screwed up her face. Try the other one. He moved slowly, drawing out the moment. Come on, I've been crying over a reindeer for hours. I need nourishment. He chuckled. Only you would think hot chocolate was nourishment. She shook her head. Ask any Kringle. There's magic in every sip of good hot chocolate. And I happen to know that Anna has a stellar recipe. Yeah. She tugged his arm impatiently. The woman uses real cream and shredded chocolate bars. Hello, did the man not understand the power behind fresh ingredients and quality chocolate? He finally lifted the lid, and the scent of milk chocolate enveloped them. Stella leaned over him to get closer to the mug. Ah. She melted back against the wood. That's the good stuff. She held out her hands and wiggled her fingers for him to deliver the drink. Gimme. Gimme. Gimme, she pleaded. Chris stalled, contemplating the opening. I don't know. It does smell awfully good. Maybe we should arm wrestle for it. He considered her out of the corner of his eye. She rolled her eyes in return. Are you still upset that I'm stronger than you? I have no proof that that is true. Yeah, you do. I said it. So? So Kringles can't lie. Her eyes rounded in panic before she dropped the shades of aloofness she'd learned to perfect over the years. Holy holly berries. Had she really just told him she couldn't lie? Of all the parts of being a Kringle, that was the trickiest. Because a person could take advantage of the information. If Chris started asking questions, ones she wasn't ready to face the answers to, she'd have no choice. Maybe I'll start with soup. She grabbed the silver thermos and focused on unscrewing the cap as if it were the hardest task she'd had to accomplish that day. True to his curious nature, Chris didn't let her slip slide by. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You mean to tell me you cannot tell a lie? Like George Washington? She snorted, almost spraying the soup all over him. George Washington, really? That was not what she'd expected him to say. The cherry tree, he said like she must have missed a chapter in her homeschooling history book. You know that's a myth, right? Some would say the same thing about Santa. He folded his arms and dropped his chin for emphasis. Touché. She took another sip. The soup was full of comfort. Robin made this, she pointed out in an effort to change the subject. Hopefully, she could get him away from the truth serum coursing through her veins 24/7 and get him to focus on something less revealing. How can you tell? Yes. He'd taken the bait. It affects me. Gives me reassurance. She can do that with food. That's her superpower. Well, one of them. He leaned over. What's your superpower? She pressed her lips together, fighting to hold back the information. Guess. The pressure released. She'd dodged that one, but now that he knew she had to tell the truth, he could get anything out of her. She closed her eyes for a moment, wondering if she'd made a huge mistake trusting this man with that information. Beauty. Her eyes flew open in surprise. He smiled. Your superpower is staying beautiful no matter what. He brushed a stray hair off her cheek. I bet I could have dropped you in the trough and you would have come out looking better than a supermodel. Ah, that was sweet. And unlike many other men who'd told her she was beautiful, Chris wasn't feeding her a line. She could see the earnestness on his eyes. She bumped him with her shoulder. Now who's telling lies? She teased. He crossed his finger over his heart. If I am, may George Washington strike me down. She laughed. Taking the thermos from her, he poured some soup in the lid and sipped. I see what you mean. Stella drank right from the mug. So what is it? He prodded, and she knew she wasn't going to get out of answering so easily this time. Part of her wanted to tell him everything. To unload a lifetime of secrets. If I tell you, do you swear you'll uphold the pastor's creed? We have a creed? He cleared his throat quickly. I mean, of course I will. She huffed. Whatever I say will be kept confidential, right? Oh, that creed. No problem. He settled in as if he were about to hear the best bedtime story of his life. She found herself smiling at his antics. The grin faded quickly, though. The situation was all too familiar. A guy flirted, teased, made her laugh. And then, once he saw past the cheer and real life stepped in, she was tossed out like used wrapping paper on December 26th. She'd had her fair share of heartaches and didn't think the organ could take one more. Especially if it came from Chris. She mustered up some bravado and batted her lashes. I'm charming. He burst out in loud laughter. She put her hand over his mouth and shushed him, glancing at Dunder. He did his best to calm down. She glared. He laughed at her Santa power. How dare he? Why is that funny? She demanded. Because you are the most cantankerous woman I've ever met. Me? She scooted back. Let him get cold. He grabbed her arms to keep her from getting too far away. Yes, you. You drive me absolutely bonkers. His eyes danced over her shocked face and landed on her lips. Her breath caught as she read his thoughts as if he had a ticker tape scrolling across his forehead. He'd just thought about kissing her. Again. She flashed back to standing outside the elevator in California. He had the same look. She knew he'd wanted to kiss her. Over the last year, she'd talked herself out of believing that it was true. Yet here he was with the same heavy-lidded look, the same warmth in his silver swirling eyes. The same electric charge surged between them and lifted her up and away from rational thought. She wanted this kiss. Wanted it more than the Barbie car when she was 8, and more than she'd wanted her magical purse when she turned 16. Kris leaned slightly forward, warring with himself. She watched the battle rage for some time. Finally, infuriated that he spent so long deciding, Stella leaned forward and planted her lips on his, firmly holding the back of his head for the count of 3 so he knew, beyond a doubt, that she'd meant to kiss him and kiss him good. She pulled back, feeling joyful and triumphant as a release happened inside of her, like her body screamed, "It's about time." He didn't give her long to revel in her smugness. Cupping both sides of her face, he drew her back to him, his lips moving with a strength and determination that took her breath away. Her spine tingled, and sparkles brushed across her skin. She moved to sit in his lap, her hand sliding easily into his hair, and his arm moved to support her. He moaned with pleasure, and she smiled, briefly breaking their lips apart. "Am I driving you bonkers?" she teased. He groaned. "You've got to be kidding me." He tipped her head and kissed her jaw and then her neck. "You're mocking me as we kiss?" She giggled as his facial hair tickled her skin. "Tell me, Stella, who cannot tell a lie, do you like it when I kiss you?" She dropped her head back and glared at the ceiling. "Yes," she ground out. His lips spread into a smile against her skin. "How about when I kiss you here?" He drew his kisses in a line from her ear to her chin. "Yes," she said, mortified that the word was breathy and heavy with desire. "How a-boo." She cut him off with a kiss that left them both gasping for air. "And you think I'm infuriating?" she accused. He pressed his forehead to hers. She closed her eyes, drinking in the feeling of being held in his arms. This sensation was unique. She didn't feel as if she had to be there. Christmas magic hadn't forced her into this wonderfully precarious position. But she did feel as if she belonged. And that was strange in and of itself. A hot puff of air that smelled suspiciously like oats blasted her cheek. She and Kris pulled apart to see Dunder glaring at them. He swayed on his feet, but the fierce look in his eyes left no room for arguing. "What are you? 110?" She shoved at his muzzle. "Get out of here, nanny goat. We're kissing." He pressed his face between the two of them, using his antlers as pry bars to get them apart. "You're gonna poke my eye out, Dunder." "Okay. Okay." She scooted over, and Kris held up both his hands while Dunder sniffed his chest and then snorted on him once more for good measure. Stella sighed dramatically. "What was that for?" Kris asked. "He knows I won't kiss a man who smells like reindeer." Kris shoved her. "Whatever." His eyes sparkled with something akin to a naughty list thought. "You want to kiss me again? Right now? Admit it." She bit her lip and swallowed against the tightness, compelling her to blurt out her answer. He pinched her side. "Say it." The need to be truthful, combined with his tickling, was too much. "Okay. Yes, I want to kiss you." "Ha." He folded his arms and jutted out his chin in a show of peacock pride. She rolled her eyes. Dunder turned in a circle once and then lay down, his head between their legs. Stella stroked his fur. "At least I have one male on my side." Dunder gave her a look that said, "Are you really into this guy?" Thankfully, he didn't actually ask the question, or she'd be forced to answer yes.
Chapter 12. Kris woke up to a boot nudging his side. He rolled away from the pointy object and landed his face in Dunder's hide. Ew. He spit in case a hair had gotten in his mouth and sat up. Jack leaned over Stella, who was asleep on the other side of the reindeer. "Come on, princess, time to make the world bright." Kris's thoughts jumped to the night before, when Stella had finally admitted her Santa superpower was holiday cheer. Jack must have already known. Had she told him amidst kisses and cuddles, or was it just common knowledge between two families who worked closely together? Or was his morning greeting just that? Stella stretched like a cat, all long-limbed and leisurely paced. If he weren't a preacher, he'd say the movement was sexy. But he was a preacher, and so, instead of watching her move like a tigress, he mentally recited scripture until he could think straight again. He would love to get close to her again and feel the after effects of their quality time together, to talk, just the two of them, and promise things in the light of day. But that wasn't going to happen with the cowboy standing over the two of them. Robin and her family filed into the stall, and Chris gave up all hope of privacy. Gabe gave him a thumbs up, and Nick bobbed his head in appreciation of the fact that Chris had spent the night in the barn with Stella. If they only knew that the only one snuggling up to him was Dunder. Speaking of the reindeer. How is he? His voice croaked and he reached for the cocoa, only to realize it was probably cold and disgusting. Robin shoved a water bottle at him, followed quickly by a toothbrush and toothpaste. He shook his head. Her ability to read his needs before he did was uncanny. You're one lucky guy. He lifted the water bottle to Gabe in salute before downing half of it. Something clacked against the roof. Chris looked up to see a reindeer upside down on the ceiling. Its head was cricked at a funny angle so it could watch him. Tell me he's already been let out for the morning. Chris pointed up, and everyone lifted their gazes to see what had caught his attention. If pigeons made a mess, he couldn't imagine what flying reindeer could do to a jacket. Jack laughed. If you keep calling her him, you might end up with a surprise. Her? But she has antlers. Chris cocked his head in the same crazy way as the animal did. The reindeer, lithe and lean, pranced in a rainbow arch pattern, landing at his feet. Chris kept his arms at his side. Is she tame? Jack lifted one of Dunder's eyelids and shined a flashlight in his eye. The animal jerked away from him. As tame as she's going to get. What does that mean? Chris pressed. The way she was looking at him, like her antler would look really nice buried in his gut, had him swallowing loudly. It means she won't be joining Santa anytime soon. Robin stepped up and rubbed under the reindeer's chin. Her eyes drooped in pleasure, and all signs of distrust melted away like snow in July. We only take the strongest, best behaved, and best trained reindeer. Jack got to his feet. And if they all keep coming out wild, we may be short on our quota. Is that really a possibility? Nick frowned. He too moved over to pet the newcomer. She took an instant liking to him and shuffled her body into his hip. Jack nodded. Unfortunately, yes. We're trying to find another male, one who could bring some new blood into the herd, but this is the last herd in existence. He pushed them out of the stall into the barn, where they could see into a pasture with thousands of animals following a flatbed truck. Pax and Drake stood on the back, throwing grass off each side. Forrest beeped the horn in greeting. They watched in silence for a moment. The crisp air was clear as a diamond. Ponderosa pines lined the property, planted close together and staggered like soldiers meant to protect the property. Their limbs grew into one another and weaved together. The herd grazed on the freshly thrown grass, munching away without a care in the world. Half of them had lost their antlers. There was a pile of them in the corner of the barn. Quite a few artisans in Alaska would love to get their hands on the sheds. They used locally found sheds for knife and cooking spoon handles as well as jewelry and carvings. Maybe he could have a few shipped up and use them to barter next spring. Robin seemed to come to herself. Listen, I have to get back. She glanced at her phone. Stella turned a sharp eye on her. Why? Robin didn't even hesitate to answer. Chris had caught Stella's hesitation, and almost compulsion, to answer truthfully yesterday. Where she fought it, Robin seemed to embrace it. Mom's been covering for me in the kitchens, and Dad's been covering for you. Oh no! Stella's hand went to her throat. I'm afraid so. But no one's texted. Robin scrunched up her face. So Lux thought it would be a good idea to disable your texting app and the alarms on your Toys app and pretty much anything that would let you know what it's like back home. Just until you get things figured out in the magic department. She did not. Stella shook like she was ready to collapse. You mean I can't text? Robin grabbed her arms and held her up. You can text out and family can always reach you, but elves and exes are off limits. I'm gonna peek at all her gifts, Stella growled. Was it possible for a person to be adorable when they threaten people? Only in Stella's case, Chris decided. Robin continued, I need to be on site so I can help with the elves and keep work moving along. She wiped her fingers across her forehead. You can ride up with us and get the other sleigh and then come back for Chris and the girls. No, Stella chewed her bottom lip. I'm sure I can borrow something here. Yeah, Jack interrupted. We'll get her taken care of. And Dunder will be up and flying in no time. Jack's tone was upbeat, but there was a note of false bravado in it that had Chris worried. But what about Plan B? Robin asked in a way that made Chris feel like he was being talked about. He tuned in a little closer, even as he spread toothpaste over the brush and started cleaning. Plan A is back on, I think. She glanced at him, and their eyes met. They both looked away fast, because they'd been caught. His heart did a little jig. He liked getting caught with Stella. Maybe they should work on getting caught under the mistletoe once everyone was back to the North Pole. Robin grabbed Stella's arm and hauled her out of the barn. Chris scowled after them. Things between him and Stella had taken a turn for the better, despite one meddling reindeer. But what was this Plan A and Plan B thing? He could outright ask her, but something gave him pause. Knowing she had to tell him the truth was tricky. Stella didn't seem to like being forced into things, and he didn't want to be the one to push her along. That felt sneaky and more than a little heavy-handed. No. If she wanted him to know, she'd tell him. He needed to respect her privacy and the right to open up to him at her own pace. But what if she chose not to? His stomach soured, and he rinsed his mouth with the water bottle, spitting into the manure pile. Forrest called something, and his brothers answered back, and then they all laughed. These were the men Stella had grown up with, the ones she probably based her version of a real man on. They were steady, working the family business. And what had he done? He'd walked away from his dad's law firm without a backward glance. Then, he trotted all over the country trying to find a new future. He couldn't compete with the Wranglers in their Stetson hats and with their life history with the Kringle family. Stella would figure that out soon enough. He just hoped she'd look beyond his wanderings through life and see that he had a good heart. Love wasn't a battlefield for him. It was a journey and a destination all wrapped up in one. Until now, he hadn't known anyone he'd want to take that journey with, but Stella was it. She made him want to try. Too. He chuckled to himself. To grow up. But he wanted to grow up like her. She had a childlike way of living life, seizing the fun in a moment and enjoying it, while also doing more work than 10 other people. With her, work could even be fun. Every moment since he'd climbed on Dunder's back was an adventure. Even with the stress and worry over the ailing reindeer's health, he had the best day of his life. Was it just yesterday that they'd left Alaska? It felt like years had passed between the moment Stella arrived on his doorstep, Christmas in tow, to now standing in a reindeer barn in North Dakota. We have to keep the flyers in the barn, or they'd be all over town. The gray building next door is a playground of sorts, Jack was explaining to Nick as Chris capped his toothpaste and rejoined the group. You should come down in January, and we'll give you the full tour. Stay a couple weeks. Can I, Gabe? Nick's whole face was lit up in a way that Chris hadn't seen. He shed the too cool persona and was all 5-year-old eagerness. I don't see why not, Gabe replied. Mind if I come too? I'm a city kid, so I don't know how much use I can be, but I wouldn't mind learning how to work the ranch. Jack chuckled. We'll take all the hands we can get. His eyes cut to Chris. You, wouldn't be interested in this, would you? His tone was flat, indicating that he hoped the answer was no. Chris thought of Stella and the way she'd kissed him first last night, holding his head in place to make the point that she'd done the kissing. It was brave and attractive. He liked that she didn't back down from a challenge. He wasn't one to take on big projects, but a couple weeks here wouldn't kill him. And there was always the chance to prove that he could be as tough as the cowboys. He wasn't about to miss out on that. Name the date. I'll be here. Jack's mouth fell open. Really? A more thoughtful part of Chris seemed to wake up, and he dropped the act. Despite the circumstances that brought us here, I liked flying. These animals are amazing. I'm in. Dunder grumbled from his spot on the floor as if telling Chris it was about time he figured it out. Other than his nanny goat moment last night, he hadn't gotten to his feet. He did take water from a bucket, though, which gave them all a brief respite from their worry over the beloved reindeer. Jack smiled. Your girls will love it too. There's so many things for kids to do around here. We host school groups in the spring and fall. Alarms went off. He hadn't meant to give the impression that he was their father, but they looked to him as if he was their safety net in this crazy world. He liked the feeling, but he couldn't lay claim where he didn't have one. They are my girls, Chris corrected. I'm just taking care of them until a more permanent situation is found. And I'm doing a horrible job, because I haven't seen them since yesterday afternoon. Wow. That was bad. But I thought. Jack pointed at Chris and looked at Gabe for confirmation. Gabe shook his head slightly, telling him not to ask any more questions while Chris was within earshot. Which wouldn't be long, since the group was already planning their exit strategy. Which was fine with him. He could use a hot shower and a change of clothes. He glanced around quickly to make sure Robin wasn't near. If she'd sensed that need, he might find himself in an outdoor shower with his shirt and pants thrown over the door. I'm going to check on Stella. He made his way out of the barn, dodging a baby reindeer that was all gangly legs and tiny antlers. He closed the door carefully behind him, not wanting to be the reason a reindeer escaped and flew away. Robin shouted, "You did what?" Stella folded her arms and pressed her lips tightly together. These two were headed into a sibling storm. Not wanting to be caught in the middle of it. Or just listening in. Chris opened the door again and slammed it hard. Both women jumped as the noise echoed over the open plain. Sorry. Not sorry. He grinned. How soon until we get home? Both women stared at him with completely different looks. Robin's was confused and thoughtful, with a dash of disbelief thrown in. Stella's was calculating, curious, and embarrassed, like she'd been caught peeking at her presence. She could unwrap him. He stopped the thought in its tracks, too aware of Robin's superpower and too embarrassed to have his need to hold Stella close broadcast to her oldest sister. Being around more than one Kringle at a time would take some getting used to. Stella made a disgruntled noise. Let me check my phone. Oh look, the clock still works. She swiped the screen. I should be able to land there before lunch. Great. I'll go get the girls ready to go. The walk to the house was a long one, but that was okay. He needed a minute to cool down anyway. His cheeks burned as he worried about what Robin sensed, and he counted the minutes until he could get Stella alone and explore more of this thing growing between them.
Chapter 13. Stella chewed her thumbnail. A habit she'd supposedly broken at age 9. Did he sound preoccupied? Yeah. He did. Robin sighed. He wants to kiss you again, but he doesn't want me to know. Stella giggled and hugged herself. Robin's phone buzzed, and she glanced at the screen, frowning. Stella watched Chris trudge through the snow, his shoulders hunched against the cold. If she were close, she could make him feel warm again. I can't quite figure him out, Stella admitted. Why don't you start by telling me why you kissed the man you told all of us you weren't going to pursue anymore? Robin stuck her finger in Stella's face. You said you were only going to Clearview to take Christmas to the girls. I was only going for that. And then I was going to hop on the sleigh and fly off to Europe to meet a stunningly handsome man who couldn't live without me. Maybe a Spaniard with dark eyes who rolled his RS. Robin's phone buzzed again. She hit a button and then folded her arms. Does this man have a name? Don't stand like that, it makes you look like Mom. Stella shook Robin's arms out, trying to get her to change topics. Robin shook her off. Stella. All right. I kissed him because he wanted to kiss me. That is no reason to hand your lips over to a man. Especially when you said there was no future with him. I know that. Stella snapped. What I mean is, he wanted to kiss me, but he didn't. It was like he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. Like there was a line in the snow that only he could see. So I reached over that line and yanked him across it. You kissed him. Stella cocked her hip. I thought we established this already. Robin chuckled. Then she chortled. Soon, she was belly laughing, holding her sides and wiping tears. The sound echoed across the flat expanse. The reindeer milling in their pen lifted their heads to see what disturbed their breakfast. Stella planted her fists on her hips and squared off with her sister. I don't see what's so funny. Oh. That's what's hilarious. Robin swiped under her eye. She looked at her phone, shook her head, and focused on Stella again. Your mascara is ruined, Stella pointed out. Sakai. Totally worth it. Robin pulled herself together and took a deep breath. What's funny, dear sister, is that you finally have a challenge. Stella narrowed her eyes. And what now? Chris thinks about things. And he probably has his reasons for holding back. But you don't think things through. Thanks. Stella chirped. I'm a firm believer that a kiss should not be analyzed until after it happens. Robin's eyebrows came together. That's not right. It's true. You can't give a proper analysis of anything until you have all the data, and you don't have all the data until after you've kissed. She wiggled her head side to side. Ask Frost. She'll agree with me. Robin grinned. All right, then. Now that you have all the data, what's your analysis? Shoot. In her effort to defend her position, she hadn't considered Robin might use it to pin her down. She could be coy. One of her best defenses against being honest. But she could really use some sisterly advice. I like him. And I know what you're thinking. It's not because he's a challenge of some sort. He's sweet and says the right things, and he's a super amazing kisser. Like, I saw stars and I swear angels were singing, and then there was this explosion of so much happy inside of me. It was like a glitter bomb. You've got it bad. Robin touched her hand, adding a sense of seriousness to her next words. You said you like him, but I think you're 3/4 of the way into love. Stella groaned and dropped her face into her hands. I think you might be right. Darn those truth genes, they wouldn't even let her be dishonest with herself. There were some things a girl just needed to keep out of her own understanding for self-preservation. The question is, how does he feel? Robin's attention was drawn back to her phone. When she was done answering the text, she looked expectantly at Stella. Stella peeked out between her fingers. He kissed me back. Like, totally involved, not shy, make a reindeer angry kissed back. Make a reindeer angry? Robin's nose wrinkled in confusion. You had to be there. Stella flapped a hand. So if I'm 3/4 of the way in love and he's at least halfway in love, how do we fill in the rest and complete this recipe for a Merry Christmas? I'm not sure. Love isn't something I can whip up in the kitchen. Don't be so modest. I've tasted your macaroons. Robin laughed. My cookies aside, I'm not sure what you're going to do. Well, then you're a horrible big sister. Robin suddenly hugged her. You have to find your own path to true love. Unfortunately, knowing you, it's going to be a bumpy ride. Her phone beeped, and she sighed. I love you too. Stella hugged her back. Now get out of here before my production room falls apart and I have to kick some cranberries. We can't afford to be short on toys this year. It's killing me not to be there, and I've exercised major self-control not to rip that phone out of your hands and boss elves around. Robin hurriedly tucked her phone into the inside pocket of her coat. I'd rather it be there than me, so figure this out sooner rather than later, would you? Stella saluted. I'll do my best. That's the Kringle spirit. Robin returned her salute before heading back into the barn to gather Gabe and Nick. Stella tipped her head back and took in the grand expanse of gray sky. Off in the distance, the snow white blurred with the horizon, and it looked like the world went on forever. It might, but Christmas wouldn't if she couldn't navigate the changing winds of love. Robin was right, she hadn't thought about what would happen if she kissed Chris. Because a part of her believed everything would work out hunky-dory. But she'd thought that last year, and he'd left her standing under the mistletoe, lips puckered and anger bubbling. Maybe she'd pushed too far, too fast back then? Was she doing that again by yanking him across the lines he'd drawn for himself? If so, did that mean his rush to get home was his way of trying to get rid of her? The thought stank like yesterday's reindeer droppings, and she made her way into the house under a Christmas funk cloud.
Chapter 14. Do we have to go? Emma dragged her feet down the hall. She wore a pair of pajamas, probably provided by Robin, if the gingerbread men on the front were any indication. Her hair was in a knot, and she had pillow marks across her cheek. I like it here. Me too. Sophia drew her face into a determined grimace and folded her arms, refusing to get up from the table, where she'd finished off more French toast than a congregation could eat in a week. How on earth was he going to feed them for another month? Their refusal to get dressed had taken him by surprise, and Chris was at a loss as to how to handle the situation. How did one make a female do what they didn't want to do? He'd never had much luck in that department, not that he tried to get women to do things. Not like that. No. He was the good guy, the one all the girls wanted to hang out with and felt safe around. While he considered himself a patient man, he had a lot going on and didn't want to argue. Can you just help me out here? My house. The church. Could have burned down and I wouldn't know it. I just want to get back to Alaska. Not so much because of what he left behind, but because of who he'd come with. Who he'd kissed with wild abandon in a barn, of all places. Scratch that. A reindeer barn. His world had tipped when Stella walked into it 4 years ago, and every attempt he made to right it only seemed to muddle it up more. Like dating Cindy. He thought dating her would take his mind off Stella and help improve his mom and dad's opinion of him. That was a mistake. One he didn't want to think about ever again. The problem wasn't that things were going south with Stella. It was that they were going right. It was usually about this time in a relationship when he did something stupid and the girl, realizing he wasn't the one for them, dumped him. He really didn't want to do that with Stella. She deserved better, and he was going to be better. He just had to focus and make sure that he ignored his instincts. He shoved thoughts of screwing up out of his mind and waited for the girls to figure out if they were going to pout. He started humming, "He Knows When You Are Sleeping." They exchanged looks and then both their attitudes melted into acquiescence and then went down the hallway to the room they'd shared the night before. He put his hands on his lower back and pushed, stretching muscles that disagreed with his sleeping arrangements. What I wouldn't give for a mattress right now. Well, I'm not serving mattresses, but you're welcome to some breakfast. Anna smiled as she set a plate piled high with French toast in front of him. You look like a man who could use some fattening up. He grunted. So everyone tells me. The Wranglers were bigger than him. He cubed all winter and had the muscles to prove it. Still, they carried themselves like they were 10 feet tall, and he had yet to master the art. He paused, fork in midair. Are Kringles really strong? Anna nodded. Not so much stronger than a regular person, but they manage to keep in shape and have a metabolism I'd trade this whole farm for. So do you think Stella could beat me in an arm wrestle? She patted his upper arm as if judging his strength. It'll be close. She winked and went back to the stove. His ego would take her teasing. He put a patty of butter between the slices of toast and poured a generous amount of syrup over the top. His first bite was pure heaven. This is delicious. Thank you. My mama always puts cinnamon in her mix, and I do too. I think it gives it a little something extra. He agreed, though his response was garbled by the food in his mouth. Anna picked up a few dirty plates and took them to the sink. Your girls are adorable. You've done a good job with them. How long has their mom been gone? Chris choked on his food. He coughed and took a sip of the orange juice Anna set in front of him. When his airway was clear, he said, "They aren't mine. They were found in the mountains by a bush pilot. The town thought I should be the one to take them in, since I'm the local clergyman." He ran his fork through the syrup, creating lines. "To tell you the truth, I have no idea what I'm doing with them. That's not what it looks like to me." He lifted his head and met Anna's soft, motherly gaze. "They listen to you. And you talk to them with respect. I've seen biological fathers do much worse. I guess." He went back to his breakfast. "Anyway, our arrangement is only temporary. They'll be in a foster home by the end of January." Goodness. Her hand went to her heart. "I don't know how you'll ever let them go. They've only been here one night, and I'm going to cry when they leave. It's not a matter of wanting them. I mean, I wasn't planning on being a father this year. You know? But it's more of a matter of providing for them. I don't see how I can do that." "Oh, pish. Kids don't need the latest cell phone or sneakers or the toy that's all the rage this year for the holidays. They just need a place to lay their heads, some food in their bellies, and a whole lot of love. That last one doesn't cost you a dime." She opened the fridge to return the milk, orange juice, and butter. "I'm not even sure I can provide the first two. I scrape by, and I'm okay with that. It's just me. If I go without, that's my own fault, or choice, as the case may be. But I can't ask children to live like that. Not when there are better options out there." Anna shut the fridge and leveled him with a look. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I'm not sure you have your priorities in the right order." He chuckled. "Why would I take that wrong?" he said with a dash of sarcasm. He thought he was used to strong women. His mom was tougher than nails. But Mom wasn't like these ladies, Anna and Robin, who had done their best to set him straight. They gave their advice with enough love that he didn't feel talked down to or less than. They said things as if he were in complete control of the outcome. Like they respected his ability to make himself into something more. That was a new thing for him, and it made him want to rise up and sit taller. Anna didn't have a chance to answer before Stella burst into the room like she'd been blown in by a strong northerly wind. Wisps of cold danced in behind her, sending goosebumps over Chris's arms. "Do I smell French toast?" She went to Anna and hip-bumped her. "How much for breakfast?" Anna laughed. "Go on. You know there's no charge around here. Toast is in the oven." Stella opened the cupboard and got a plate, then opened the oven and pulled out 3 pieces of warm toast. She knew where the silverware drawer was, the cups, and everything else she grabbed. Anna stirred the milk that was slowly heating on the stove. "What's the update on Dunder?" "He's the same. No worse. No better." Stella sat down across from Chris, not meeting his gaze. "Caleb says he'll have the new vet here by noon. I hope she knows what she's doing. If it's Dr. Saintsbury's daughter, she'll know. I don't remember her." Stella smeared hazelnut spread on her toast. Chris watched her, wishing he'd thought to try that. She lifted her eyes, and their gazes locked. The intensity of the connection had him turning away. He just couldn't look at her without feeling things that were better left unfelt in a stranger's kitchen. Chris's mind wandered to what Anna had said as the conversation about the vet's daughter continued. His priorities were just fine. He was a pastor, for heaven's sake. God was his #1 priority. Only, it had been a while since he'd felt a strong connection to heaven. Cindy had kind of messed with his head. Sure, he preached every Sunday and he encouraged faith in his congregation. But he couldn't remember the last time he heard the Holy Spirit speak to him. It was like he'd gone on autopilot, letting life happen to him. Case in point. He'd flown on a reindeer yesterday. Second case in point. He'd kissed Stella. Well, she'd kissed him, because he couldn't decide if kissing her was a good idea. Confession, it was a very good idea. So why hadn't he gone for it when he'd had the chance? He'd hesitated. Well, he wouldn't hesitate next time. He knew what he wanted, and he was going to go for it.
Chapter 15. The French toast was delicious. Anna was as charming and hospitable as ever. The house was decorated with all the trimmings, which made Stella feel right at home. And yet, she couldn't seem to get her emotions under control. One minute she was mad at Chris and ignoring him because he confused her, the next, she was caught in a lover's staring contest that had her heart pounding like a bass drum and her stomach swooping like a trombone. If anyone looked inside of her, they'd see a marching band of jumbled thoughts and feelings. One man should not be this interesting. Abner and Forrest came in from the home office. There was an office in the barn where the boys were allowed to go corporate, but the one in the house was Abner's and his alone. Filled with a mixture of self-help books, scripture, and ranch reports, it was a statement of the man himself. He wore a red plaid shirt and a pair of dark wash jeans. He'd taken his hat off to come inside, and his hair was thinner on top than she remembered. Forrest was in green plaid that set off his hazel eyes. He winked at Stella as he opened the oven. Anna swatted his hand away from the food. "You've already had breakfast," she scolded. He popped the corner of the bread in his mouth. "I'm a growing boy. Please." Anna pushed him toward the table and out of her way, but she grinned with fondness. Stella wiped her fingers on a napkin. "Abner, I'm going to need to borrow a reindeer and sleigh to get home." Abner sat down next to Chris. "That's going to be tricky at best." Chris tipped his head but kept his eyes on his plate. Stella wished they had time to talk things through, which was never her strong suit. She preferred action to sitting around making plans. Anna added a handful of shaved chocolate to the pan on the stove and stirred. Stella's nose perked up. The hot chocolate was almost done. "Why's that?" Chris asked, taking an interest in the conversation. He glanced at the stove and then back to Stella, his eyes full of their last shared cocoa and the flavor that had danced between their lips last night. If it wouldn't have caused a scene, she would have fanned her face. Abner frowned. "Because we're low on flying reindeer." Stella got up and poured herself some cocoa. She couldn't wait for it to come to her. She needed the fix. "Half the stalls are empty," she said, trying to keep her mind on the conversation. Forrest stuck a mug out, and she poured him some too. "We just haven't had as many flying reindeer over the last 4 years." Stella cringed. The timeline coincided with when Christmas magic had started making the Kringles get married. That couldn't be a coincidence. "I'll take anything." She took a sip, trying to appear in control of herself when she was dying to drag Chris out of the room and share some cocoa kisses. Truly, he should be the one to make the next move. Not her. "We need to get in the sky." Abner bristled as he did when one of his kids wasn't listening to his older and wiser advice. "You can't take just any reindeer." Stella lifted a shoulder, telling them she wasn't worried about it. "What have you got available?" "There's really only 2 possibilities," Forrest supplied. Abner pointed his finger at the table. "And neither one is good enough for Santa's sleigh." Stella stood, draining the last of her cocoa and plopping the mug down. "Then it's a good thing I'm not Santa." Abner's mouth worked as he tried to come up with an argument. "Before you say it." Stella held up a palm. "I'd like to remind you that I'm the best flyer in the whole world and can handle a lot more reindeer than anyone around." "Second best," Forrest said into his cup. Stella whipped her head around and smirked. "Want a race?" "No." Anna stood at the head of the table and pointed at both of them. "You two were banned from racing." "We were 12, argued Stella. "Yeah, I'm way better now," added Forrest. "All the more reason not to let you start up again. You're never more stupid than when you think you know everything." Anna thumped him lightly on the head. "Love, Mom," he muttered into his mug again. Stella stuck her tongue out at him and mouthed, "I'd win." Chris's chair scraped across the floor. "I'm going to see what's taking the girls so long." He rinsed his plate and put it in the sink. She set her chin on her fist and sighed after him. He didn't seem to like it when she joked with Forrest. Was it possible he was jealous? That would be lovely. Forrest looked back and forth between her and Chris's retreating figure. "Why are you all goo-goo-eyed?" "He did dishes," she said, all doe-eyed and breathy. Forrest rolled his eyes and shoved her elbow out from under her. "Come on, princess. I'll let you see the new recruits." "Goody." Stella clapped her hands. She pecked a kiss on Abner's cheek as she went by. "Don't go getting all grouchy on us now." He blinked. "Sorry, Stella. I've been feeling the winter blues lately. Seems kind of early in the year, though." His aura did seem to be dreary. Stella bit her lip. If Abner lacked Christmas cheer, things must be horrible at the North Pole. She had to get a wedding going, and fast. If she stuck with Chris, she put all her candy canes in one stocking. Which wouldn't be such a bad thing if he hadn't sent her mixed signals over the last 4 years. Going hot and then cold was not encouraging. But if she passed him up, she might not find another man that made her want to see how mad they could make Dunder. Without any clear answers, she headed out to the training arena.
Chapter 16. Whoa! Sophia pointed, trying to keep up with the reindeer's crazy flight pattern. Chris put his hand over his stomach, already feeling queasy. Riding this little sprite would be nothing like riding Dunder. And little was the operative word. She was half the size of Dunder and 100 times as fast. "That's Flash," Forrest informed them all. Flash darted to the floor, picked up a toy rope, shook her head, dropped it, and then ran up the wall. She proceeded to use the walls of the indoor arena like a skier uses a half-pipe, adding flips and loops to her routine. "You should have named her Caffeine," said Stella. "Right? Her brain is constantly moving. She only holds still to eat and sleep. Thankfully, that's 20 hours out of the day. So you can see why she's not a candidate for Santa." 20? Stella dropped her arms in shock. Chris looked down at the girls to see their reaction. They loved the reindeer show, whispering nonstop to one another a couple bleacher rows below where he sat with Forrest and Stella. There were 5 animals in the indoor playground, each doing their own thing and each as interesting as the last. He felt like he was at a car dealership, listening to a salesman. Only this salesman was trying to talk them out of every animal on the lot. "What about that one?" Stella pointed to a female with buck-colored fur. She had a gracefulness to her walk and held her head high. "Snowflake. She may look beautiful, but if you try to put a harness on her, she'll trample you. Maybe she just needs a woman's touch." Stella cracked her knuckles. Forrest laughed. "I'd like to see you try. Another day. You're in a hurry." She glanced at Chris through lowered lashes. Was that regret that they had to leave so quickly? He fully planned to invite her in for lunch. Sure, she had a host of things going on back home, but he wasn't ready to say goodbye just yet. Especially without knowing when she'd be back. After Christmas was too long. He didn't think he could be apart from her for that long. Which was a strange feeling for him. He was the lone wolf in the church building. Content with books and marching to the beat of his own drum. "Right." She leaned forward in her seat. "Is that a red nose?" Forrest perked up. A descendant of Rudolph herself. Chris didn't let his surprise show at Rudolph being called a girl. He'd learned yesterday that he knew next to nothing about reindeer, and he didn't want to make a fool of himself again. "Rudy got the red nose," Forrest started. Just then, Rudy the reindeer ran into the metal side of the barn, sending a loud boom echoing through the cavernous space. But not her sense of direction. "I keep meaning to have the vet look at her eyes." "She doesn't have to know where she's going if I do, though," said Stella. Forrest shook his head. "She flew me into a tree last week. I barely escaped with my limbs intact. The sled was toast." "No wonder your mom's worried about you racing," she teased, and she looked to Chris to share the joke. He grinned back. "Then what's our best option?" Stella asked Forrest. Forrest pointed to a reindeer with coal dark fur and a broken antler. Chris laughed out loud. "Why do I feel like you're trying to unload a used car on me right now?" Forrest grinned. "I admit, he's got a few dents. More like he's missing a fender, quipped Stella. Is he even aerodynamic? Come on. Forrest stood and walked down the bleachers. The girls looked at Chris. He shrugged. Let's go see what kind of a deal he'll make. Stella hung back to walk with him. How are you holding up there? I'm a little shaken. He formed one hand into an antler shape and the other into a fist and held them up to his head. I can't decide if we're desperate for a ride or just plain dumb to take him up on that reindeer. She tapped her chin. How about a little of both? He rubbed his forehead. I must be crazy. I may have kissed you senseless last night. She ran her hand down his arm. But I thought the effects would wear off by now. He reared back, and she instantly dropped her flirtatious tone. Forget it, she said, and she hurried to catch up to the girls. Stella, wait. He grabbed her hand, causing warmth to wrap up his arm like a scarf. The girls continued on to where Forrest had the reindeer by the harness. I've got a lot on my mind. What with the girls and getting back home and back to life? Please don't take that as a rejection or a reflection on how amazing you are as a person. How am I supposed to take it? Like I have a lot on my mind, he repeated. Maybe if you told me what it was, I could. I don't know. Help? He growled. This is not the place to have these types of conversations. What types? You mean real conversations? Like about what we're thinking and feeling and all the sprinkles? Then tell me, Chris, where's the right place? Her free hand flapped out to the side. Fine. How many ex-boyfriends do you have? He blurted out the words. She lifted a shoulder. How long do you have? The list takes up a few pages. He lowered his eyebrows. That was not the answer he was looking for. What? She lifted both her hands. I'm not kidding. Neither am I. He looked into her eyes, trying to figure out if she was bragging or trying to be funny. But there was only honesty and a desire to be closer to him that sucker punched any anger he might have felt on the subject. I've dated. A lot. I like to go out and have fun, meet new people. All growing up, we saw names on the list, and I just had to make them real. Learn about their lives and such. But it never got serious. Not serious enough to make Dunder take notice, anyway. Now she had him curious. A woman like her should have been snatched up. Why not? She fiddled with the hem on her sleeve. Because it was fun and easy and I never had to get in deep about who I was or what I wanted. He leaned closer, drawn in by her sincerity. He loved the way she flirted and her sarcasm was a joy, but this Stella was as real as the earth he stood on. And just like the earth, she moved him. What do you want? He asked low, ducking to catch her eye. Emma squealed as the reindeer lit the front of her jacket. Stella's whole frame seemed to light up like a Christmas tree. I want that kind of joy for every child in the world on Christmas morning. I want to do my job. I'm good at it. No, I'm better than eggnog at it. You must be pretty amazing at making toys, he echoed back. A smile tugged at her cheeks. Best in the world, actually. I believe it. She drew in a deep breath, closing her eyes and savoring those words. Do you know there are only 4 words that can make a Kringle melt into a puddle of marshmallow fluff? Really? I feel like I should know those words. He reached for her and placed his hand on her side. She giggled. I believe in you. Such a simple phrase, but believing is huge for us. He searched her face. And you don't feel believed in? She shook her head. I'm not doing such a great job at being a Kringle this year. Ah, Stella. Chris pulled her to him. She melted into his embrace, her hands on his chest. He felt solid, strong enough to hold her worries. And he loved it. Loved being a man for her. Who takes care of you, Stella? She dropped her gaze back to his chest. He wore a cream-colored sweater that she'd handed him back at the house. I do. She drew in a breath. And my family. Robin makes sure I eat. Frost makes me change clothes at least twice a day. He chuckled. The sound was deep within his chest and made her hands vibrate. Lux updates my software, and Ginger keeps me on the nice list. But who takes care of you? You said your superpower is Christmas cheer, but who fills your bucket and makes you happy? She chewed her lip. I was pretty happy last night. He moaned. Me too. She closed her eyes. So what does this mean? I don't know. That's what I've been thinking so hard about all morning. She brightened at the news and playfully smacked his chest. Well, why didn't you just say so? He huffed. What would you have done about it if I had? I would have asked you to be my boyfriend. He smiled but didn't laugh. Boyfriend, huh? Listen. She folded her arms and turned so she was leaning against him. She crossed one foot over the other as if she were leaning against a wall, looking all calm and collected, as she did flying a sleigh. I'm a catch. I don't mean to brag, but you're looking at the only single daughter of a Christmas icon. She cocked her head. I'm on many a Christmas wish list. Really? Whose? Don't try to distract me with your fits of jealousy. Green only looks good on the Grinch. He smiled indulgently. Go on. So I'm only going to offer this once. You can be my boyfriend. With all the privileges, bragging rights, etc. that go with the position. But once I walk away, the offer expires. You really know how to take the pressure off a guy. I do what I can. So what do you say? Do we have a deal? He looked down at her proffered hand and then back up to meet her eyes. I agree with everything you just said. Except for one thing. His heart beat so hard, he feared they'd hear it back at the house. Yes? You're more than the daughter of a Christmas icon. He brushed his finger over her cheek. I wish you could see how wonderful you are. Heat flooded her cheeks. No man had ever looked at her like that before. The few who knew she was Santa's daughter saw her as little else. Those who didn't saw her as a rebel child with a nice streak. Is that a yes? She whispered. Yes, he said right before kissing her tenderly. As hot and passionate as his kiss had been the night before, this one was its opposite. There was passion, but it was the simmering kind. On top of that was a soft declaration. He'd see this through to the end, one way or the other. It was time to grow up and time to align his priorities. He only wished he knew how it was all going to end. Thankfully, they didn't have to rush anything. He had all the time in the world to get his adult shoes under himself and figure things out. Chapter 17. To say Snowflake the reindeer was green in the harness was an understatement. The Wrangler's version of a tamed reindeer had the small crew of reindeer rescuers clinging to one another for dear life. Or dear life, if you had a sense of humor about these things. Chris did not. Emma screamed and grabbed onto Chris's neck, choking the air right out of him. Save me, Chris, she yelled. He would have felt 100 feet tall that this little girl thought him a safe harbor in the turbulent sea of wind and storm Snowflake seemed to enjoy, if Emma wasn't choking the life out of him. It was like Snowflake had never been let out of the barn before. What did he know? Maybe she hadn't. They'd left the broken-antlered reindeer behind and opted for the one who had attitude but better control of her limbs. Stella managed to get a harness on her, using a cross between sarcasm and double-daring the animal that she couldn't fly a sleigh. Who knew reindeer were so prideful? Chris tapped Emma's arm. I gotta breathe, honey. She loosened her grip slightly just as the sleigh tipped precariously to the right. I want Dunder, Sophia cried out from the floor, where she'd wrapped herself around his legs. Chris had never thought he'd say this, but... Me too. The ornery old reindeer was much smoother in the harness and more aware of his passengers. Cold wind pulled moisture out of his eyes and into his hairline. Stella, he yelled at the driver as if she didn't notice the way they tipped. Who was driving whom was a great question. What? You didn't want to go sideways? She called back. Both her boots were against the bracing block, and she pulled hard with her left side to bring them back to a wobbly but levelish state. Despite her teasing tone, she was working her tail off to keep them alive. And she looked stunning doing it. Like a warrior princess in battle. Dang, he had one hot girlfriend. Trees whipped past at breakneck speeds. They were staying low, because Snowflake couldn't get the sleigh off the ground more than 15 feet. which also meant Stella had to steer them through the trees. It was like a horrible, real-life video game. Kris prayed they wouldn't be game over before they got home. Baklava. Stella spat the word out like a swear. Kris grinned at her fierceness. Babe, maybe we should take a break? They scraped a tree on the right. Sophia screamed, and Emma yelled, Baklava, in a perfect imitation of Stella. Kris snorted a laugh. Yes, they could die at any moment, but that was funny. Stella glared back at him for interrupting her concentration and pulled up on the reins. Kris couldn't see Emma's face from where it was smushed up against his, but he suspected it was full of terror. This would be a Christmas the girls would remember for the rest of their lives. Then again, children often blocked out memories or simply forgot them. Heaven knew he didn't remember every Christmas morning of his childhood. There may come a day when they didn't remember him holding them tight, protecting them from falling out of a magical sleigh. The thought was sad and left him feeling oddly empty. They burst into a clearing, and Stella pulled back. Whoa, Snowflake! The reindeer slowed to a prance, still several feet off the ground. Kris sat up taller and looked around to see if anyone was in the vicinity. There was a small lake, frozen over, and up the hill was a huge resort done in rock and weathered timber. I said whoa. Stella stomped her foot and Snowflake dropped, making everyone inside the sleigh bounce up off their seats and feet. Emma giggled. Kris shook his head. There was a lot of commonality between Stella and Emma. Maybe too much. Heaven help the man who raised Emma into a teen. Again, a pang of sadness hit that he wouldn't be the one to scare away her boyfriends. They glided for a few seconds before coming to a blessed stop. All of them breathed heavily and swiped at their faces. Stella wiped her forehead and then broke into a grin. Finally, a challenge in a reindeer. She hopped off the sleigh, pulled a carrot from her purse, and offered it to Snowflake. Who's a good reindeer? Snowflake chomped twice in the air before she got a hold of the vegetable. You call that good? Kris pushed the girls onto solid ground. It was a relief not to have to worry about them falling to their deaths for a moment. Stella scratched under Snowflake's chin. I call it fun. I haven't had to work this hard since Blitz was first in the harness. It's a thrill to pit myself against an animal like this. Kris shook his head and reached for Stella. I'm just happy we aren't kebabbed on a pine tree back there. You were pretty amazing. She leapt into his arms with a squeal, then pressed a kiss to his lips. This boyfriend thing has possibilities. I like having you around, you know? He hummed against her lips. Can we ice skate? Asked Sophia, interrupting their celebration of life, living, and all parts of not being dead. Kris reluctantly pulled away from the kiss and glanced down at the big brown eyes full of hope. Ice skate? Over there. Sophia pointed a gloved hand at the pond. The surface was smooth and free of snow. He did want to check on his house. I don't know if we have time. Stella pecked his cheek. Of course we do. But don't you have a schedule? Work? Toys to make? And then there's church to get ready for. Her face darkened, and he trailed off. Yeah. But Robin says she has it under control. I'm not certain, but she can't lie, so in some way it has to be true. And can't you call someone to cover for you? Kazu, maybe? Kazu? The man of few words? He tried to picture the quiet Alaskan in front of the congregation, leading them in scripture. Sure. He always struck me as a man of deep thoughts. Must be the wrinkles, he muttered, earning him an elbow to the gut. Here. Stella handed him her phone, Kazu's name across the top and a green ringing phone in the middle. It's your dime, Kazu answered. Kris snorted and then covered it up with a cough. Kazu, hey, this is Kris Willis. I know who you are, preacher. Kris felt dumb. He put his hand over the phone. What do I say? He whispered to Stella. Ask him for help. She said it as if it were no big deal. As if asking for help was something that happened every day of his life. I've never actually done that before. I'm always the one people call. Then say what they would say. You're the only woman I know who looks adorable in sarcasm. He winked at her and removed his hand. Kazu? I'm afraid I'm caught away from home, and I left things in a mess. Can you go check on the place? See if my pipes burst or anything. Sure. Chris waited, but Kazu didn't add anything else. Also, I haven't had a lot of time to prepare a lesson this Sunday. How would you feel about teaching Sunday school? Why were the words so hard to choke out? Was he really that prideful that he couldn't ask another to take the pulpit? He scowled. No, it was more of a feeling of failure on his part. Like he'd let everyone down by not doing what he said he would. His dad's voice echoed in his head. If you commit to do something, then do it or die. Any specific topic? Kazu asked. Chris blinked in surprise. I think you can follow the Spirit. He won't lead you astray. Sounds good. Kazu clicked off. Well? Asked Stella. Chris stared at the phone, wondering if the conversation had actually taken place. It felt so strange and so wrong and yet so easy. He said he'd take care of everything. So we can skate? Sophia clutched her mittens in front of her. We can skate. Stella clapped her hands, and the girls laughed, bouncing up and down. Stella headed for the sleigh. I have skates right here. She lifted her purse. You carry ice skates in your purse? Chris teased her. Doesn't every girl? Stella fired back. No. No, they didn't. But he wasn't going to tell her that. Besides, he'd long suspected that her purse was magical. Like a genie with never-ending wishes. The girls sat in the sleigh to put on their skates. Chris went out to inspect the pond. It looked as smooth as a rink just after the Zamboni did laps. That couldn't have been Stella's doing. Unless she controlled snow and winter and wind. Are you sure we can skate here? Sure, I'm sure. Stella motioned to a black pair of men's skates lying in the bottom of the sleigh. Lace up or you'll miss all the fun. He looked up at the resort, wondering how long it would be before they kicked him off the ice. From down here, all they could see was the top few floors. Like a castle, the lightstone rose above the snow. Someone would see them, though they might not care about 4 people and a reindeer. The air was crisp and nipped at his nose like the old Jack Frost rhyme as he put on the skates. It had been a long time since he'd done something like skating. Maybe even since he was a teenager. The girls were much more practiced. They did laps around the outer edge of the pond. Where did you learn to skate? Stella asked them. She easily kept up with their little legs, even adding in twirls and leaps that had the girls in awe. Grandma, Sophia answered without thinking. She was concentrating on spinning like Stella. We had a lake out back, and she'd take us out there sometimes. That's fun. Stella prompted her to keep talking, but Sophia stumbled and fell. Getting up quickly, she tried again. We didn't have skates, though, Emma added. We just slid around on our boots. But it was fun, and Grandma always had warm milk with honey for us after. Where was your dad? Chris asked, hoping they'd be able to talk a little longer. He hadn't found out anything about their history. Anytime he asked, they clammed up. Not that he'd had a lot of time to investigate. We don't have a dad. Sophia fell again. She pushed up, her brow drawn in determination. Chris appreciated her persistence. Or a mom, added Emma. It was just Grandma. Stella went over to Sophia and moved the child's foot. Land like this and you'll be able to keep your balance. You're trying to land like this. She twisted the ankle inward. And it just won't work. She moved her foot back into the right angle. Sophia nodded and started out again. Chris tottered onto the ice, moving like he'd learned to walk the day before. Do you know what happened to your grandma? Sophia ignored his question and concentrated on learning her trick. That was fine. She might not be able to talk about what happened yet. Emma, on the other hand, seemed to need to get it out. She couldn't hold back. She went for wood and didn't come back. We heard. She shuddered. Wolves howling that night. Do you think they got her? Her trusting eyes grabbed onto Chris and dared him to tell her the truth. He looked at Stella. She pressed her lips together. She didn't have to say a word for him to know what she believed. To save her from blurting out the honest words she worked hard to hold back, he said, "It's a possibility. There are dangers that we all need to be aware of. But I bet your grandma knew that." Emma nodded. "She told us lots of stories, and there were rules. I'm sure, if she could have, she would have come back to you girls. It sounds like she loved you very much." Emma slammed into his legs and hugged him. He patted her back and then got down on her level. "You're very loved here too. You have your sister and Stella and me. We all want to take care of you. You know that, right? Even if it was only for a while." He thought caring would be so difficult, but it wasn't. The way the children looked at him made it easy to love them back. Emma nodded, her smile lighting up her whole face. "I love you, Chris." She threw her arms around his neck. This time he didn't even care that he couldn't breathe. The trust in that statement, the way she just threw it out there for him to accept or reject, was so brave. "I love you too." He hugged her close and then set her on her skates. "Go on, now. Don't let your sister have all the fun." Stella glided over to him. She had a come-hither look that could have melted a hole in the ice. She buried her hands in his hair, knocking his hat into the snow, and kissed him. Hard. "What was that for?" he barely managed. "For being a real man." She shoved off his chest, glided backwards, then leapt into the air and twirled. Each movement was graceful and fueled by her inner joy. She was stunning on the ice. "Where'd you learn to skate?" he asked as he duck-walked, trying to figure out how they glided without trouble while his skates found every bump. "I live in an ice castle. Our biggest obstacle was the rug in the hall of Santa's past." She reached out, and he took her hand, letting her drag him along as she skated backwards. He liked this view a whole lot better than watching his feet. "What are you thinking?" "That you're beautiful." She blushed, making those 2 spots of color appear on her cheeks. He stood taller, pleased as Christmas punch that he had an effect on her. Because she had quite the effect on him. He laughed to himself. "What?" she prodded. Sometimes, when I'm with you, I have to shake myself to believe it's all real." "What do you mean?" She scooted and they turned, the movement making him grip her tighter. "I mean, this morning I was in North Dakota, and now I'm in," he trailed off, looking around for a sign that said "Welcome to." She smiled. "Yellowstone." "Yellowstone?" he asked in disbelief. The trees several stories high and the stunning mountains should have been a clue. She nodded. "Kringles have internal maps. You can blindfold us and drop us off anywhere in the world, and we can tell you where we are. Shut the front door." "That is seriously cool." She lifted a shoulder as if it weren't a superpower. When she glanced quickly away, her lashes fluttering, he knew something was up. "What secret are you hiding, Stella Kringle?" He was suddenly left without a hand to hold as she dropped him and started doing circles. "What makes you think I have a secret?" He snagged her coat to stop her progress, and she ended up slamming into his side. He put his arms around her. She flapped an arm, trying to stay up. Caught up in the lemony chocolate scent and the heady sensations of holding this amazing woman in his arms, he nuzzled her nose. She went still. "I can't get enough of you." She blanched, and he pulled back, worried because she looked scared and slightly ticked off. "What did I say?" he asked, wondering how he managed to mess up the moment. "You can't get enough of me, or you can't get enough of the magic?" She had an edge to her voice and her eyes were wide. Like a deer about to bound away. He held his tongue, afraid either answer would be the wrong one and send her off into the woods. "What's happening right now?" She sighed. "Stella, can we pet Snowflake?" asked Emma. "Sure, just don't try to fly the sleigh, okay?" Stella called before facing him again. He watched over her shoulder as the girls approached the reindeer with their hands held out as if calming a wild beast. Snowflake hardly paid them any attention. She'd cleared a patch of snow with her hoof and busily scraped some kind of green mold off the ground with her teeth. Stella grabbed the front of his jacket and held on. Part of the issue with having Christmas magic in you is that you don't know if someone likes you or the way the magic makes them feel. Robin really struggled with this last year, and I'm starting to see her issue. He rubbed his lips together. They were itching to kiss her lips again and allow the heat between them to melt away her worries. But he had a feeling that this was an issue only words could solve. Okay, so do you want to know how you make me feel? Enlighten me. He lightly tugged on a piece of her hair. You infuriate me to no end. She cocked her chin. Excuse me? I am a Kringle. We don't infuriate anyone. He laughed at the way she immediately dug her heels in. You're stubborn. And bossy. You're saying that like it's a bad thing. Her eyes twinkled, daring him to contradict her. But you also look for fun. Like skating. It's impulsive and silly and irresponsible, considering the load of work you have waiting for you. Yet here we are. Yes, here we are. She said it as though she was questioning her decision to hang with him entirely. But you also make me feel like a priority. Stella, you have a way of making me feel important in your life. To you. I haven't had that before. Sure, my family loves me, but they aren't interested in me. My life is just a series of events to them that get reported in a monthly phone call. I don't think they really care. But you do. Her eyes went all doe-like, soft and demure. He could have sworn they grew larger and that the lashes thickened. So what if that was the magic in her? The reason it happened was because of the feelings inside her heart. So you tell me. Is all that magic, or you? She threw her arms around his neck, and the two of them toppled into the snowbank off the side of the pond. They landed with a whoosh as fluffy snow poofed out from under them and then fell back in place. It's all me, baby. She kissed him. His heart soared like snowflake. All crazy patterns, loops, and weaving. He returned her kiss, enjoying the softness of her lips and the warmth that holding her brought into his chest. This one started inside of him and grew out. Watch out, screamed Sophia. They sat up in time to duck again as Snowflake, sand sled, and harness took off into the sky. Snowflake! Stella scrambled to her skates and went after the reindeer. Chris turned to the girls and placed his hands on his hips. Their eyes were wide with fear, and they clung to one another. He was such a sucker for their adorable faces. His anger melted away, and he walked over and knelt in front of them. What happened? Sophia began to cry. Emma rubbed her sister's back. She liked it when we scratched under the harness, so we tried to loosen it and she took off. Yeah, she did, he muttered. Come here. He hugged them close and looked around. Besides the formidable resort at the top of a very steep hill, there wasn't a bit of civilization in sight. They had beautiful mountain ranges and stunning vistas, but no wranglers or Santa way stations anywhere to be seen. And without a reindeer, the sleigh wouldn't make it to the top of the hill. Emma looked up. Are we going to starve? A sense of failure tugged at him. He was supposed to look after these little ones, and here he'd allowed them to play with a half-trained reindeer. Why hadn't he watched them closer? We'll figure something out. We're going to be just fine. Her eyes pleaded for more reassurance. And I'm not going to leave you out here. Okay? We stick together. That's our motto. They leaned on him for strength. As they sat there, he began to notice that the sleigh wasn't warm. Cold seeped in between his layers, and he shivered. Stella came back, not a hair out of place or even breathing hard after what must have been a half-mile run in the snow, wearing ice skates. He'd never felt such relief at seeing another person in his life. Well, Snowflake is officially on the naughty list. She flicked the hair off her face with a finger and reached for her bag. Sophia's lower lip etched out. Are we on the naughty list too? Stella paused to gently poke the girl's lip back in. No way. My girls would never be on the naughty list. But we let Snowflake go, Sophia argued. Completely unintentional, Stella said as if it wasn't an issue. Her lack of seriousness helped the girls to relax. If she wasn't upset, then they wouldn't be either. Chris made a note of how easily she managed their ever-changing moods. By acting like something wasn't a big deal, she convinced them not to worry about it. He'd have to do a better job of hiding his fears, if only to manage theirs. Because he was terrified. Stella had her phone to her ear. Forest? Chris held his breath, waiting to see if the Wranglers could send another sleigh to rescue them. Stella explained that the reindeer had gotten away. Is there any chance you can pick us up? Yes, I saw the issue. No, it's too close to Christmas. Okay, we'll figure something out. I can charter a bus or something if we have to keep moving. She said goodbye and hung up. He didn't have to ask how it went to know the Nickel weren't mounting a rescue party. Chris rolled his neck. He may not have any money, but Stella had a magic purse. Any chance you can pull a car out of there? He pointed to her bag. She shook her head. I haven't tried. But really, there's no need. Perhaps she didn't grasp the fact that the rest of them weren't impervious to the cold. Stella, can I talk to you for a minute? Sure. She allowed him to pull her a few feet away from the sleigh. What's the game plan here? What do you mean? I mean, I don't have money or a cell phone. Our mode of transportation has flown off. We have 2 girls to care for, and it's past lunch. They're probably starving. As if to punctuate his statement, his stomach rumbled. Stella patted his tummy. They aren't the only ones. I wonder, Chris Willis, are you the type who gets angry when he hasn't eaten? Am I going to have to feed my boyfriend to keep him in good spirits? Her teasing tone lifted his mood, and he wondered if it was the magic she'd talked about or if that was just her. Great, now he was starting to doubt himself. He didn't need to. Stella was the one with the good attitude. Or general attitude, as the case may be. That was her. And he could trust in that attitude, because it was a glass half full, can-do kind of personality. Yes, I'd like food. Pronto, woman. Pronto it is. She winked and then spun on her heel, heading back to the sleigh. I'm thinking another picnic is in order. The girls brightened. In no time Stella had a spread of soups and stews laid out. It seemed everyone got their favorite. The warm food did wonders to brighten the day. But when the sun began to set, just as Chris finished dragging a piece of crusty bread through his barley stew, he lost his appetite. Stella, he started. She brushed her palms together. I need to take a vote. Everyone turned her direction. She took a second to wipe tomato soup off Emma's chin. Who wants to camp in the sleigh tonight, and who wants to sleep in a real bed? I vote bed, Chris jumped in. Considering the events that had brought the girls to Clearview, he didn't think they'd want to sleep outdoors. Besides, he'd spent the night before on the barn floor. His body could use a break. He was right about the girls wanting to be inside. They nodded, their mouths full. Well, that means we'd better get a walk in that. She stood and brushed off her backside. What about the food? Emma eyed what was left of their picnic. We'll take it with us, of course. Stella folded up the edges of the quilt and shoved the whole thing back in her purse. Did I miss anything? She asked in challenge. The girls looked all over the sleigh but couldn't find a crumb. They began climbing the hill. Stella alternated between holding onto one of the girls and holding him to keep them all warm. How are you in such good shape? Genetics? Chris panted. Stella laughed. That and we ice climb. Ice climb? He dug his toes into the snow, making footholds for the girls to use. They were almost to the top, and then they could fall over and make snow angels for a half hour while he caught his breath. Yeah. It's fun. Although, I prefer rappelling to climbing. But like my mom says, you can't go down unless you climb up. You could take a reindeer up to the top, offered Sophia. Stella patted her back. Smart thinking, but you have to set the ropes. And it's best to set safeties along the way as you climb. The kids had outdistanced him and stood at the top, looking back and forth between the adults and the massive building. He huffed, glaring at his breath as it puffed around him. From up here, the view was incredible. Their sleigh looked like a toy left out on a Christmas village. Why do I feel like an old man? Because you were one? Stella returned. He chuckled. It's a good thing I like you right now. She smiled. I've been thinking. A bad habit, to be sure, she countered. He took a deep breath, feeling like he couldn't fill his lungs all the way. There's only 18 days until Christmas Eve. Yep. What are you going to do if we can't get you back to the North Pole? Chris? Yeah? Stop thinking so much. She bounded ahead and grabbed Sophia, throwing her over her shoulder and spinning around. We made it. Chris watched them laugh together. It was a beautiful sight, to be sure. But his dad's voice was still in his head. When you make a promise, you keep it. He looked over his shoulder to see if his dad was actually breathing down his neck or just haunting him like the ghost of Christmas future. How could he promise Stella or the girls a happy life? There was so much out of his control, and he couldn't protect them from everything. It just felt like way too much responsibility to take on, and he'd only just started. They approached the building, and he looked at the fortress of a wall with heavy metal doors and dark windows. I think this is the back. Stella gave him a look that painted the words Captain Obvious on his forehead. Let's go around. She set Sophia down and took both girls' hands in hers. Chris needed to warm up and feel close to her, so he put his hand on her arm. They made a sweet image together, the four of them looking like a family just coming in from playing in the snow. What would it be like to be a family? His thoughts detoured to the idea once again, and he released Stella's arm. Maybe that was where his need to be with her came from. Some primal need to be in a family group. To be loved unconditionally. He was a loner by choice and by necessity. Every goldfish he ever owned died because he forgot to feed them. Sure, kids could talk and tell him they were hungry, but these girls didn't. In fact, the whole time they'd been with him, they hadn't complained. Not once. Perhaps family life was beyond him. But Stella? She was cut from mother's cloth, if ever there was such a thing. The girls looked to her for comfort and strength. They drew upon her confidence to face the world and the situation they were currently in. She was so out of his league. They rounded the front corner of the building and entered a hive of activity. What he hadn't seen from down at the pond were the ski lifts behind the massive building. Great hordes of people bundled against the cold got on lifts, chatted in groups, drank hot chocolate while sitting in beach chairs, and pretty much had a holiday vacation to dream of. He glanced down at his thick, serviceable coat and wished he could hide somewhere where designer outerwear wasn't a thing. Watch it, yelled a lady at a group as she skied way too fast for the number of people congregating at the bottom. We were here first, a man replied, shaking his fist at her. Stella jolted and came to a stop. That's not at all in the Christmas spirit, she said just loud enough for the man to hear. He threw his hand up as if to shake it at her too, but when his eyes met hers, he froze. Stella? Stella's face went white. Snake? Stella! The man aptly named after a reptile surged forward, ripping Stella out of Emma's and Sophia's grip. He swung her around as if he'd found Yellowstone's lost treasure. Chris blinked, only seeing red. And he wasn't talking about Stella's designer coat. No. This man had no right to be so familiar with his girlfriend. He was startled by the possessive way the title ran through his mind. Especially after thinking so clearly that he didn't deserve her. He paused to absorb the power surging through his veins and realized it was fueled by his feelings for Stella. They'd grown after watching her pilot the sleigh and loved these children. It all felt so right. Yes, that was his girlfriend being manhandled by a playboy biker with scraggly hair, a neck tattoo, and a scar on his cheek. Chris did a double take. How did a guy like that end up in a place like this? And was he ever going to put Stella down? Snake, let me go, Stella demanded. Or what? You'll bake me some cookies. Snake buried his face in her neck and took a deep breath. You still smell like sin, girl. That was 2 steps too far for Chris. He stepped forward and shoved his arm between the two of them. I believe the lady said to let go. Snake jerked back, but he didn't release his hold, which left Chris standing there, awkwardly shoving his arm between 2 bodies. Stella's face softened like she'd just seen the cutest puppy on the whole planet. It was not how he wanted her to look at him right then. What he wanted was for her to look at him like he was a hero, stepping in to save her. He growled up at her. How one woman could get so far under his skin in such a short amount of time was nothing more than a miracle. It was a miracle, because Chris cared this much. He rarely cared about anything enough to make a statement about it. But Stella was his girlfriend, and he wanted the whole world to know. Even if it meant this guy was going to pummel him into a lump of ice, it would be worth it. He glared at the man. "Take your hands off my girlfriend."
Chapter 18. Stella shouldn't have giggled at Chris. Really, he was working so hard to be her knight in shining armor that he deserved a bat of her eyelashes and a swoon. But seeing him stand up to Snake just made his threatening tone of voice all too alluring, and she giggled, kicking out of Snake's hold, which also released Chris, whose arm had caught between their bodies. She reached for Chris's hand. She had to show Snake that she was indeed with Chris now. Truly, it was the first time he'd said the word girlfriend, and he said it with such meaning that it left her weak in the knees. The girls crowded her as soon as her feet touched the ground, probably seeking warmth. Emma's cheeks were nearly purple from the cold, and Sophia outright shivered. "Oh, you poor girls." She held them close, and they instantly relaxed against her. "So what, you're a mom now?" Snake smiled down at the kids. He didn't mean to look mean. His vast amounts of manliness were a cover-up for a sweetheart. The problem they'd had when dating was that he had buried his heart so deep, she didn't get to see it often. It was a shame, because there was a good man in there, he just needed to figure out that the world wasn't trying to take him out at every turn. Chris pushed himself in front of her. "So what if she is?" Whoa. Chris was all testosterone, alpha male, and needed to rein it in before someone got in a fight. She tugged on his arm, turning him to face her and not her ex-boyfriend. "What are you doing?" she hissed. "Nothing," he lamely defended himself at the same time his eyes screamed, "What am I doing?" He had no idea what he was getting into. Some primal need to protect his woman and family had risen up in him. And quite frankly, it was about dang time. "Stella, love." Snake took her hand and pressed his lips to her exposed fingers. She'd forgotten to wear gloves. Again. "Come to dinner with me tonight." Snake. She put a hand on his chest and pushed, only to look down at her palm because she'd forgotten what a wonderfully shaped chest he had. Truly, it was the kind of chest that made the covers of magazines. But she'd been bamboozled by his beautiful body before. Shaking herself out of her muscle-induced stupor, she smiled fondly. "I'll always remember our time together with fondness, Snake. But it just wasn't meant to be." "How can you say that?" "We were good, love. So good." Chris rolled his eyes. Stella smirked. As good as Snake looked, he wasn't all that great at saying sweet nothings. "You were dating 3 other women. I'm surprised you remember me at all." Chris made choking sounds next to her. "And you got mad at me for one," he muttered under his breath. She turned on him so fast she could have set a speed record. "We'll talk about Cindy another time." His eyes lit with challenge. "I think we ought to talk about her right now." "Fine. Fine. At least I wasn't dating you at the same time I dated her." She put both hands on her hips, her throat tightening with emotion. "Why, in the name of white fudge macadamia nuts, did you ever date that woman?" She spat the last word as if it was a curse. "Because I'm an idiot," he yelled back. Snake threw his head back and laughed. Chris pointed at him. "Stay out of this." "Yeah, no problem. I'll just sit back and let you bury yourself." He winked at Stella. Chris took a deep breath and met Stella's hard stare straight on. She'd never seen such honesty in his expression. If he was trying to win her over, he was doing a great job. "I thought you weren't, that we weren't, going anywhere. I saw the path you were on. All those sisters' weddings. And I couldn't see myself falling in line and standing at the altar, so I panicked." "You're telling me you panic dated her?" Stella threw her arms out to the side, lifting the girl's hands along with her own. "Do you know how dumb that sounds? It's all I've got for an explanation." "Oh, I can give you one that sounds more plausible." She's a blonde bombshell who wears tight sweaters and has big lips. You wear tight sweaters, he fired back. Because they look darn good on me. She glared. Snake nodded. She's got you there, mate. He shifted. Now, about this Cindy woman. Oh, shut up. Chris stomped 2 steps away from all of them. You're a big batch of loonies, you know that? Go ahead. Go to dinner. Make beautiful tattooed babies. See if I care. He headed for the lobby. Stella looked down at the girls, taking in their large brown eyes and curious expressions. Well, he's in a snit, isn't he? They nodded silently. Snake pressed out his lips as if he were blowing her a kiss. Dinner's at 6:30 in the hotel restaurant. I'll save you a seat. He walked backwards several steps. She rolled her eyes. Don't bother. A man's got to have hope. He put both hands over his heart and gave her a puppy dog expression. Stella huffed. Are you going to eat with him? Asked Sophia. She opened her mouth to say no, she was with Chris now. Despite his huffy departure. But then she shut it before the word could come out. A nagging feeling in her gut told her not to, but then part of her felt like doing exactly what she shouldn't. I'm going to have to talk to my sisters about it. The decision was bigger than just her. What if all that had happened was to bring her to this very moment and back to Snake? The girls looked at one another as if they understood. This could be a wonderful teaching moment. Listen up, you two, she said as she pulled them toward the lobby, where she could set them on a sofa and make a phone call. When you're worried that you don't know the right thing to do, it's important to call your sister. She'll give you advice from the best part of her heart. The part that loves you more than anything in this world. And if your sister calls you, then you tell her what she needs to hear, not what she wants to hear. Deal? Okay, Emma replied as if Stella had told her to keep her shoes tied. They walked into the lobby and found the desk clerk arguing with a customer. The bellhop tossed bags onto a rolling cart as if he were an airport baggage man instead of an employee of one of the poshest resorts in America. The wood floor was shiny and the decorations decent. At least they made an effort at Christmas, even if they were grumpier than Scrooge. Why couldn't we have been stranded in Switzerland, she muttered. At least they'd have strudel there. This whole place could use a holiday pick-me-up. Stella smacked her palm to her forehead. Of course. Christmas cheer. Could that explain her and Chris's fight out front? This whole place had a general ugh vibe going. Perhaps it rubbed off on them. She found Chris standing in front of the large Christmas tree in the center of the lobby. He could have been counting ornaments for how intently he focused. Or perhaps he was trying to ignore the whole world. She couldn't blame him. Skating had been bliss. No one there to throw a dirty look their way or rain on their giggles. She sent the girls to the sofa and told them to take off their coats. They got to work, Sophia unzipping Emma's coat. It was sweet how they watched out for one another. Made her miss her sisters all that much more. Stella steeled herself for the mood she was about to fly into and went to stand beside Chris. So, you were kind of crazy back there. She hip-bumped him. He frowned in return. Are we ever going to land somewhere that doesn't include one of your ex-boyfriends? She pretended to think about it. Well, there's a deserted island in the Pacific. He grunted. Look, a girl has to date a lot of frogs before she finds a prince. Never one to shy away from poking a bear, she pressed on. I don't know what you have to be jealous about. I'm with you, not Snake. But you have kissed Snake? Oh, honey, I've kissed a lot of snakes, she joked. He shook his head. But you're the one I want to kiss tonight under the mistletoe. That earned her a twitch from one side of his mouth. A smile was pending, and she wanted to tease it out of him. I'm not saying I'm entirely free of blame here. Oh. He turned, and she felt the weight in her stomach lift. Well, I'd be willing to take 10% of the blame for what happened. He sputtered. Snake can have 20%, she tossed out. The general Christmas boss, because of the magic and whatnot, can have 30%. Which leaves you with just 30%. He folded his arms. 25. Deal. She stuck out her hand, and he took it to shake, then tugged her into his chest. He shook his head as if trying to figure things out. I don't know what happened. I got angry really fast. I don't normally do that. It was almost like I didn't have control of my feelings. They flooded me too quickly. Well, shall we get a theory on what's going on? She lifted her phone and dialed the family chat. He glanced at her and leaned out of the frame. Hooking one arm around his back, she kept him close. This matter concerned him too. Lux picked up after the first jingle bell. Please tell me you're inviting me to your wedding. Chris choked. Stella chuckled. That's funny. You're so funny, Lux. Why is Lux funny? Asked Ginger as her image appeared on screen. She was in the library with scrolls all around. Stella gripped the phone tight, fear shooting through her body. Oh no! The list isn't offline again, is it? A couple years ago, the list had to be checked twice. Manually. It had taken both Dad and Ginger going through it to make it in time for the big ride on Christmas Eve. All systems are online, but... Lux pushed her glasses up. There's an overload on the naughty list. She leaned in and whispered, Santa's kind of cranky. Ginger glared at the screen. You know what, Lux? You're not immune to my red pen. Lux sighed as if she'd heard this lecture several times already. Robin beeped on. Oh good. Stella. How about purple fire trucks this year? What? No. Stella dropped Chris and gripped the phone with both hands. You cannot send out purple fire trucks. That would ruin Christmas. Robin spoke to someone off camera. She says no. Well, we'll have to take it apart and clean it, then. I don't see another option. She said no purple. Rubbing her temple, Robin focused back on the screen. Tell me you have good news. Stella's heart dropped to the floor. Her family, normally so cheerful and loving, was falling into disrepair. Even if she got Christmas back on track, would they be able to forget this time when they were at one another's throats? I had a question and I need sisterly advice. Sounds like I got here just in time. Frost smiled from letters. A paper airplane flew behind her and landed in her hair. Agus, I told you no more planes. Focus. These letters need to be filed. Snake's here, Stella blurted out. Snake? Ginger said with so much derision it dripped like Robin's gravy. Why are we even talking about Snake? I left you with Chris. Robin got right up next to the camera. What happened to Chris? Nothing happened, see? She tilted the camera to take him in. He smiled and waved at them. Hello, ladies. Hi Chris, they chorused back like a classroom full of third graders. Stella? Ginger warned. Listen, I have to ask. Is it possible that this whole magic gone crazy thing would affect someone even if I'm standing right there? Chris almost took out Snake for saying hello. He's gone all jealous on me, like every time a male comes into the room. I do not. Stella started ticking names off on her fingers. Caleb, Jack, Snake. Are you trying to make him jealous? Asked Frost. Chris raised an eyebrow in silent question. No. We keep bumping into exes. So, can the magic be waning enough that it's getting to him too? I mean, I've got pretty powerful good vibes going when I'm with him, so. They all stopped moving. Frost bit her lip. What? Stella demanded. Mom and Dad had an argument. Ginger rubbed her temples. Stella gasped, her hand splaying across her chest. About what? None of us are really sure. There was shouting, though, added Lux. No. Stella covered her mouth. It's my fault. Are they speaking? Not really, squeaked Frost. It's been chilly around here for days. Stella began to sink and found herself held up by Chris's strong and capable arms. You guys, what if I can't fix this? What if they stay mad forever? What if? You'll figure it out, Lux assured her. Stella bit her lip. She hadn't told Kris about the need to get married ASAP. He had a hard enough time using the word girlfriend, she could only imagine what sort of fit wife would send him into. Can I have a minute? She asked Kris. He set her up on her own 2 feet. I'm going to check on the girls. Stella turned the phone so everyone could watch him walk away as she did. Then she flipped it back. We're stranded at a resort in Yellowstone without a ride. What happened to your reindeer? She flew off. I called the Wranglers. They're looking for her, but unless Dunder gets better, I don't have a way to fly home. And none of us have a spare second to fly down there and get you, added Ginger. She looked bad, with dark circles under her bloodshot eyes. No. Don't do that. I'll be fine. Chris's words echoed through her head. Who takes care of you? Once again, it looked like she was the one who had to stand strong. Lux, can you get me a room at this resort? Lux typed for a moment. Done. There's a catch, I could only get you 1 room. You'll have to share. It's the penthouse, though, so there should be plenty of space. Thanks. The girls need a good night's sleep. She stared at the floor. Snake asked me out for tonight. You aren't seriously considering going? Not after he cheated. Robin hadn't let up on her intensity. The woman needed to get out of toys. Which would only happen if Stella was back at the North Pole. I don't know. Stella paced in front of the tree. He seems different. A little more real. What if he's the one? Lux snapped her fingers. Is there a spark? Stella lifted a suggestive eyebrow. You've seen the man. He's a tall drink of sparking. They all groaned. Seriously? Lux pressed. Seriously. He held me close and I didn't swoon for him. I'm attracted. I mean, he's. We don't need to know, Ginger snapped. Fine. Stella switched gears. Remember last year when we set up those dates with other men to get Gabe to pay more attention to you? She asked Robin. What if I did that with Snake and show Kris that I'm a hot commodity? Frost held up a finger. If he has commitment issues, he could see that as his opportunity to bow out. And drop you like a cup of cold cocoa, Robin supplied. Wait. Did you and Kris snap at each other when Snake was around? Asked Lux. Yeah. She pressed her lips together. That might have been Christmas magic telling you to stay away from Snake. Like the 2 of you caused a drop in the magic. I'm not sure how I feel about Christmas magic interfering like that. Explain, please. Lux tore off her glasses. Think of it like a chemical experiment. You have all this Christmas magic inside of you. When it mixes with whatever is inside of Kris, good feelings abound, and there's sparks and happy feelings. But when it mixes with Snake, things turn dark. She stomped her boot. Snake is not the anti-Christmas chemical. No, but he could be the anti-Stella chemical, Lux cautioned. I'd need to run a few more experiments to be sure, but... The thought of being a subject for Lux's experiments made Stella's stomach churn as if she'd drunk that cold cocoa. Okay, so maybe not date Snake tonight. Are you sure Kris is the only one with commitment issues? Lux, ever observant. Sometimes too much so. Narrowed her eyes. Stella shook out her free hand. It's scary. Picking one guy for forever. What if I pick wrong? You know what will happen, Ginger warned. Right. I make the biggest mistake in the history of Christmas and ruin everything. But what if you pick right, offered Frost. You have just as much of a chance at that as you do at picking wrong. That's not true. Lux pinched her eyebrows together. Statistically speaking, she has a much bigger chance of picking the wrong man than the right one. On that happy note, we're done. Stella clicked off without saying goodbye. Just one right answer? Just one man? Could this be any harder? She turned to watch Chris. The girls sat on his lap, and he read to them from a magazine he'd grabbed off the table. Her heart did this weird melty thing that turned into sugar plum fairies that danced in her chest. Candy canes. There was just one guy for her. If Christmas magic didn't like Chris, that was just too bad. She liked him. She had to marry him. However, he was not ready for her to propose. She should wait. Which was hard. Because she wasn't the most patient Kringle. Instead of focusing on what she couldn't have, Stella went to the desk to check in. The clerk was surly from her previous customer. She pounded the keyboard as she looked up Stella's reservation. Top floor. She handed Stella a key. This goes to the elevator for privacy. Your family won't be disturbed by staff unless you call for a maid. Please feel free to call for a maid or footman if you need one. Would you like to order dinner? Stella drummed her red fingernails on the countertop as an idea began to form. Maybe she could show Chris what life would be like for them as a married couple. Create a little domestic bliss in this resort. Then marriage wouldn't seem so scary to him. Yes. I would like to order dinner. Thank you for thinking of it. A few moments later, their troupe was on their way up. The elevator opened with a ding that held on just a little too long. Stella adjusted her purse strap. Will you guys wait out here for just a moment? I have a surprise. Sure. Chris looked ready to fall into bed, but she was certain she could get him to wake up with a little magic. With a big grin, she slipped inside and went to work on creating the perfect family Christmas.
Chapter 19. Chris rubbed his eyes wearily. Standing in a hallway, albeit a stunningly beautiful hallway with carpet thick enough that he could have curled up for a long winter's nap on it, was not how he'd pictured this day going. Then again, his whole week was pretty much a disaster. When had things gone off track? The moment Stella had shown up at his door 4 years ago. That was when. He'd been so attracted to her at that Christmas party long ago. So unsure of himself and scared to say a word to her. Women like Stella didn't notice men like him. She was all for coats and leather skirts, and he was jeans and flannel. They were opposites on the outside. But on the inside, they had more in common than he thought possible. They both valued God in their lives, family, independence, laughter, and enjoyed a good bout of sarcasm. Was that enough to build a relationship on? He didn't know. What he didn't know was that he'd acted crazy in front of Snake. That wasn't him. It had to be a problem with Christmas magic. What problem? He didn't know. There was still so much about Santa's family that was a mystery. Come in, Stella called through the door. He glanced down at the girls. They were as worn out as he was, their whole beings dragged across the hall to the door. Chris pushed it open and stepped inside. The girls spilled in after him and gasped. Straight across from the door was a wall of windows that looked out over Yellowstone. They were on the top floor, so the only things visible were made by the hand of God. The sun hung low in the horizon, past the point of brightness and slipping into dusk, painting the sky a beautiful salmon. But that wasn't what had them all agape. A Christmas tree that went from floor to ceiling stood in the middle of the room. Covered in sparkling lights, ornaments, and things that twinkled, it oozed Christmas from its very branches. Under it were brightly wrapped gifts in coordinating colors. Tags as big as his palm read their names. Boughs draped the walls and covered every surface. There were candles softly dancing to their own holiday tune, and stockings were hung by the fireplace, also sporting all four of their names. They were empty, waiting for O.L. St. Nick to fill them with goodies. Instrumental holiday music played through speakers hidden throughout the room. The open floor plan allowed them to see into the kitchen and the dining area, which were just as decorated and inviting. The sense of fresh-cut pine and cinnamon hit him like a warm blanket right out of the dryer. He closed his eyes, letting the joy of the season sink into his bones and wash away all angst and exhaustion. The girls squealed. His eyes flew open to see them rush Stella. She wore a holiday red gown that hugged places of her he'd do better not to notice. Her hair was down, flowing in dark waves that reminded him of the sea at night. His palms tingled to touch it and feel of the softness that was Stella. She came across as edgy with her chain bracelets and stud earrings, but when he looked at her, all he saw was woman. The girls bounced around her, dying to touch the fabric. "Do you like it?" She swished her skirts. "You look like a princess," Sophia breathed. "Well, there are 2 matching dresses on your beds. Go put them on." She twirled her hand as if she held a magic wand. With shrieks of joy, they took off in the direction of their rooms. All thoughts of tired skating legs and worn-out muscles evaporated. In what Chris knew was a rare showing, Stella clasped her hands together, lifted up on her toes, and sighed with happiness. It wasn't because she'd been able to pull off the room makeover of the year. No, she was thrilled because she'd made the girls happy. That was what filled her up from the inside out. "You're incredible," he blurted with less finesse than a newborn reindeer. She blushed and looked down, lifting one side of her skirt. "It's the dress." "No. Stella. All this. I mean, I can't believe you did this in under 5 minutes. That's something. But you're the one with the vision. You're the one who thinks this up. That's not Christmas magic. That comes from your heart." She swatted the air. "Oh, go on with you." He grinned. She turned serious. "No. Go on with you." She advanced, shooing him toward a door on the other side of the room. "Get changed. We can't have a proper Christmas feast dressed like lumberjacks." He glanced down, tripping over his own 2 feet as he hit the doorway. Stella winked as he shut the door behind him. Looking around, he couldn't believe the opulence. Granite tile in the bathroom. Earth tones that blended well with the colors out his window. Cream walls featuring paintings by local artists. White linens on the bed. He took a step back as if just being close to the blankets would get them dirty. Heading to the bathroom, he found a shaving kit and shampoo in a woodsy scent. He laughed. Stella would expect nothing less from her man than to smell like the great outdoors even when perfectly clean. His thoughts went to Snake, and he scowled. There was more to being a man than having large muscles. Stella could see that. That was why she'd planned a fancy dinner with him and not with Snake. She'd been right when she'd said he shouldn't be jealous. She was here with him. She'd chosen him. Running his hand over his beard, he decided to give it a trim and show Stella just what kind of a man he could be.
Chapter 20. The hotel sent up a maid to set the table. Amy did an excellent job with the silver and white table service. Stella found a set of forest green linens, which they eagerly added to the place settings. "I've never seen this room look so beautiful," said Amy. She was fresh out of high school and was spreading her wings during her gap year. "My compliments to the staff." Stella stood nearby, working a battery-powered flat iron over Sophia's hair. Her purse was practically on fire with the way she pulled wishes out today. Emma held perfectly still, eyeing the heat wand with distrust. The 3 of them listened as Amy told her story. Her family came to the resort every summer, so when she'd applied for a job, they'd been happy to send her off for a few months. They hadn't been so happy when she'd decided to stay for Christmas and work overtime. "Shoot." She snapped her fingers. "I've talked this whole time. The manager says I need to figure out how to keep my mouth shut." "That's not nice," said Emma. Her hair was already done, the sides pulled up and secured with a bow. She had a natural wave that didn't take much product to perfect. Both these girls were going to be heartbreakers by the time they were 16. Stella put the finishing touches and the bow in Sophia's hair and tucked the flat iron back in her purse. I expect he'll be nicer when he's not so stressed out about the holidays. Amy added a bottle of sparkling cider to a bucket of ice. Everyone around here has been extra grumpy, it seems like. Stella bit the inside of her cheek. Amy was right. The whole world was grumpy. If she didn't help Chris get over his commitment issues, and soon, the sour faces would stay that way. Chris's door swung open, and the air was sucked from her lungs, leaving her grabbing the chair for support. He was devastating. Holy holly on a Tannenbaum, she muttered under her breath. Amy, probably sensing the hormones flying through the room, hopped to the door. If you need anything, call the front desk, she called as she backed out the door, grinning at the two of them. The door clicked shut behind her. What did you do? Stella brought her hands up to her mouth. Do you like it? Chris touched his smooth jawline, and Stella almost sank to the floor, overloaded with desire. I like, she hummed. Emma ran to him. Let me look. She tugged on the tuxedo until he bent over and she could touch her fingers on his cheek. It's nice. The image of the two of them, Emma in her red dress and Chris with his silver tie, made the perfect Christmas card photo. And the smile he gave Emma melted Stella in a whole new way. I'm glad you like it, Emma. He hugged her. Careful, Emma admonished him. My dress. She stepped out of his hold. He took up her hand and twirled her around. Just like a princess. He lifted his eyes to Sophia. Make that two princesses. Sophia gave him a shy smile. Before we eat, we need a photo to commemorate this night. Stella had a tripod set up in front of the fireplace. She attached her phone and then arranged everyone to stand in just the right spot, her and Chris together, with one girl on either side of them and slightly in front. Perfect. She showed them all the image. We look so cute. Chris's forehead wrinkled as he looked at the pic. Not the response she was going for. She took her phone back and set it on the table. Shall we? They held hands, and Chris said grace. The girls ate slowly and talked a lot. Stella drank in their chatter, loving the details they saw in life that could only be seen through the eyes of a child. She grinned at Sophia's recounting of her skating and glanced at Chris. His eyes met hers, and they shared a look of pride. Yes, this was what she was looking for, a man who could enjoy these precious girls, this special moment in their lives, and who looked at her like she was the most beautiful woman on the planet. Their lives together could be amazing. Hopefully, he could see it too.
Chapter 21. December 12th. Are you sure you've never done this before? Chris followed Sophia as she snaked down the mountain. Her ski tips were close and her heels were wide apart, making a pizza shape. She giggled. I haven't. I told you. He cut down the mountain a ways so she was behind him. But you look like a professional. She beamed. Can we stay here forever? Chris laughed. The 6 days they'd spent at the resort were right out of a fairy tale book. Probably more so for the girls than for him. Long gone were the sad faces and drawn sighs that had come with them to his home in Alaska. They were replaced by bright, inquisitive girls who took to trying new things. Like skiing. Waiting at the bottom of the hill, Stella and Emma chatted with an older couple. I wish we could, sweetie. He did. Being here was like being in a whole new life, one he hadn't known existed. Or, if he had, it had been previously out of reach for him. The whole thing was like a dream. The rest of the trail was semi-flat. If he didn't pick up speed, he'd be pushing his way down. Do you want to race to the bottom? She pointed both tips down and took off. Go! You little cheater. He took off after her. You get that from Stella. Sophia lifted her poles in the air as she flew past her sister. Stopping was another couple of lessons away. Chris hockey stopped, spraying Stella and Emma with snow. Are you really starting something with me, Kristopher Willis? Stella shook the snow off her jacket. The older couple grinned at them. They remind me so much of us at that stage, said the woman. She had snow-white hair. Chris did a double take and realized that she wasn't wearing gloves. But her hands were as pink and healthy as if she were by a warm fire. The man wore khakis and a Hawaiian shirt under an open coat. Chris took off his glove and held out his hand. It's good to see you two again. He'd met the Kringle grandparents several years ago at Ginger's wedding in Alaska. They'd stayed behind to gather the children's Christmas wishes. How are you doing? Clarence, with a rather large stomach and a white beard, ho-ho-hoed. He shook Chris's hand. You remember us? It's the Santa beard, honey. No one forgets that, said Marie. Clarence put both his hands on his belly and laughed again. Actually, it was you. Chris nodded to her. You're not wearing any gloves. He took Stella's bare hand in his and lifted it to show her grandmother. It's a family trait to forget them. Is your beard real? Asked Emma. Sophia's eyes widened. Don't ask that. Clarence dropped a knee to the snow so he was on their level. Give it a tug and find out. Stella leaned into Chris, a peaceful look on her face. This isn't freaking you out, is it? I swear they just dropped in to check on me. How'd they get here? I didn't see a sleigh fly by. RV. They've been touring the U.S. for the last 6 months. Dad told them we were stranded here. The RV life sounds fun. That was how he'd ended up in Alaska. He'd packed his car, needing to get out from under his father's thumb, and taken off. Clearview was the only stop on his route where he'd felt needed. That's the life of a great-grandpa for you, Stella quipped. The operative word being great, said Clarence with a wink. What's on your Christmas list? He asked Emma. She climbed on his knee without asking and whispered in his ear. His eyes found Chris and looked deep into his soul. Well, sweetheart, that's a tall order. She nodded solemnly. I'll do my best. He patted her back, and she hopped down. Sophia was next, and her answer made his blue eyes sparkle. He set both girls up with a candy cane before getting back on his feet. For an older guy, he was pretty spry. He motioned for Chris to follow him. Let's have a talk, me and you. Chris's neck tensed. Stella gave him an encouraging shove. He's not going to bite. He's Santa. Her eyes sparkled with a mischief that had him wondering if there was something about Santa that hadn't made it into the stories and songs. Chris clipped off his skis and set out, lumbering in his heavy boots. They were several yards away before Clarence stopped to talk. I understand you haven't asked Stella to marry you yet. His mouth went dry. His palms started to sweat. He yanked off his gloves. No, sir. We just started dating. Marriage is a long way off. Wow. Gramps here was flying with a loose harness if he thought Chris was going to drop to a knee after one vacation together. Well, I guess a man knows his mind, but I wonder if you're giving your brain too much credit. Sir? All his life, he'd been told to think. Chris, would you think for just 1 minute? Dad would bark at him. As far as Chris was concerned, it wasn't a matter of not thinking, but of not thinking like Dad that was the problem. Now Clarence was telling him to stop thinking and start acting. It's possible to overthink things. I know I did when it came to Gail. I was constantly questioning myself, my future, and her place in it. Do you understand what I'm trying to say here? Not one bit. I guess so. For example, what's Santa's job? To deliver presents, Chris replied without hesitation. Wrong. Santa looked at him, a disappointed tilt to his mouth. I would have thought this was an easy question. His eyes bored into him. Chris clamped his lips together, unwilling to say something more and get another answer wrong. This whole conversation had him discombobulated to say the least. Clarence sighed. Listen, I can see you're struggling to get this. So I'm going to give you some advice on Stella. She's my toughest grandchild. I noticed that. He nodded like Chris had gotten an easy one right. Good. But here's something you don't know. She doesn't need anyone. She could run all of Christmas on her own and not break a nail. Okay. Since she doesn't need you. He stepped forward and poked Chris in the chest. You'd better darn well make sure she wants you. Taken aback by this side of Santa, Chris stuttered, how do I do that? Clarence slapped a huge hand on his shoulder. That, my boy, is up to you to figure out. Chris nodded numbly. His happy little vacation bubble had just filled with a big question that left him overwhelmed and underqualified. And since when did everyone assume they were going to get married? Had Stella been spreading rumors to her family? No, she couldn't lie. It had to be the 4 weddings and 4 Christmases that did it. They assumed there'd be one more this year. Well, they could assume all they wanted. That didn't mean he had to do what they asked. Things were great right now, and there was no reason to upset the sleigh and propose.
Chapter 22. Stella hummed "Oh Christmas Tree" as she perused the gift shop with her grandma. Chris and the girls were hanging out in the RV, parking in the unloading zone of the resort, drinking some cocoa and getting warm. The resort manager stormed out the front doors, his arms flailing. Stella watched, sure that this was the man Amy had been complaining about. His face grew redder as he approached the RV, gesturing wildly. The RV door swung open, and a set of stairs folded out. Grandpa clambered down, an amused look on his face. "Can you hear what they're saying?" asked Grandma. Stella strained to listen, but the glass was too thick. So she teased, "Well, see, the manager is telling Grandpa can't park there, and Grandpa says he can park on the roof if he wants." Grandma snickered. "I'd get after you for making up stories, but that's probably exactly what's happening." She held up a snow globe. "What do you think of this for your mother's collection? I haven't gotten her a thing for Christmas yet, and I really liked this one." Stella considered the OL faithful inside the glass that blew snow up and swirled it around 20 times a day, just like the real thing. "I think she'd love it." "Me too. I'm going to get it." Grandma headed to the counter to pay for the globe. Stella continued to browse the t-shirts, mugs, and refrigerator magnets. She should buy something for herself, Chris, and the girls as a memento for their first trip together. Well, if it isn't my Christmas angel." Snake slid his arm around her back and pulled her to his side. "You look good enough to eat, Stella." She rolled her eyes and shoved out of his hold. She hadn't noticed him come in, which said something, didn't it? "You're as slick-tongued as ever, Snake." He licked his lips. "We could test that theory. I have mistletoe in my room." "I'll bet you do." She waited for the heady feeling of attraction she'd once felt when faced with his giant muscles and neck tattoo, but it didn't come. "Thanks, but I'm with someone." Movement outside had her focusing on Chris as he helped the girls down the RV steps. Emma jumped on his back, and he bucked her around like a crazy reindeer. Stella's heart sang at the sight. Snake seemed to sober up. Using a finger under her chin, he brought her gaze back to his utterly handsome face. "Listen, I know things didn't work out with us. But I haven't been able to stop thinking about you. It's like when you get a 4-scoop ice cream cone and you eat all 4, but then realize you only want the one flavor. So what's the point with the other 3? You know that feeling?" Her eyes darted back out to where Chris dodged snowballs. The girls staged an all-out attack, but they were laughing so hard their throws fell short. "I do." He followed her gaze, and his hand dropped from her chin. "I guess I missed my chance." She touched his arm. "Sorry." Grandma appeared at her elbow, holding a box and a receipt. She glanced back and forth between the two of them. "Am I interrupting something?" "No, ma'am," Snake replied. "I was just stepping aside. If you ever change your mind, I'm here for you. Whatever you need, okay?" She nodded, feeling sad and heart-tugged at the same time. If only Snake had shown this side of himself earlier. Instead of their paths crossing, they might have intersected. "Thanks, Snake. I'll see you around. Merry Christmas, Stella." He bent down and kissed her cheek. "Merry Christmas," she breathed. She watched him walk to the elevators. When she turned back, Grandma's eyebrows were buried in her hairline. Who was that hunk of burning love? Stella threw her head back and laughed. That was my almost Mr. Kringle. She hooked her arm through Grandma's elbow and steered them to the parking lot, feeling lighter and happier. The last few days with Chris and the girls had been amazing. They'd become quite the family unit, sharing meals and having fun. It gave her a lot of hope that they'd be a real family by Christmas and she'd be able to save them all from the horrible holiday blues. The poor manager, red in the face from trying to talk Grandpa into moving before he was good and ready, held the door for the ladies and then stomped inside. "Oh dear." Grandma patted her hair. "It looks like Clarence is in for a visit from the police. Reminds me of the Christmas of '78. He didn't know when to back down then, either." Stella cocked her head. "Seems I inherited all his naughty list qualities." Grandma bumped her. "And mine, if you're dating men who look like Snake." "Really?" Stella leaned in, ready for a juicy bit of info. "Tell me your darkest secrets, Gran." She giggled. "Not on your life. A woman of mystery I must remain." Stella lifted her chin. "I totally understand." Grandpa waved from the front passenger side of the RV. "Come on, Gail. We need to hightail it out of here. That manager's calling the cops." He pulled open her door, ever the gentleman. Stella realized how much Grandpa and Chris had in common. If Grandpa was the right choice for Grandma, even with her penchant for muscles, then Stella could find a lifetime of happiness with Chris too. Not that he was a slacker in the hot bod department. She caught a glimpse of him without his shirt that morning and decided her future looked merry and bright indeed. Grandma hugged both the girls at once. "You be good now. And if you get a chance, make some chocolate chip cookies for Santa. Ginger is partial to them this year." They nodded, taking in her wisdom as if it was fact. Which it was. Chris was the next recipient of one of her hugs. He looked surprised and then pleased to be included. Grandma pulled back and put her hand on his cheek. "You're a good man, Chris. Remember that. There's value in it." He nodded. "Thank you." Stella hugged her grandma. "I miss you guys. You need to come visit. Or you can come to Mexico. We have lots of room," Grandma countered. "We'll plan on it," Stella said before thinking about it. She kept her eyes on her grandma and didn't look to see what Chris's response was to her volunteering him for a vacation after the holidays. Sure, they were dating and having a lot of fun, but that didn't mean she had the exclusive rights to his calendar. Not yet, anyway. Once they were married, she'd talk him into traveling all over the world. Although from some of the comments he'd made, she didn't think she'd have to talk that long. Grandpa gathered her up like a big bear. She melted into his hug. "You be nice to him, sweet thing." "I'm always nice," she replied. "Right." He ruffled her hair, and she swatted at his hand. "Time is ticking. Don't forget why you're here, okay?" "It's never far from my mind," Stella assured him. "Ho ho ho," he called as he went around to the driver's side of the RV. A moment later, the engine roared to life. Stella and crew stepped back a few feet to give them room to pull out. Just as his tailgate cleared the unloading zone, the manager burst out of the doors. "They'll catch you, old man," he screamed. "The police are looking for you. You can't hide in that big vehicle." Stella and Chris gave him a wide berth, stifling their laughter as they ushered the girls inside for dinner. Well, that was an adventure. Stella hit the button for the elevator. "With you, every day is an adventure." Chris kissed her cheek, causing warmth to fill her belly. Stella smiled in return. But seeing her grandparents had brought back the sense that she was running low on time. The big clock tick-tocked, and she didn't feel any closer to getting married than she had a week ago.
Chapter 23. December 12th, continued. Chris leaned close to her in the elevator, soaking in her chocolate and lemon scent. How about we put the girls to bed early, and you and I watch a movie? Deal. She sealed the agreement with a hot kiss that ended when the elevator dinged. Chris used his keycard and swung the door open. We're back, he called into the empty space as if someone were waiting there to greet them. The girls laughed at his antics. Stella chuckled, enjoying the freedom he had to be happy in life. This was a good place, this accidental layover that had brought them together as a family. When she'd entertained the idea of marrying Chris in times past, two beautiful girls hadn't been in the mix. Now, she couldn't imagine life without them. Thank you, sir. She brushed her hand down his cheek as she walked past him into the penthouse. A strange smell hit her nose, and she stopped to really look at things. The boughs on the tree hung dry and brittle, their needles littering the carpet below. Ornaments drooped, and several had fallen to the ground, one shattered. Instead of beautiful holiday melodies, the music was stuck on repeat. Like a scratched record, it grated on her nerves. The rest of the decorations hadn't fared much better. What happened? Chris stepped gingerly, trying to avoid glass. The girls climbed onto the couch like they did when playing the floor is lava game. It's a horror show. Stella rubbed her arms. The sense of icky, sticky spiderwebs brushing against her had her shivering. I need to call home. She bolted to her room and shut the door behind her. The stunning red dress she'd worn their first night here was in rags on the hanger. No. 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 With a push of the button, she had her sisters on the line. Robin's hair was a mess, sticking out in all directions. Several pins poked up behind her as if she'd shoved them into her ponytail and forgotten they were there. Frost, with her white hair and violet eyes, looked like a deranged lop-eared rabbit. Lux had dark moons under her eyes and a pinched expression. Ginger drew her eyebrows down and glared at the screen in a very un-Santa-like way that made Stella recoil. You guys look rough. Rough? Ginger growled. Rough? Do you have any idea what we're going through? Up here? I might. I mean, I do toys every year by myself, Stella snapped back. Sorry, she immediately added. I'm not calling to fight. We're having some difficulty down here with magical things. Join the club, Frost snapped. Lux sighed. I don't even know what to tell you, Stella. It's like everything's being naughty. Robin nodded. The machines are out to get me, I swear. She held up a shredded apron. You owe me a new one. Your stuffing machine tried to stuff me. Stella's hand flew to her mouth. Oh, my cranberries. Mom's not doing much better in the kitchen. The ovens are all over the place, burning some batches and not cooking others. It's chaos in there. I'm so sorry, you guys. Stella pressed a fist to her stomach. Just get married already, will you? Ginger clicked off, and her section of the screen went dark. Does she even remember how hard falling in love is? Stella demanded. Are you still trying to fall in love with him? Asked Frost. Because if you're having to talk yourself into it. No, Stella waved her hands in front of her. It's not that. It wasn't. She could honestly say that she was upside down in a chimney for Chris. Not that she'd told him that. Maybe she should tell him that she loved him. That could move things along. But if he didn't say it back, the four-letter word could throw a wrench in the old marriage machine. Then what is it? Demanded Lux. He's not sure about actually getting married. He wants to take things slow. I get the feeling he has some issues from his past that haunt him. Why did she feel like she was throwing him under the sleigh by admitting that to her sisters? Well, get to the bottom of them, Robin insisted. I cannot stress this enough. It's on you, Stella. We're doing everything we can, and it's still not enough. Stella scowled. What she meant to say, Lux jumped in, is that we believe in you. The magical words did their trick, and Stella was filled with a sense of purpose and hope. Okay, no problem. I'll just figure out what's at the root of his issues, and we'll have them all fixed up in no time. Sure, and Snowflake would appear outside her window asking for a carrot. As she said goodbye, she wasn't sure which scenario seemed more likely. She reached for the door, ready to press Chris about getting married, maybe lay some of this pressure to save Christmas at his feet. Telling him that all of St. Nick's future hung on whether or not he put a ring on her finger could backfire. Her hand hesitated over the knob as a voice inside of her whispered reason to her turbulent thoughts. If he was at all skittish about marriage, which he freely admitted he was, then resting the fate of every child's happiness upon his shoulders wasn't going to do her any favors. No. What she needed was to let things develop naturally. But hit the fast-forward button somehow. They had 12 more days until Christmas, which was just enough to explore those issues in a non-confrontational manner. Hang in there, girls, she whispered as she plastered a smile on her face. Believe in me for just a little longer. Chapter 24. December 16th. It's official, Chris said, kissing Stella's hair. I like Hallmark movies. She laughed and then smothered the sound by burying her face in his chest so she didn't disturb the girls, who were sleeping away an afternoon of sledding. If you tell anyone, I'll deny it. Her head came up, her eyes dancing. That would be a lie. He shrugged. I have no problem stretching the truth. She gasped dramatically. Preacher! What would the good people of Clearview say to that? He was so happy. Inside their little penthouse, love and joy came to him in buckets. The tinder-worthy tree and the decorations had been carted away by an apologetic staff. The best excuse they had to offer was that the forced heat must have dried everything out. They'd brought in an artificial tree, and the girls had helped decorate it. Stella had replaced some of their clothing that had turned to rags, and they'd carried on. When he'd asked what had happened, she'd said things were unpredictable at the moment. He could have pushed for more, but he decided to stick to his previous decision of letting her open up to him on her time schedule. Heaven knew she allowed him time to settle into this utopia. Any time they stepped outside of the room, a world full of angry words and short tempers greeted them. 8 days before Christmas and the world was in utter misery. That was one reason the holiday movies had grown on him. They made it seem like there was still Christmas cheer in the world. In fact, he was feeling so good, he was ready to share something with Stella that he hadn't told anyone. Can you keep a secret? He buried his fingers in her hair and rubbed her scalp. She responded like a cat, leaning into his touch and practically purring. I can do anything if you keep that up. He chuckled. She didn't have any idea how sexy she sounded when her voice got all raspy like that. I'm not really a preacher, he whispered into her hair. What? She pushed away from him, her hands splayed out in front of her. BB, but you married my sisters. You live in a church. Do you mean to tell me that none of them are actually married? He laughed at the euphoria of being honest with this amazing woman. Even if she wasn't taking it all that well. Relax. He laced his fingers through her spread ones and pulled her close so their noses almost touched. It was all legal and binding. He pressed his forehead to hers. I have an online license that allows me to preach and perform marriages. So why did you say you aren't a preacher? She lowered their hands. Because I didn't set out to be one, and I don't have any formal training. When I got to Clearview, I met Kazu at the diner. I wasn't even planning on staying more than a night. He knew the information came out in chunks, but he was trying to put it all together. He kept talking about how I should stick around. That it was a town for lost souls. I kind of felt that way when I got there. Stella slid back into the seat next to him and wrapped her arms around his middle. How do you feel now? Like I'm right where I'm supposed to be. Really? It wasn't even hard to say. She traced a circle on the back of his hand. So how did you end up preaching? I grew up going to church. My parents were strict about that sort of thing. I guess some of it sank in, because when I was talking to Kazu, I quoted a scripture. His eyes widened and he called to Trudy in the kitchen, we got ourselves a preacher. Then he started talking about the church and the living space there and that it was free to traveling clergy. She ran her hand up and down his arm, and he sighed contentedly. I did the online application that night and started services on Sunday. You're good at it. She yawned. I enjoyed coming to hear you. Thanks. I just wanted you to know. She tipped her head back and met his gaze. Why? Because I don't feel like there should be secrets between us. Oh. She dropped her head fast and snuggled deeper into him. I'm glad you told me. Me too. His body grew warm and his eyelids heavy. Right before he drifted off to sleep, a thought crossed his mind. He bumped Stella and said her name. She shifted slightly but didn't wake up. Stella, what did you mean enjoyed? She mumbled. You said enjoyed. Past tense. As in not happening again. Why did you say that? She rolled slightly and said something he didn't understand. Agitated for reasons he wasn't clear on, Chris slowly worked his way out from under her sleeping form and headed for the kitchen to make himself a cup of cocoa. She'd implied that she wouldn't be back to hear him again. Or that he wouldn't be preaching anymore. Or that they wouldn't make it back to Alaska. That had to be it. She was worried they wouldn't get him and the girls back home. He'd talk to her tomorrow. If push came to shove, they could rent a car. A lost reindeer wasn't the end of the line. Well, maybe it was for her. He grinned. But in his world, there was always a way out. He tucked Stella in bed and found his way to his room. He was woken up in the morning by two rambunctious girls who wanted to hide and seek. Getting caught up in the fun, he forgot about the conversation he'd planned to have with Stella and lived in the moment. Chapter 25. December 23rd. A week passed like it was hours. The days went by without any hurry, Chris and Stella savoring every new bit of getting to know one another and the girls. They developed routines for breakfast and bedtime. Not because they planned them out, but because they brought them all together and felt right. Chris kicked back on the sofa, a soda in one hand and the remote in the other. I could get used to this life. The girls napped in their room, and he and Stella had the penthouse living room and big screen television to themselves. He planned to watch a game with his arm around his woman. Stella said she was up for whatever he wanted as long as it involved cuddling and some kisses. Was there a luckier man on the planet? Why is there only Christmas movies on? He pressed the button to change the channel. The show changed, but it was another Christmas movie. I know I said I like them, but there's a football game on today. Maybe this is broken. Stella giggled behind her hot cocoa mug. She schooled her features and said, it must be a Yellowstone thing. Her hair was in a messy bun on top of her head, and she wore an oversized hoodie and tight jeans. He liked that she ran around barefoot, like this was a home instead of a hotel. He set her drink and the remote down and lunged for her, tickling her sides. You hacked it, didn't you? She giggled, her face turning red with determination to keep her confession from seeing the light of day. He continued to tickle her ribs, working his way up and down them like a pianist. She wiggled and squirmed. In a last-ditch effort, she kissed him. His hand stilled as an explosion of flavor and electricity took him off balance. His hands flattened against her sides and then wound around her back as she molded her body to his. Yes, she whispered in his ear. It took him a moment to realize she was confessing to the crime of hacking into the television and reprogramming it. When he did put the pieces together, he growled and pressed his chin into her neck, making her laughter peal through the air like wild bells. You said you like them now. Not 24/7. He reapplied himself to making her laugh. You'll wake the girls, he warned. She quieted quickly. Okay. Just shut up and kiss me. Did I ever tell you you're bossy? I seem to recall you mentioning that somewhere along the way. She traced her fingers around his ears, his hairline, and then buried them into his hair. She was magical. Did I tell you I like it? He asked low. Now that's new information. She grinned and pulled his face to her, kissing him slow. He deepened the kiss, relishing the softness of her and the feeling of her in his arms. It was all so right. He pulled away. Are you going to find me a football game to watch? She shook her head. Why you? He didn't have time to tickle her again, because she rolled off the couch and out of his reach. Ah! Check the ninja moves. She got up and wiggled a victory dance. Her freedom, her happiness, her quick wit was everything he'd ever wanted and never thought he'd find. Time slowed down, as if wanting to make sure he didn't miss the thoughts and feelings growing inside of him. The movement was eternal and earth-shattering. A surge of a new emotion, much stronger than he'd anticipated, filled him and weighed him in place. He couldn't name it, but he felt it stronger than he'd felt anything in his life. He was in love with her. Not puppy love. Not a crush. Not even infatuation. He loved her. The knowledge was overpowering. Stella's phone rang, and she jumped to answer. Her face fell as she looked at the screen. It's Robin. She hit the answer button. Stella. Robin's voice was shrill on the video call. We've got some major issues up here. There was a crash and scream, followed by a loud whooshing noise. Is that a fire extinguisher? Chris asked, going to stand beside her so he could see the screen. Stella nodded. It's 3 days till Christmas Eve. How close are you to I do? I do? Yikes. First Grandpa and now Robin. No wonder every wedding was a rushed affair. With the family shoving them down the aisle, the girls didn't have a chance. Thank goodness Stella was level-headed about these things. Stella bit her lip. Well, things were going fine until you made Chris turn white as snow and about ready to faint. She put her arm around him and moved to the couch. He leaned on her, not sure why the room spun. Visions of 4 Christmas Eve weddings raced through his head. A wedding a year for 4 years. He felt like he was trying to put together a puzzle without all the pieces. I'll call you back. And Robin. There's a shut-off valve on the far wall. Use it. She hung up the phone and tossed it on the table. Well, she sure knows how to kill a mood. He half smiled. Her family's expectations hung on her like a reindeer harness. He chuckled to himself. He was even starting to think like her. What does that look for? She asked, pacing. Are you going to make me ask what that was all about? He wanted to help her through her issues with her family, whatever they might be. But he couldn't do that if she wasn't willing to open up to him. She bit her lip. I wish you wouldn't. You know I can't lie. Then just tell me. She sat next to him, positioning herself on the edge of the cushion, her back straight. He copied her posture and did his best to keep a straight face. Stella joked so often, he wasn't sure she was setting him up for a prank or really and truly worried. Reaching for his hand, she drew in a breath. For years ago, Christmas magic totally freaked out. He nodded for her to continue. See, all our lives, we planned on Robin being Santa. She's the firstborn and all. Well, out of nowhere, Ginger gets the tinsel tattoo, and our whole world is flipped upside down. That must have been a hard transition. He used one of the tools to being a good listener he'd read about online, validate the speaker's emotions. Stella brushed that aside. For some. Not me. I mean, the signs were there if any of us had taken half a second to think about it. And it didn't matter to me who Santa was, as long as it wasn't me. Why not you? He gently squeezed her hands. I'm not the Santa type. Too much angst. You know? He brushed his hand down her cheek. Says you. She leaned in eagerly. Do you mean that? Do you really believe that I could be Santa? He nodded, drinking in the beautiful sight of her. Yes. You have the heart for it. I've seen you with the girls. You're made for this. She sucked in, her cheeks going hollow. Marry me? What? He tipped his head to the side, sure he hadn't heard her correctly. Marry me, she said again, stronger this time. Chris, if you believe in me that much, then I mean there's no reason to wait. We can be married tonight. Marriage? What in the world? That was a jump. He had no idea that believing in her would bring out a proposal. Whoa there, pretty lady. Let's just slow this train down. Just because your family is putting pressure on you doesn't mean you have to do what they ask. We can take this at our own pace. Sorry, but the Polar Express has left the station. She bit her lip. There's more you don't know. He went to tug at his beard that was no longer there, and his hand dropped into his lap. You're gonna lay it on me, aren't you? His heart ducked, like it knew there was a big blow coming and it had to be ready. She pushed off the couch and began to pace. Here's the thing. So when Christmas magic went all bonkers, Lux figured out that one of us had to get married before Christmas. Every year. She paused, waiting to see what he said. What was he supposed to say? If I hadn't ridden in a flying sleigh, I'd think you were nuts. Thanks. She smirked. So Santa has 5 daughters. She held up 5 fingers. Yeah? And 4 of us are married. She ticked off 4 of her fingers, lowering them one at a time until there was only one left standing. And you're the last one. The information hit him right in the chest, and he gasped for air. You have to get married? Yes. Before Christmas? Yes. And you're just telling me now? I'm sorry, was there a better time for you? She planted her feet. It would have been good to know before I. He cut off, because the next words out of his mouth were going to be loved you. The fact that he wanted her, wanted to be with her forever, scared the dickens out of him. Or what? Or the castle melts, the elves disappear, the reindeer don't fly, and Santa can never deliver presents again. Christmas as we know it will poof. She made a show of exploding her hands. Poof? He copied her movement. Gone. Forever. She sat back down, her back hunched. So we're just supposed to drop everything and get married to save Christmas magic from destruction. Welcome to my life. Stella. That's not normal. Hello. She waved her hand up and down her body. Daughter of Santa Claus here. I fly a sleigh and have a magic purse. What part of any of this seemed normal to you? He pinched the bridge of his nose. You're telling me the fate of Christmas hangs on you getting married? Yep. She popped the P on the end of the word like an exclamation point. And what happens if it doesn't work out? What do you mean? I mean, what if we get divorced? Then what happens? She threw up her hands. I don't know. It's never happened before. But bad things could happen. Forget Christmas, I would say a divorce was a pretty bad thing in and of itself. Yeah. But if you have to be married for Christmas to continue and then you're not, could it blow up the North Pole? He had no idea why this was important, but his brain fixated on the thought. It's a possibility. I think it would be more like a slow, bleeding death for the holiday than an explosion. But I'd have to ask Lux. Wait. Why are we even talking about this? He sighed, pushing off the couch to join her. Because I need to know. That you have an out? Her voice came out too high-pitched, too panicked. No! That you do. That doesn't make any sense. Now he began to pace, the thoughts a jumble in his head. One day you're going to wake up and realize that I failed you. I don't know how, but I will. I'm a huge letdown to my parents. My first boss fired me. My teachers complained that I turned in late assignments. It's a pattern for me. And I don't want you to feel trapped in a marriage with a man you no longer love nor respect. That's not going to happen. It will. The force behind his words bounced off her shocked expression and hit him in the chest. I do it all the time. I did it to Kazu when I left him to do the sermon. Her forehead wrinkled. Chris, you don't understand. Love isn't like that. True love doesn't stop flowing because a person messes up. It forgives, and it believes in you. Even when the odds are stacked against you. He caught her unspoken message that the longer he argued with her, the higher the odds stacked against her succeeding. He was burying her in doubt. The one thing she'd wanted from him. To believe in her. And he was already failing at. He pulled away from her touch, because it was all too much. The way she looked at him with such trust and devotion and belief. That was what caused the most fear. No one had ever believed in him. Least of all himself. I'm sorry, he said quietly. She dropped her hand to her side, and silence enveloped the two of them. Tears filled her eyes. He longed to wipe them away, to soothe, to promise. But he couldn't bring himself to say things that he knew were lies. Not to her. One tear fell, big and heavy, sliding down her cheek and landing on her shirt. She looked down for a moment, gathering herself together. When her face lifted, determination had replaced the sorrow. I don't have time for a broken heart. Stella, he whispered. It's Christmas Eve, and I have to get married. She brushed the moisture from her cheek. And if you don't want to marry me, then I know one man who will. She stumped to her room, her footsteps growing louder as she gathered indignation. He followed in a cloud of confusion and panic. What are you going to do? I'm going to be brave. She shoved a stack of sweaters into her purse. It sucked them up like a vacuum, as if it knew that she was in a packing mood. Do you think it's not scary for me too? He blinked. You're never scared. There's a huge difference between being scared into action and being scared into inaction. She snapped her fingers. I choose to take action, because then I have some control. I went to Alaska for you, Chris. Even after you almost kissed me and then dated Cindy Lou Boo-Hoo. Do you think that wasn't scary? He bit back any and all words. She wasn't looking for a response from him. Thankfully. Because he didn't have an intelligent one. His mind reeled with the information she hurled at him. I put my heart up there for you to stomp on. Scary! She emptied her drawers into her purse. I have 2 days to save Christmas, and I thought you and I would. Her voice caught and she worked to swallow the emotion that welling up inside of her, making her chest expand. He stepped forward, wishing he could hold her close but feeling like he'd forfeited the right. I thought love could conquer all. Even fear. That's what you said 2 Easters ago. You said love was stronger than fear. She pointed an accusatory finger at him. He thought back to his sermon. I did say that. Well, you shouldn't have, because you don't live it. She tossed the last scarf into the purse and shoved it over her shoulder. Don't worry. You can have the room through Christmas, and then I'll have someone come get you. How? The question seemed awfully important. By sleigh. She swiped one last tear from her lashes and put on her false smile along with her devil-may-care attitude like she was sliding into a jacket to go out. He didn't like it one bit. But if there's no Christmas magic, how can they fly? He asked. She strode past him, a woman on a mission. Don't worry, I'll save Christmas. She called the elevator, and it dinged open. And I'll do it without you. Chris shoved his hand against the door to stop it from closing. Who are you going to marry? She looked up at the numbers above the door. Snake is here. He's not leaving until after New Year's. No, he took a fortifying breath and spit out the only thing he could think of that would stop her from marrying that big Sasquatch. Fine. Let's get married. She rolled her eyes. Not on your life. This woman was going to be the death of him. I'm trying to save you from a fate worse than death. He won't treat you right. I can at least promise you I won't cheat on you. And if that was all he could ever do for her, then it would have to be enough. Though even that felt like a major letdown. Fidelity in marriage should be a baseline, not a goal. You don't get it, Chris. I don't need you to rescue me. Even from myself. He threw his hands up, letting go of the door in the process. Then why did you want to marry me in the first place? Because I wanted you, you big, dumb tree stump. And I thought you loved me. The door slid closed on his shocked face. He stared at it while the numbers ticked down, and then he slowly turned to make his way back into the room. You're one stop for holiday magic, said the woman on the television. He shook his head. All the magic had just left. And he was stupid enough to let her leave. Snake wasn't the answer, but neither was a rushed marriage neither of them felt ready for. Well, maybe she was ready, but he wasn't. Marriage was a big deal. It was the deal of a lifetime. She'd realize he was right. Probably not tonight. But she'd come to her senses, and then she'd come back and they'd figure this out. He ran his hands through his hair, working to dispel the sense of hopelessness that threatened to overtake him, not that Stella and her magic were gone.
Chapter 26. December 23rd. Stella pulled her phone out and stared at the screen. She should call her sisters and give them an update, but she didn't want to add to their already stressful and awful holiday. Christmas was officially ruined. And it was all because she'd once again put her faith in the wrong man. The elevator opened, and the soft strands of a quartet playing "Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree" reached her ears. Her shoulders slumped. She'd forgotten about the dance in the lobby scheduled for that night. At least people seemed to be in a good mood as they danced across the wood floors. That was something. She'd been afraid that she'd step into chaos and fighting akin to a Black Friday 99% off sale. Amy spotted her from her place at the bar and waved for her to come over. Stella could use a dose of the girl's inherent optimism. Oh, to be innocent of broken hearts and men who made you fall in love with them. What she wouldn't give to turn the clock back to 18. Merry Christmas, Amy chirped. She glanced over her shoulder at the manager and asked with false cheer, "Can I get you something to drink?" A woman in a dress dripping with sequins and her neck draped in diamonds called out, "Oh, Harold, darling. Do you have a moment?" The manager walked stiff-legged in her direction, his arms outstretched as if seeing his long-lost grandmother who smelled of mothballs. "Wilma, darling. It's so good of you to join us this evening." Stella made gagging noises at his false graciousness. Amy giggled. "He's too much. My parents thought he was the nicest person in the world before I started working here. Now, they want to have him fired. Could they do it?" Stella pointed to the fruit punch with cinnamon sticks and orange slices floating in the top. Amy ladled her a cup. "Probably. But I told them to wait until after I quit. Who knows who they would get to replace him? It could be 10 times worse. I'd much rather have the devil I know than the one I don't, you know?" Stella spotted Snake leaning against the piano. "I know what you mean." Speaking of devils, she glanced down at her lounge pants and slippers. "Is there a place I can change?" Amy pointed to a door that blended in with the wall around it. "That's a closet. I'll stand outside and guard." "Thanks." She made a mental note to slip something extra special under Amy's tree this year. Stella ducked inside and flipped on the light. Brooms piled in the corner like kindling waiting for a match, and the stale smell of an old mop made her wrinkle her nose. She hung her purse on the knob, made a wish, and pulled out a red dress. She cried out in dismay as she held it up. She'd been going for something elegant, satin with thin straps and a mermaid flare. What she got was a tight plaid number that would have been great for a 13-year-old. "No," she admonished the purse. "This is a dance, not a club." She stuffed the dress back in, closed her eyes, and pictured exactly what she wanted. The fabric that materialized under her hand was not satin. It was velvet. Which gave her just a little hope that it wouldn't be too bad. She tugged and was rewarded with a 3/4 sleeve V-neck sheath dress. "Really?" she demanded of her magical accessory. "I'm not trying to seduce the man," she grumbled as she changed, "just marry him." Once she had the dress on and a pair of strappy black shoes to match, she arranged her hair in a messy bun at the nape of her neck and added a fresh layer of mascara. This would work. She'd marry Snake, they'd save Christmas, and she'd fly home. A sense that she was leaving behind half her family overtook her, and she leaned against the door to catch her breath. Her girls. They were sleeping upstairs, unaware that she was about to fly out of their lives. How would she ever make it up to them? How could she live without them? She bit the inside of her cheek in an effort to stem the tears that threatened to ruin her fresh makeup job. She couldn't bear going back to the cave and seeing her room transformed into a room for 2 and not 4. Mexico, then, she decided. Where Grandma would welcome Snake with open arms. The rest of the family, though? She'd cross that candy cane bridge when she got there. Using every ounce of stubbornness known to man and Kringle alike, she pulled herself together and slipped out the door. Amy glanced over her shoulder, and her eyes bugged out of her head. "Whoa!" Stella cocked her hip and grinned with bravado she didn't feel. "That good, huh?" She had to admit, the dress had major potential. The velvet was soft to the touch and the fit flattering. It was possible her purse knew what she needed in that moment and wasn't malfunctioning. Wasn't that what she'd told the girls the other day? A good sister tells you what you need to hear, not what you want to. Well, a good magic purse gave her the dress she needed to feel confident and sure of herself as she proposed to the second man in one night. Hopefully, this one wouldn't turn her down. Amy glanced at the elevator. Is your family coming? She ran her hands down her hips, smoothing the material. No, she squared her shoulders and strutted across the dance floor, headed straight for Snake. He looked good. Not better than she remembered, but at least as attractive. He wore a black suit in just the right shade of danger with a button-up shirt, the top button undone and his tie askew in a you-know-you-want-to-reform-me way. The thought made her laugh, because there was one thing she knew about Snake. He was completely unreformable. But maybe that was a good thing. He knew who he was, and he was good with that. Unlike some men who had turned down her proposal because they thought they would screw up a marriage. She had news for Chris, he'd already screwed it up. But she wouldn't speak or think about Chris tonight. Or ever again, if she could help it. No, tonight she would figure out how to dedicate herself and her future to Snake and Christmas and a life where she didn't have the tingles or sugarplum fairies dancing in her stomach ever again. It didn't take Snake long to spot her. He moved like an animal selecting his prey. His head turned slowly, and his eyes took her in with pretend disinterest that hid the predator inside. She moved with confidence, because he didn't know that he was the prey tonight. Husband fodder. If he had any idea what she was thinking, he'd run away as fast as Chris. She had to play this cool. But that was easy to do. She was the epitome of cool. She grew up at the North Pole, for the love of all things jingle. Being an ice princess came naturally. You up for a dance? She lifted an eyebrow in challenge. He glanced to the side, as if weighing his options, then shrugged. I could dance. Prove it. A bad boy half-grin snuck up on her and she sucked in. His large hand encompassed her side, and he slid his body next to hers. In a surprisingly gentlemanly move, he lifted her other hand and began a slow waltz to the song I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas. So, where's your boyfriend? Stella lifted her chin. I don't have a boyfriend. Snake's eyes grew darker, more dangerous, more interested. Since when? Since 15 minutes ago. Stella traced her finger over his tricep. I guess you could say the position has recently been vacated. You wouldn't happen to have a recommendation for a replacement, would you? Snake moved in closer, his rough cheek brushing hers. I know a guy. But he's hardly recommendable. She moved her hand up his arm and then cupped his neck. Sounds like my kind of guy. Snake grinned. A wave of regret threatened to sweep Stella under and drag her out to a sea of disappointment. She fought against the current, using all her natural optimism and drawing on as much of her magical Christmas cheer as she could gather. She was down to her last hope. And that was Snake. Which was an unfortunate turn of events, but what was she supposed to do? The song ended, and Snake moved them back to stand by the piano, where they were separated from the other partiers. He took both of her hands in his grip a little too rough. Not because he was trying to manhandle her, but because that was just him. He wasn't gentle often. In fact, he probably had to think about how to be gentle. Whereas it came naturally to Chris. She scowled. No more thinking about him. Snake dipped down to catch her eye. What is it? I'm in a bit of a fruitcake. She gulped. I have a huge favor to ask, and you're going to think I'm nuts. Shoot. She looked him up and down. Yeah, a life with a man with a body like that wouldn't be bad. It would be so much better if he had the personality to back it up. I need to get married. He dropped her hands. Look, I'm not the fatherly type. She blinked once and then laughed. Not that kind of get married. He clearly didn't believe her. I promise. He leaned against the piano with one arm, looking all casual. So what was it? A bet? Dare? He snapped his fingers. You're on the rebound. She cleared her throat. I have never been on the rebound. I thought you said you and Cutie Pie just broke up. We did, but a rebound implies an emotional need for validation. She flicked a stray piece of hair off her cheek. That is so not me. I can see that. He raked his eyes over her. This is for my family. Ah. He stood up and reached for her arm. One of those settle down or you're out of the will things. The need to be truthful built inside of her chest like a painful bubble. Yes. Something like that. He straightened his jacket. I'm in. You are? Her composure slipped and she gaped at him. He lifted her chin for her. I am. Or I do, as the case may be. When do you have to get married? By Christmas Eve. He let out a low whistle. Know any preachers? She moaned and pressed her hand to her stomach. Yes. But he's unavailable for the foreseeable future. We could always drive to Vegas. It's 10.3 hours away. She threw out the number as if she were a Google map. Snake barked a laugh. You always were better at finding places than me. That's why you should let me drive. Never. He pressed a kiss to her cheek. A dull, not tingling kiss. She couldn't even feel the temperature of his lips. Meet me in the lobby tomorrow morning, and we'll head out. Just like that? She couldn't believe it was so easy to get Snake to agree to getting married. Just like that. He traced her cheek. I didn't see what I had to lose until I lost you. I'm not making the same mistake twice. She swallowed, wishing she could send him upstairs to talk some sense into Chris. Or pound it into him, if need be. Instead, she kissed his cheek in return. Thanks, Snake. Good night. He leaned down and took possession of her mouth, moving roughly and scraping her skin with his stubble, leaving her skin raw. She locked her jaw and pushed him back. Save some for the honeymoon, big guy. She patted his shoulder and headed to the empty front desk. Amy hurried over from the bar. What is going on? Stella couldn't fill her in. There just weren't words. She deflected to avoid an honest conversation. I need a room. A single. Amy's normally bright features darkened. Sure. We had several people check out so they could head home for Christmas Eve. She started typing and a moment later handed over a key. It's on the first floor, she apologized. Like Stella needed a penthouse to be happy. Maybe who was in the penthouse? Her heart lurched as she thought of the girls waking up tomorrow morning to find her gone. It was the opposite of a Santa experience. At least the first floor would make it easier to sneak out unnoticed. All the better. She took the key and headed to the room. The music faded as she walked down the hallway and put her key on the pad. The green light clicked on, and she pushed into the room. Not tired, she pulled out her phone and opened the production app Lux made her last year. It brought up a smiley face that she knew was Lux's way of keeping her out of work. She spent a few minutes rearranging code and giving herself clearance again. The numbers were dismal at best. The sooner she and Snake got married, the sooner she could get home and get to work. Needing something to keep her busy, she went to the hotel's business center, hacked into the North Pole's mainframe. Lux thought her security was so good. And worked until her eyes were bleary. Then she worked some more. It didn't matter if she had raccoon eyes for her wedding. What mattered? What always should have mattered? Was saving Christmas. Everything else, like mistletoe kisses and wishes for a family of her own, would have to disappear. The thing that stank was that being the strong woman meant she was supposed to be able to make the tough calls. And she would. But that didn't mean she had to like it. In an act of rebellion, she locked away a part of her heart and promised herself that Snake would never get it. Chris and Sophia and Emma were inside that hidey hole. Even if Chris didn't want her, he'd have a piece of her heart forever.
Chapter 27. Christmas Eve. Chris woke up after 10 on Christmas Eve, feeling like he'd eaten a Christmas tree. His throat was scratchy and his eyes burned. Stella. He couldn't wait to get out of bed and, oh. She wouldn't be in the kitchen with fresh lemon rolls, a cup of cocoa, and a come hither, my love smile on her face. When had he ever been welcomed in the morning? His mom was usually gone, and his dad barked at him until he drove away with the intent of never going back. What would his dad say about Stella? Probably nothing nice. Then again, Stella wasn't one to back down, and she was the most charming person on the globe. She'd probably have Dad following her around, begging for her approval, within minutes. Not that they'd ever get the chance to meet. He stumbled into the kitchen without brushing his teeth or combing his hair to find Sophia and Emma working their way through bowls of cereal. They looked at him and then at each other. Maybe he should have combed his hair so he didn't scare them. He ran his fingers through it in an effort to tame the more stubborn parts into submission. The trouble was, they were all stubborn. He hadn't slept well. In fact, waking up was quite the surprise, considering he'd looked at the clock at 3 with no hope of shut-eye in sight. He made his way to the counter and started the hot chocolate machine. He could go for something stronger, but Stella didn't stock coffee. She insisted cocoa was much better for them. He'd laughed, but he would drink up because she was so fun to be with, and what did he care if he drank cocoa or coffee? He didn't. Not really. The machine dinged, and he grabbed the mug, ready to down the contents. He blew across the top and then took in a deep breath. That was his undoing. The scent of lemon and cocoa hit him full force, and he set the cup down, staring at it like the traitor he was. "Where's Stella?" asked Emma. Chris sighed wearily. He'd have to tell them sooner or later. Pulling out a chair, he settled in across from them at the table, clasping his hands in front of him. "Stella loves you both very much. And in order for Christmas to go as planned and for Santa to fly, she had to go. But we were going to bake cookies today," Emma pouted. Sophia threw her arm over the table. "Yeah. Chocolate chip for Santa." "Since when are you 13? Asked Chris, trying to tease a smile out of them even as his world crumbled. How was he ever going to do this without Stella? Sophia folded her arms. "Stella should be here. We're her family." Chris opened his mouth to tell them that they were not a family, but the words seemed cruel. Besides, she'd piqued his curiosity more than anything. "Why do you say that?" "Because we love each other," said Emma. "We do? You do? You love me?" Chris stumbled over the many thoughts stampeding in his brain. The girls nodded shyly. Sophia spoke up. "I want you to be my daddy. But I'm not good at this." He waved his arm around, indicating the breakfast, them, the tree. "We know," Emma replied as she got up and carried her bowl to the sink. "What do you mean, you know?" he prodded. Emma turned around. "You don't have a job like a regular dad. You don't read bedtime stories and stuff. And sometimes you smell funny." Sophia plugged her nose. Chris scowled. That was after skiing all day. Men sweat. "All men," he informed them. Sophia shrugged as if he may or may not be telling the truth. Emma came to stand next to him and put her arm around his neck. "But you never leave us behind, and you make sure we're happy. Remember when I fell on the hill and you picked me up? That's what dads do." "Are you happy with me?" he asked, desperate for a yes. The girls nodded. Funny how a small movement like that could mean so much to a big, strong, independent man who sweated like a normal man. Such as him. He hugged Emma tight. "What if I mess up being your dad?" "We'll tell you." Sophia shoved a spoonful of cereal in her mouth and then talked around it. "Then you can fix it." He laughed. "Like it's that easy." Growing up, if he made his mother angry, she ignored him for days, and he was on his own for meals. Passive-aggressive was her way. And his dad? He was just plain aggressive. There was no way to please the man. He found fault in perfection, saying it was too good. He headed for the window, where he leaned against the cool glass, thinking about his time with Stella and contrasting that with how he'd grown up. In comparison to living under his parents' roof, being with her was no pressure. She'd somehow given him the freedom to be himself while still loving her. That was unheard of in his life. Is it really that easy? He asked again. He searched the scenery, looking for answers in his heart. Emma followed him and leaned against his leg. For her, it was so easy. If she loved someone, she just gave that love to them. No worries. Become like a little child, he muttered. Wasn't that what Jesus said? It all sounded so simple. Forget the past. Leave behind your troubles. Love. Just love. He rubbed his eyes. Now he sounded like a Beatles song. If you could just give me a sign, he growled through the glass. I'm right here. I'm ready to receive your direction, Lord. What do you want me to do? He stared hard at the frozen landscape. The majestic mountain range rolled out before him. Silent. The snow covered everything like a hush. There wasn't even a part in the clouds. Disappointed and dejected, he turned around and dropped his face in his hands. Ah! Sophia screamed. He jerked his head up, a spike of adrenaline shooting through him as he flipped around to see what had caused her to cry out. She pointed at the window, her eyes huge and her mouth open big enough to shove a donut inside. Emma squealed and clapped her hands. He moved slowly, almost afraid of what he'd find. Snowflake? The goofy reindeer hovered outside the window, panting like a puppy who just brought back a ball and was ready to play again. Chris threw himself against the glass, his nose and palms pressed flat. Snowflake! He whipped around to the girls. That's it. That's the sign. The Lord had sent a flying reindeer to tell him that he was supposed to be with Stella. How miraculous! He laughed at the absurdity and the amazing feeling of knowing God had heard him. God had heard him. And he'd sent a reindeer. He laughed again. This was nuts. What's a sign? Asked Emma. A sign is a promise that you're on the right track. He looked at them. They had on jeans and long-sleeved t-shirts. Grab your snow clothes. We're going after Stella. They sprinted into action. Holy cow, he had the best kids in the whole world. He focused on Snowflake, making eye contact and holding it. Stay. He pointed at the reindeer. Then he said a quick prayer. Dear Lord, please make her stay. He ran to his room, geared up, and was outside with the girls as fast as the elevator would take them. They ran around the building and found Snowflake eating the bark off a tree. How are we going to catch her? Asked Sophia. Chris thought fast. Wait here. He ran back around to the front of the building and ripped a wreath off one of the lights. Hey! Yelled a woman. He froze in his tracks like a burglar caught in the act. Chris, right? He turned to find Amy, Stella's friend who worked for the resort, rushing toward him. That's me. He glanced over his shoulder. He needed to go. Now. I'm sorry about Stella, she offered. He cocked his ear. The reindeer had come when he needed her. Maybe this was something he needed too. What about her? Well, Amy shifted her weight. It was all Chris could do not to grab her by the shoulders and shake the information from her. She and Snake left for Vegas this morning. I heard them say something about getting married. Chris did grab her by the shoulders and kissed her cheek. That's the best news I've heard all day. It is? He nodded, breaking into a sprint to go around the building. Now I know where to find her. You're going after her? I have to. I love her. He didn't hear Amy's reply over the sound of his boots hitting the sidewalk. When he got back to the girls, panting embarrassingly loud, Snowflake was in the tree. Hey, Snowflake, Chris called as he approached. Want to play a reindeer game? He held up the wreath and waved it back and forth, taunting the animal and hoping she had the same appreciation for hoops that Dunder had. Snowflake's eyes locked in on the ring, and Chris chuckled. Looks like Dunder isn't the only one who likes to play ring toss. Emma covered her mouth and giggled. Chris started to walk toward the hill, where the sleigh was parked at the bottom. The girls followed closely behind, their faces full of wonder. I should be worried that I think like a reindeer. He grinned down at them and found matching smiles in return. But it's all about having fun. Okay, when I say go, we sprint down the hill toward the sled. Ready? Snowflake looked in the direction they faced and moved herself into position to intercept his throw. Her single-minded focus was either going to be their salvation or their downfall. He held the wreath up in the air. 1, 2, go! He threw the wreath like a frisbee, grabbed the back of the girls' coats, and ran pell-mell down the hill, kicking up snow behind him. They were halfway down when Snowflake stood in their path and dropped the wreath. Keep going, he told the girls as he stopped to pick it up and throw it again. Snowflake took off like a shot. Oh geez, he was going to have to fly the sleigh. With a crazy reindeer in the harness. And 2 of the most wonderful children in the whole world in the back. God give me strength, he pleaded. Then he laughed at himself. And all the time he'd claimed to be a preacher, he'd never felt the need for God so strongly in his life. This is crazy, he yelled as he flung himself down the snowy hill. He threw his arms out to the side. I'm crazy. Crazy in love. That was the only explanation for why he'd even considered this fool's plan.
Chapter 28. Christmas Eve, continued. Getting out of Yellowstone hadn't been too difficult. State roads in Idaho were well maintained, and the holiday traffic hadn't picked up. The later it got in the day, the worse it would be. We should get to Vegas around 3. She checked the time on her phone. They'd been on the road for a little over 6 hours. Travel by car was so tedious. What did Grandpa and Grandma see in this? 3 would give her some time to get married and get home, where she could get toys back on track. There had been close calls over the last 4 years, but she'd always had the majority of the month to limp things along. This time, she was in big trouble. Sounds good. Hey, love, will you rub my neck? Driving makes it tight. Snake leaned forward in his seat, encouraging her to massage him. We're driving a car, she pointed out. Right. So tight. He moaned and rolled his neck to the side. Fine. She'd forgotten how needy he could be. She readjusted in her seat so she could reach his neck. I can drive, you know. No way. This is my baby. He patted the dashboard. She rolled her eyes. She could fly the worst reindeer ever harnessed, and he whined about Alexis. Muscles did not a manly man make. After about a minute and a half, she was done. There. She patted the spot where she'd worked out a knot. But I'm going to call my family and have them meet us in Vegas. She pulled out her phone to interrupt his whining. The only way she'd get through this wedding and have the guts to say I do was if her sisters were there to support her. Fine. I have business. Snake grabbed his phone and made a call. Hey, Bryn. What do the numbers look like today? She shook her head. You make your secretary work on Christmas Eve? He shrugged and lifted his arm higher on the steering wheel to block her out. She rolled her eyes. Whatever. Once they were married, he'd see the error of his ways and join in the spirit of the holidays. All her brothers-in-law said the change in them, the change that made them Kringle, was like being dropped inside a soda machine. Then they'd stopped caring about things like death threats. Quick. And weekly production reports. Tannin. Not that it changed who they were, it just enhanced their inner goodness and softened the edges a bit. She was counting on that happening with Snake. She didn't want to put everyone on video chat and have them see that she'd swapped out grooms. That would be a not-so-nice surprise when they arrived for the ceremony. Her family was good at last-minute holiday weddings. Lux answered on the second ring. No video? She asked right away. I'm in a car on my way to a little white chapel in Vegas. Lux blew out a breath. Hallelujah! You have no idea how glad I am to hear that. This place is falling apart, and Ginger isn't talking to any of us. We sent the kids and their dads south because we're fighting so much. It was literally the only way to save our marriages. Dad went with them. He's working at a mall in Nashville, trying to bring cheer to some children in the world. Stella cringed. All that time she'd spent on Chris, waiting for him to fall in love with her, was a waste that had almost destroyed her family. The vision of her dad in his red suit with a line of kids made her both happy and sad at the same time. Happy because he was doing what he loved, spreading joy to the world. And sad because if she didn't get married today, that was probably the only job he was qualified for. Of course, Mom would be able to support them financially. But still. Let's get them all together and celebrate. Dig out the dresses Frost probably made over the summer and meet me there, would you? I want the whole family to be a part of it. I'll text you the address. You got it. And Stella? Yeah. I'm happy that you're happy. I know it's been a long road, but you deserve to find love. She swallowed the big old lump of truth in her throat. Thanks. She hung up, and Snake did too. All set? He asked. She allowed herself a small smile. They'll be there. Great. Why don't you lay the seat back and take a nap? She bit back her sigh. I told you, I don't need a lot of sleep. Right, but you were up all night working. She'd mentioned her long list of to-dos in production that she'd have to get done before they could head off on their honeymoon. He had things to wrap up before he could be gone for 2 weeks as well, so he wasn't worried. And I'll probably be up all night tonight too. Christmas Eve is our biggest night of the year. What did you say you do? Toys. I oversee toy production. She'd told him at least a half-dozen times when they dated. Had he really not listened to a thing she'd said? He bobbed his head. You sure you don't want a nap? I'm good, she ground out. Then would you mind getting that spot on my neck again? He gave her a hopeful, rakish grin. She rolled her eyes. Fine. But this is the last time. What a life she had to look forward to.
Chapter 29. It says we're in Washington. What? Chris glanced down at Sophia, who sat on the floor of the sleigh with her legs crisscrossed around his foot. She held his phone, in charge of navigation. She was supposed to give him directions. Or at least tell him where Google said they were at the moment. Unfortunately for Google Maps, there wasn't a flying option. He'd picked drive instead of walk, but they got off course so easily that the thing was constantly updating. And they had to stop for bathroom breaks 3 times. Snowflake seemed better in the harness than when Stella flew her, but that might have been because he and the girls had worn her out playing ring toss before they were able to get her into the leather. Every minute he spent trying to figure out how to hook the thing up was 1 minute farther Stella got away from him. 1 minute closer she got to marrying Snake. He gagged at the thought. Let's stop and I'll take a look. He pulled back on the reins, and Snowflake slowed to a trot. He wanted to stay off the main thoroughfares and out of sight, but it was difficult to follow the map if he wasn't on the road. He'd managed to get Snowflake in the air, but she still didn't fly very high, so he couldn't get an eagle's view of things. Slowing to a stop just off to the side of a gas station, he took the phone from Sophia. Well, crabapples. We're in Washington. Granted, they weren't far into the state, but they were so off course they might as well be headed back to Alaska. If only he had Stella's inner compass to help him out. Emma burst into tears. We're lost. No, honey. He hugged her. We aren't lost, because we know where we're going and we know where we are. But how are we going to get to Stella in time? She sniffed loudly. He thought for a minute. They needed to head south. If he could just get them going the right direction. I got it. He hurriedly downloaded a compass app. Okay, this should work. He pointed the right direction and then took up the reins again. On, Snowflake, he called. The reindeer galloped into the air. Hopefully, They didn't wear out before they got to Vegas. And once they were in Vegas, they needed to find the wedding. One thing at a time. Sophia, if that needle moves, you have to tell me, okay? He didn't want to end up over the ocean. Okay. Emma joined her, holding his other leg. It's cold up there. It was cold everywhere. The sleigh was warmer than the outside temps, but without a Kringle at the helm, it wasn't as pumped full of magic. Sorry. Can you hang on a little longer? She nodded, looking worn out. He shook his head and buckled down. He needed to get them to Vegas, and fast. His hope was that he would see Los Angeles before they got to it, and then he'd be able to take a left to Vegas. Fingers crossed there was enough Christmas magic in the world to make his wish come true.
Chapter 30. Stella craned to see the roof of the small chapel with the neon open sign in the window. From outside, it looked like a quaint country building. Except for the drive-through around the side for those who didn't want to get out of their car to tie the knot. And then there was the giant guitar fountain out front. She smiled. I like it. A flash of something on the roof told her that her family was here. I think everyone's waiting. You ready? He tugged at his shirt collar. As I'll ever be. She put her hand on his arm. Snake, you don't have to do this. Stella, if I ever have a shot at being happily married, it's with you. I figured that out shortly after you left. A small part of her began to feel warm from his sweet words. You were the only woman who didn't get on my nerves. If that's not a reason to get married, then what is? Warm feeling gone. Evaporated like snow on sleigh runners in Mexico. Indeed. She grabbed the door handle and let herself out of the car. Snake piled out of his side quickly but stopped to look over the top of the car at her. Do you think they'll like me? Stella stalled. Like was such a vague word. My family likes everyone. Even kids on the naughty list. She shut her door and met him at the front of the car where he held his hand out for her to grab. They're the nicest people on the planet. Always working to make others happy. They made their way up the cobblestone steps. It's in their blood to be kind and generous. You couldn't ask for better in-laws. They pushed the double doors open at the same time and stopped in their tracks. You pulled power from the kitchen and the chocolate hardened in the vats. Do you know how hard it is to clean those? Mom pointed her finger in Dad's face. Where was I supposed to get the juice to run the 3D printers? Do you think the elves can make microchips out of wood? Dad shouted back. Frost sat on a chair, reading Santa letters on her phone. Her thumb swiped faster than Stella's on a dating app. Ginger tugged on her dress. I don't see why we all had to wear red. Again. It's not like this is a traditional wedding. We should have gone with black. If you wanted black, you should have picked your own dress. Frost didn't look up from her screen. Lux shoved her glasses up her nose. I don't see what you're all complaining about. I'm the one in 2-inch heels. It's like you're all trying to kill me. She held onto the receptionist's counter for support. Robin walked in, carrying 5 bouquets of poinsettias, which she threw at each of the Kringle sisters. Take these. I'm so sick of picking up after you all. When she went to throw the last one at Stella, she stopped and stared. You're here. The announcement made everyone pause. Who's that? Ginger pointed at Snake. That's not Chris. Stella's cheeks went red. She gave Snake an apologetic smile before gracefully sliding into the room. What everyone needed was some holiday cheer. She pulled a pair of flats from her bag and handed them to Lux. Mom got a peck on the cheek and Dad a quick side hug as she made introductions. Snake, these are my parents, Mr. and Mrs. Kringle. And this is Robin. She took the flowers and blew her sister a thank you kiss. And Frost. A pat on the shoulder. Moving to Ginger, she quickly adjusted her hair so it didn't fall in her eyes. Her sister hated that. This is Ginger, and that's Lux. She came back around and stood next to Snake. Everyone, this is my fiancé, Snake. Snake? Dad asked. His face went red, and he started to get bigger. Snake. You're going to marry a man named after a reptile? Mom put a hand on his arm and stopped his growth. He'd gotten 10 feet tall when Lux had eloped. A few inches were nothing to sweat over. At least, that was what she told herself. Stella, can we have a word with you, dear? Mom said through her plastic smile. I'll be right back, hon. She plopped a kiss on Snake's cheek, feigning confidence she didn't feel. Try not to let my sisters eat you alive. She giggled as she followed her parents into a room labeled bride. Stella. What in the world? Mom started a lecture but cut off. Are you really in love with this man? She lifted her nose. I'm on my way to loving him. As much as anyone can be with the rushed engagement forced upon us by Christmas magic. Dad folded his arms across his still larger-than-life chest. You've had 5 years to figure this out. She flipped a tassel hanging on the nearby lamp. The bride's room was decorated in light pink and cream. A small makeup desk and stool were against one wall, and there was a fireplace with gray brick. At least she knew how her family had gotten off the roof. You say 5 years, I say 5 hours. Dad harumphed. Mom pushed him toward the door. Help your new son-in-law find his tux so we can get on with this wedding. I have things to do. And I don't? Dad snapped before crashing out the door. Mom glared after him. That man will be the curdle in my expired eggnog. She huffed heavily and pressed her fingers to her forehead. Stella was already half undressed. She couldn't run interference between her parents right now. The best thing she could do for them was walk down the aisle. Her gown hung on a dress frame, and she stared at it in wonder. Do you like it? Mom asked, her hands pressed in front of her. I love it. She went over and fingered the beading around the neck. Maybe once I get it on, I'll feel like a bride. Mom frowned. Stella headed off the question she could feel coming. The whole thing is rushed and everyone's fighting. I didn't picture my wedding like this. She stopped talking, because her throat closed off with emotion as an image of Sophia and Emma in matching flower girl dresses floated before her eyes. That was what should have been. She shoved those thoughts away. Where are the kids? Her nieces and nephews would lift her spirits. They're in the chapel with the men. They got here just before you did, but they used the chimney. She pointed to the small fireplace in the corner. It had a natural gas flame, not that it mattered to a Kringle. A chimney was a chimney. Let's get you ready to get married. Mom began unbuttoning the dress so she could get it off the form. Stella shed her clothing and stepped into the layers of satin and lace. When the dress was on, she looked at herself in the mirror and gasped. It's perfect. Mom smiled over her shoulder in the mirror. It was mine. What? Stella spun toward her, throwing her arms around her neck. You're kidding me right now. Her sisters had dresses made by Frost. Originals that matched their personalities. Well, except for Lux, who'd eloped. Stella had never dreamed she'd have the honor of wearing her mother's dress. Mom laughed. I've held on to it all these years, but it just felt right to give it to you. I hoped you'd love it. Maybe it's too old-fashioned? The top of the dress had scalloped lace that brushed just under her collarbone and over her shoulders. From there, the dress fit her like a glove, sliding over her hips, where it went straight to the floor with a delicate, knee-length split over the left leg. At the waist was a train that flowed out behind her, giving her a silhouette of a bride but the shape of a diva. I always knew you had some naughty list in you, Stella teased. Mom grinned. Maybe a little more than I let you girls know. She hugged Stella. I'm proud of the strong woman you've become. Coming from her mom, that was the world's biggest compliment. Thank you. All right, let's get you out there to marry the man of your dreams. Right. Stella clamped her teeth so tight against the truth that her jaw ached. She faced herself in the mirror. You can do this. She nodded once and then decided she needed some deep red lipstick to finish the look. There, that made her look more like herself. It was time to end the madness and the arguing and put a stop to the Christmas blues that blanketed the world. It was time to get married.
Chapter 31. There's Vegas, Chris called over the wind whipping past him. The temperatures were much better once they hit the Nevada state line. The girls climbed off the floor and grabbed onto the driving bar, one on each side of him. Their eyes scanned the mass of lights in the distance that was quickly growing brighter as they got closer. Can you see Stella? Asked Sophia, getting up on her tiptoes. Chris chuckled. For a kid from backwoods Alaska, Vegas was a lot to take in. He thought about the strip and all that entailed and decided to skirt the edges of town. He didn't want the girls taking in all the sights. Snowflake was either exhausted or finely trained. She obeyed his soft movements and directions, never veering off course after they made a left at Los Angeles. The kids were still on the floor then, practicing tying his shoelaces to keep occupied, so they hadn't seen much. Look for a sign, said Emma. Chris bit the inside of his cheek. I don't know what kind of a sign we'll get out here. We'll just have to keep our eyes open and hope that we find her. If they'd driven off before 5 this morning, Stella and Snake had had enough time to get here. If they were too late. Sleighs! Emma bounced up and down while pointing over to the right. Chris leaned over her to look down and burst out a laugh. What do you know? There's our sign. On the roof of a small, white church-like building were no less than 4 sleighs harnessed to 4 reindeer. The roof looks kind of crowded. Do you think we can put down out front? Yeah. Both girls jumped. Snowflake looked over her shoulder and grunted at them for making the sleigh bounce. Like you have room to talk, Chris called to her. You almost killed us. She huffed as if saying, give me a break. I was a baby back then. Chris shook his head, wondering when he'd learn to speak reindeer. Come on, Snowflake, we have a wedding to stop. They circled the building once, twice, and then suddenly, Snowflake surged to the roof. Snowflake, no! Chris pulled to the right, trying to get her to turn toward the parking lot. But she wasn't going to have it. She bucked once, and he loosened his hold and let her have her reins so she didn't end up hurt or getting them hurt. She barreled onto the roof, sending 2 reindeer prancing out of the way. They bellowed at her. She bellowed back as if telling them that she was here and they needed to deal with it. Chris stared at the rooftop. The front of the building had a pitch and a steeple, but the back was relatively flat. Not bad for landing on, not great for climbing off of. There wasn't even a snowbank for him to fall into. Whoa! Sophia reached out to pet one of the reindeer, a red and tan guy. Girl? That was curious and had big doe eyes with lashes that went on forever. Hi. She rubbed the reindeer's nose and got licked in return. Let's try to keep them all in their harnesses, okay, girls? Sure. Emma hopped off the sleigh. Hey. Chris grabbed the hood of her coat and hauled her back in. We're on a roof. We can't go running around. We have to get inside somehow, insisted Emma. She looked very much like Stella when she cocked her hip out like that and spoke with a whole lot of sass. Chris ruffled her hair. I'm working on it. Try the chimney. Sophia pointed to an old brick structure that looked like a leftover from the 70s. I'm not Santa Claus. You drove a sleigh, countered Sophia. And you talked to reindeer, added Emma. Correction, I pretend to talk to reindeer. He contemplated Snowflake. He had trained her how to pull a sleigh. In one day. How many Kringles could say that? Chimney it is. He carefully threaded his way through reindeer and sleighs and all their jingle bells to get to the chimney. Am I supposed to just climb in? It didn't look like his boot would fit, let alone his whole body. As he leaned in to get a closer look, he heard organ music. Dum-dum-dee-dum. The wedding march. They already started, he yelled to the girls. Make some noise. We need to let them know we're up here. Emma screamed at the top of her lungs. Chris covered his ears. Stomp your feet. Get the reindeer to stomp. Anything. Hello, he yelled down the pipe. Stop! Stop the wedding! He turned around and waved his arms. Shoo! Come on! Move! The big reindeer, who reminded him of Dunder on a bad day, shook his antlers and pawed at the rooftop. That's it. Get angry. He grabbed at the antlers, and the animal dodged him and came back swinging. Oof! Chris managed to jump out of the way but bumped into the back of another animal, who snorted and pounced both front hooves as if she'd trample him. You guys are in a bad mood. But I'll take it. He kicked the side of a sleigh and got a loud echo. Yes! Sophia grabbed the side of a harness full of bells and shook them for all she was worth. Emma hopped around their sleigh, getting Snowflake to pound her feet. Great work! Chris egged them all on. He only hoped they could hear him inside.
Chapter 32. What in the world? Stella shook out the dust that landed in her hair. They were in the waiting room off the chapel. The wedding march had just started, and everyone was in place, ready for the doors to open. Stella's stomach felt like she'd eaten too much butterscotch fudge. And not in the good way where she was happy and running on a sugar high, but in the way that said she wouldn't eat fudge for a whole month. Sounds like there's a party on the roof, the receptionist/wedding organizer twittered. We don't usually get those kinds of partiers on Christmas Eve. I'll put a call out for the police to come take care of that. Keep going. She whispered the last instruction to Frost, who was at the front of the line, before slipping behind a door labeled office. Mom and Dad exchanged looks. I'm going to step out for a second and see if I can help with the party. Dad disappeared into the bride's room, and up the chimney he went. Mom stepped up to Stella and linked her elbow. Don't worry. He'll have it sorted out in no time. Stella smiled without showing her teeth. Part of her wished he didn't, then she'd have a reason to put the wedding off for 5 more minutes. Honey, you don't look so good. Mom leaned in, scrutinizing her. I'll be fine. It's just wedding nerves. Mom nodded, her lips pressed into a thin line. Just a few more minutes, and it would be over. Frost started a slow march into the chapel.
Chapter 33. Mr. Kringle! Chris jumped, his hands over his chest in surprise as the big man himself popped up through the chimney. How do you do that? Chris stuck his face over the flue, but all he could see was a dark hole. Santa! The girls ran to him in unison, barreling into his large belly. Ho ho ho! What's going on up here? He was dressed in a charcoal suit, but his beard was pristine white. Quite a feat for a man who traveled through soot. We're going to marry Stella, announced Sophia. So proud that she was the one with the news. Oh? Santa looked over his half-moon spectacles at Chris. Is that so? Chris got the impression that if he was going to get anywhere near the woman he loved, he had to get through this guy first. If the twinkle in his crystal blue eyes was any indication, then this guy enjoyed being the wall between them. Sir, I can't tell you how sorry I am that it came to this. He motioned to the reindeer and sleighs and the roof. I didn't exactly pull myself together in time to ask your daughter to marry me. But I would sure like that chance before she marries Snake. Santa stroked his snowy white beard. Let me get this straight. You want to crash my daughter's wedding. Possibly steal her away from the guy with the neck tattoo. And marry her tonight. Yes. I believe that's the plan. Chris rubbed his palms on his pants. And you flew that sleigh with that reindeer to get here? He pointed at Snowflake, who dipped into an awkward curtsy. He did. He did. Emma bounced on her feet. Well, that's a plan I can get behind. Santa clapped him on the back, sending him forward. Really? Chris asked in disbelief. No offense, but I thought I'd have to do a lot more talking. Santa's ho-ho-ho bounced off the buildings around them. I'm not the hard sell. Anything to keep a man named Snake out of the family. He leaned in real close. Mark my words, Stella's going to be the hard sell. Chris's heart sank into his belly. Yeah. Let's get you into that church. Santa shoved him ahead and motioned for the girls to follow. They reached the chimney, and Santa picked up one girl in each arm. Hang onto my boot, he told Chris. And don't let go until we're all the way inside. You don't want to get stuck. Wait. What? Santa jumped. In a moment of pure self-preservation, Chris grabbed for his black boot and held on. The world around them went wonky with wavy lines and weird colors. The taste of peppermint was strong enough to clean his sinuses. And then he was lying on white carpet, his arms wrapped around Santa's foot. Get up, son. You have a wedding to stop. Santa kicked loose from his hold. Chris pushed up from the floor and searched for his exit. He wrenched the door open and found an empty waiting room. Running at full speed, he saw Stella in a beautiful wedding dress standing across from Snake. Stop, he yelled as he skidded down the aisle. The officiant, an older gentleman with silver hair who looked like a car salesman had taught him how to dress, stuttered. It was only then that Chris realized how many people were in the room. He gave a small wave to Joseph Bear and his niece Layla, who looked like a young lady. She'd grown so much. And there was Quick. He'd cleaned up. A mini version of him sat to his right. He had a son. Frost and her husband, whom he'd only met at the wedding, were up front. Her large, violet eyes were full of curiosity. They had a boy too, but he was too old to be Frost's son, so he had to be Tannen's. Finally, Robin, Gabe, and Nick stared with open mouths. Santa came in behind him, still carrying the girls. Stella. You've got a lot of explaining to do. Stella! Emma wiggled loose and ran for Stella, who crouched down and held her arms open wide. She started laughing and crying at the same time. My darling, darling girl. How I've missed you. She planted a dozen kisses on Emma's cheek. Stella grabbed Emma's hand, and her dress train too, and ran for Sophia, who had hung back, unsure. Sophia lunged for her as if she were a reindeer after a pile of carrots. You said you wouldn't leave, Sophia sobbed. I know, baby girl. Stella wiped her cheeks. I know. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. She looked at Chris and grabbed the back of his neck, pulling him in for a kiss. Startled, he pulled back. I'm so sorry. Stella, you were right. She kissed him again. He pushed her shoulders. Love, our love, is easy. I just needed to give in to it, to let go of my pride and my past and... She covered his mouth, and he threw up his hands in defeat and just kissed her back. She spoke against his mouth. You had me at Stella, you're right. He laughed. I drove a sleigh. That got her attention. How? Snowflake came back. She did not. Stella looked to the kids for confirmation. They nodded solemnly. You flew, Snowflake? He nuzzled her nose. All the way from Yellowstone to Washington to L.A. and then to here. She giggled. No wonder it took you so long. He lifted a shoulder. I'm kind of a wanderer. Yes, you are. But I'm done with that. I want to settle down, be a family man. I finally figured out where I belong. Oh? Any place I might have heard of? Maybe. It's the great state of I love you. Oh, that state. I have heard of it before. Ever been there? She grinned. No. I can honestly say I've never loved like this before. Me too. He kissed her softly. A moment later, a large, tuxedo-clad arm came between him and Stella. Get your lips off my fiancé, said Snake. Stella laughed. Snake, darling. She batted her lashes at him. What do you think about children? Kids? He pulled his arm free and looked down at Emma, who wound up and kicked him in the shin. Why, you little, he made a face and rubbed his bone. Are you going to do something about her? He demanded of Stella. How about compliment her taste in men? Santa said behind them. Chris managed to stifle his laugh, but just barely. He wasn't happy he'd lost Stella, even temporarily. So he could imagine what this guy was going through. Stella moistened her lips. She grabbed Snake's arm and pulled him aside. Chris looked around at the group to find them all wrapped up in the drama unfolding. Even the smallest child sensed that something big hung in the balance. All right, Snake, I feel like I owe you an apology. I brought you here to marry me, but I don't think that's going to work out. Snake growled. We drove 11 hours to get here. I give you another chance. Stella, you'd better make sure, because I'm not giving you a third shot. Stella's eyes met Chris's, and it was like the whole world melted away. I'm sure. She couldn't seem to pull her gaze from him any more than he could tear himself away from her. He winked, and she blew him a kiss. Snake grabbed her and kissed her. Hey! Chris lunged forward, ready to tear the guy apart. Stella smacked Snakes and sent him reeling. He held his cheek in disbelief. What was that? She demanded. My due. He swiped his lips, glared at the room, and then stormed out. And since Stella yelled after him, you're so on the naughty list, bucko. That'll show him. Chris chuckled. Stella folded her arms. I'm hacking into his system and giving his secretary half the shares in the company. Santa cleared his throat. There are things I wish you wouldn't say out loud. Stella dusted a beautiful shade of pink. Chris looked around and found everyone looking at him. He suddenly felt like he was supposed to know what to do. And didn't. Quick shook his head, obviously disappointed in his response time. Robin checked her watch. Ginger shifted her feet. Lux clicked her tongue. The officiate snapped his fingers. And Chris finally realized what was missing. He dropped to his knee and took Stella's hand. This was it. This was his moment to grow up, take charge, focus on his top priority, and claim the hand of the woman he loved. You look beautiful in that dress, by the way. She giggled. He grinned back like a doof and then sobered up. Stella Kringle. Chris Willis, she responded in the same serious tone. Mrs. Kringle looked upward. Heaven help us, they are just alike. Will you be my sleigh driver, my merrymaker, my best friend, and the one who drives me up a wall? For the rest of our lives? I'd be happy to. His heart leapt. He was getting married. He got to his feet and kissed her, letting the taste of her roll over his tongue and promise of more amazing things to come. The room cheered. Excuse me, the officiate called. It's not official until we say I do. He made a circling motion for Stella and Chris to stand in front of him. Stella grabbed Emma's hand and Chris took Sophia's, and they made their way to the small platform. Make it quick, will you? We have a lot to do tonight. Ginger took Joseph's hand, and he kissed her hair. Harvey offered Gail his arm. She slipped her hand into the crook and leaned against him, happy tears in her eyes. Our baby's getting married. He kissed her temple. Thank goodness for grandchildren. The next few minutes were a blur of idos from Chris, Stella, Sophia, and Emma. I now pronounce you the Willis family, the officiate boomed. The cheer that went up shook the rooftop, and the reindeer stomped out their approval. There were hugs and kisses all around. General chaos erupted in giggles and laughter and hugs and a sense that everything was right with Christmas once again. The petty fights were gone, replaced with sisterly affection and encouraging words. Sophia spun in a circle. I feel like I can fly. Nick crouched down in front of her. You can. You can fly right up the chimney. Want to see? He held out his hand. Sophia gazed at him in wonder. She slowly placed her fingers over his. Emma bounded up. Me too. Nick laughed. You too. He took them both and headed for the bride's room. I'll get these two loaded. Who else is riding with me? The rest of the kids clamored after them. Chris hugged Stella to his side, pleased to see the girls surrounded by a gaggle of children all talking over one another as they shared their stories of the day they'd become Kringles. They have a family now. More than they'll know what to do with, she agreed. How do you feel? He glanced down at his hand, which looked normal, but he could have sworn he'd been dropped in a soda bottle. Like I could fly. How do you feel? Joseph asked Ginger carefully, as if she might explode. Ready to deliver toys. And make the last 3 weeks up to you. She grabbed the front of his shirt and pulled him in for a hot kiss. It worked. Lux grinned, sliding her glasses up her nose. I told you she'd pull it off. Quick wrapped Lux up and kissed her like he'd been holding out for a while. Chris grinned at all of them. He was a Kringle now. Part of the biggest, coolest, most exciting Christmas adventure in the world.
Epilogue. December 26th. Ginger collapsed on the couch in the family room, her red velvet flying habit flouncing out around her. Stella dragged herself over and landed next to her. She'd made and wrapped more toys in one night than she had ever been done before. The elves were wiped out. And they'd been fed a pure candy diet to keep them going. Lux, I swear. No swears. Lux admonished from where she sat by the fire, her laptop open. This is important, or I wouldn't have called this meeting. Robin rubbed her eyes. She had a flour smudge on her cheek and gummy something in her hair. I'm going to fall asleep where I stand. What are you waiting for? Stella demanded. The door flew open and their spouses filed in, plus Nick. He'd taken to hanging with the adults more and more now. Stella immediately sat up and made space for Chris next to her on the couch. Do you like the castle? She patted the seat next to her. Robin fed the girls cookies for breakfast, he blurted. Then he rolled his eyes. How did you ever tell the truth every day and not go crazy? It takes practice. She turned her attention to her oldest sister. Cookies? They had applesauce in them. Robin shrugged. Someone has to be the cool aunt. Where are the girls? Stella asked. They're hanging out with their cousins in the magic room. Stella grinned. The room was full of sparkles that drifted like lazy fireflies. It was a child's playroom dream come true. First off, Harvey called from his spot by the old log burning bright in the fireplace. We'd like to welcome Chris to the family. Stella ducked even as she beamed at the quiet but enthusiastic applause. She'd done it. She'd managed to find her one true love, whack him over the head, and drag him back to her cave. Well, that was the story she would tell her grandkids one day. Chris gave everyone a parade wave. Secondly, I'd like to tell you all how pleased I am that the last 5 years of rushed weddings and stressful Christmas Eves are over. That brought a cheer. Even Joseph clapped his hands. Lux stood up, her laptop in the crook of her arm. Before we celebrate too much, I have some news. A collective groan filled the room. Lux humphed. Very funny. Quick and I had a thought, and I can't believe we didn't think about this before, but this whole getting married thing wasn't just about us. What do you mean? Asked Frost. I mean, it was also about the kids. She clicked a few buttons and then turned the screen around to show a graph. Each of them was lost. In one way or another. And we think Christmas was looking out for them. Stella hugged herself. She thought of her girls, who'd been found in the wilds of Alaska alone. What would have happened to them if Christmas magic hadn't stepped in? It makes sense, then, that I didn't marry Chris until this year. We had to wait for the girls. That explained so much. And truthfully, because what else was there for a Kringle? She'd go through the string of broken hearts all over again to have Emma and Sophia in her life. Lux nodded. And quick, and I met the year Oliver needed a home. Nick lifted a hand. I had a home, but we needed a family. Gabe laid his hand on Nick's shoulder, and Robin squeezed his hand in support. Ginger and Joseph shared a glance, no doubt thinking about Layla, whose mother had abandoned her the same week Ginger flew into Clearview. Frost reached for Tannen's hand. Oliver's story was a little more complex. Kris kissed Stella's temple. I know I found my home. Boom! The ice shook under their feet. Ginger cried out and grabbed onto Joseph. Mom and Dad ran for the bookshelves, where the beginning of Mom's new snow globe collection rattled precariously. They really needed a safer way to display those. The sound and shaking died down. What was that? Asked Ginger. The kids. Lux bolted for the door with the rest of the room on her heels. Does that happen a lot around here? Asked Kris as they raced down the hall of Santa's past. Stella held tight to his hand. Only when something big happens with Christmas magic. Why can't it just put up a billboard in the hallway or something? Groused Tannen. I like your thinking, said Frost. They sounded like a herd of reindeer pounding through the hallway and spilling into the magic room. They all came up short at the sight before them. All the kids. Minus Nick. Were inside a whirlwind of magic dust and whooshing music that gained tempo as the funnel got tighter and tighter, pulling the children in. They laughed and giggled, as if they were being tickled by the magic. What is it doing? Asked Lux. I've seen this before. Stella pointed at Ginger. The moment she got her. A brilliant silver light pierced the room and enveloped the children, then burst up and out like a firework. When it exploded, snow fell all around and trumpets blasted. Sophia ran to Stella, holding her arm in front of her. Look! Stella's eyes widened at the tinsel tattoo of a wrapped gift on Sophia's arm. Emma bounded over, a matching one on her wrist. Stella glanced over to see Layla had a sleigh twinkling on her skin. Lux's stepson had a light bulb. Frost showed off a quill. She turned at Nick to see what he'd gotten. He held out his bare arm, his eyebrows pinched together in worry. What does it mean? He asked Robin. I don't know, she replied. Is it because you haven't adopted me? Kris looked at Stella for an explanation. Nick is Gabe's brother, not son. She spoke in a hushed tone. I don't know if that plays a part in it or not. You're a Kringle, Robin said with force. If not, you wouldn't be here with us right now. Gabe put his hand on Nick's back. The magic made a room for you. You're one of us. Robin held out both her bare wrists. I don't have one either. Ginger's the only sister who got one. Maybe it's because you're too old, or the magic considers you an adult. Nick tucked his arm behind his back as if embarrassed that he wasn't branded. He flipped his hair off his face and applied an attitude. Cool. Tell the magic I want my own apartment, then. No way, Gabe laughed. You're with us until you're 18. I think. Dad stepped forward. He and Mom had observed from the fringes as everyone took stock of the tinsel tattoos. Christmas magic branded you as Kringles. It doesn't matter where you came from or who you were before. You're one of us now. And you'll have a part to play in Christmases to come. Stella hummed some creepy music and made a goofy face. Our family is complete. Dad stood tall, his chest puffed out. The silence was strangely awkward. Ginger held up her hand. Not to blow your theory out of the water, Dad. Every eye turned to her, and her face colored to match her Santa riding habit. But, I think there's one more person we need to add to the family. Joseph grinned the biggest grin he'd ever had, and Stella knew what Ginger was about to say. Who? Dad demanded, totally oblivious to all the signs the couple gave off. Typical man. Stella grabbed Kris's hand and barely held in her squeal of excitement. We're expecting, Ginger announced. Mom burst into tears. Stella ran forward and threw her arms around Ginger. Lux was next, and soon there was a big hug of crying Kringle women, bouncing and chatting 100 miles an hour. Dad put his arm around Mom. She sniffed and swiped at the moisture flowing down her cheeks. My baby's having a baby. I'm happy. I really am. Dad ho-ho-hoed. I guess I should ask if anyone else wants to add to that announcement. They all looked at one another. Slowly, Robin lifted her hand in the air. The squeals and hugs moved her direction like a giddy wave of excitement. Anyone else? Dad asked over the exclamations. All eyes turned to Frost. She took a step back. I'm not. I swear on a snow globe. Lux shook her head emphatically. Stella laughed and held up both her hands. I haven't even been on a honeymoon yet. Speaking of which. She grabbed Chris's hand. I'll see you all in 2 weeks. Give or take a month. We'll keep an eye on the girls. Mom hugged them both goodbye. Sophia and Emma came to stand with her. What do you think? Should I teach you two how to run a board meeting while they're gone? They both nodded. Don't worry, we'll make sure the elves come too. They broke into smiles. Go on. Mom shooed them off. They'll be so entertained, they won't even know you're gone. Okay, but call me if they need us. Please? Stella begged. She didn't want the girls to feel like they were being abandoned. They still had to go through the adoption process, but the tattoos witnessed that there wouldn't be a problem making them legally part of the family. Stella and Chris left the room amidst a chorus of "Get out of hay race" and "We'll miss yous." They swung by the front room to grab her magical purse and then headed for the stables. Chris climbed into the sleigh and took the reins. Where to? Stella lifted her shoulders. I thought we'd start that world tour. Germany is beautiful at Christmas. Chris nuzzled her neck. I thought we'd find a quiet place without any distractions. Stella took the reins from him. I know exactly where that is. Chris pulled back and searched her eyes. Are you happy? I mean, you're not still upset about the magic making you get married, are you? She put her hand on his cheek, loving the feel of his warm skin on her palm. I'm happy, Chris. Happier than I ever thought possible. He smiled, and she turned her attention to the reindeer. Okay, Blitz, you ready to show this hotshot sleigh driver what you're made of? Bring it, Chris said out of the side of his mouth. On Blitz! Stella yelled, and they were off like a light, laughing all the way to the deserted island that had become the Kringle's choice honeymoon destination, where there were no distractions. Just love. Because love was what fed Christmas magic, for now and forevermore. And with so many more Kringles added to the family, there would be love to last for generations to come.
You've been listening to Stella, a Marrying Miss Kringle Christmas romance novel. Written by Lucy McConnell.
We are back, and I know you have questions because, hello, Snowflake, right? Where is Snowflake, and what happened to Snowflake? This is not a plot hole. I did this on purpose because Snowflake's story continues in the Reindeer Wrangler romances, which I have not created audiobooks for yet, but it is available to read on Amazon. I will put a link below in the description for you if you want to pick up that book and start that series. So the Reindeer Wranglers are a group of 5 brothers who have grown up with the Kringle sisters because they raise the reindeer who pull Santa's sleigh. And they have about 300 head of reindeer. Not all of them are flyers. I want to say thank goodness, but that starts to be a problem as time goes on. So I'm excited to share it with you. So I hope you pick up a copy of that today and keep reading about Snowflake and her adventures. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or anything else, please leave them in the comment section and I will read them and reply as soon as possible. I do read all of the comments and I appreciate them. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for being here and for listening today. I'm very excited because I have a cut scene from this Marrying Miss Kringle book, from Stella's book, that is a Halloween scene. If you've read or listened to the other Kringles, you know that they celebrate Halloween for the kids and that the elves dress up and there's usually a theme that they all participate in. And so Stella's year for picking the theme is naughty and nice. And so they do good guys and bad guys. And so there's super cute costumes. I had so much fun coming up with who was each bad guy and why. And so anyway, I will put that scene out next week in time before Halloween so that we can all get in the spirit, which is kind of funny. It'll be Halloween at the North Pole is what it's called. So that'll be great. And I'm excited to share that with you. If you will please like and subscribe to this channel so that more people can find it and we can share these great romances and Christmas stories with everyone. Thank you for being here. Remember that you are loved, and I will see you on the next audiobook.